snow in June there.
Oh, I know. We've been snowed in many times. I like coming up here in the wintertime, actually.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, it's definitely a
live?
different, it's a change of
Okay.
Good
seasons too,
evening,
which is nice.
and welcome to closed
Oh.
session for Tuesday, July 20th for Beaumont City Council. We will start at 5:03 PM. Nicole, can you please take roll?
Yes. Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White, Mayor Lara.
Here. And this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling and using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
So with that, Mr. Pinckney, will you read the items for us in closed session?
City of Beaumont versus Urban Logic Consultants, Inc. et al., RIC 1707201, CW RIC 1712024. The third item for closed session is conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, United States Bankruptcy Court, Central District of California, Ray the Preserve LLC as debtor, case number 210BK 18429BB. And then the fourth item is conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, San Timoteo Watershed Authority versus the City of Banning, case number RIC 389197. And on that fourth item, I'll just note that I don't think it's likely that we're going to be discussing anything on that item.
Thank you very much, and with that, we will adjourn to closed session. And we are back from closed session. Mr. Pinckney, can you please report out from closed session?
Yes. Find my glasses. So the council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, the employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, and SEIU. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. City of Beaumont versus Urban Logic Consultants et al., RIC 1707201, RIC 1712024. And there was no reportable action taken in closed session on that item. Item number 3 was conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, United States Bankruptcy Court, Central District of California regarding the Preserve LLC as the debtor. And the case number is 210BK18429BB, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. And then item number 4, conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, San Timoteo Watershed Authority versus the City of Banning et al., case number RIC 389197. There was no reportable action taken on that item, and that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. Good evening and welcome to the Beaumont City Council regular session for July 20th. I will call this meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. Nicole, can you please take roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White? Mayor Lara?
Here. We have no excused absences. I will ask you all to rise for Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Finn. After Pledge of Allegiance, just so you know, we will have invocation by Pastor Brian Burson from Sandals Church in Banning.
Okay, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, I thank you for this place. I thank you for what it represents, our government officials. I thank you for the mayor. I thank you for the city council members, city employees, and Lord, we know the great and difficult decisions that are made in this room. And we know that, Lord, they're called to make those decisions on behalf of our citizens. And Lord, I just pray for wisdom. Your word promises if anyone needs wisdom, that person asks God, who gives liberally without finding fault. And that's what I ask for, Lord. Just navigating through difficult, tricky waters right now, politically, socially, financially, Lord, in our community and in ever-growing city of Beaumont. Lord, I just ask that you guide and direct. And Lord, would you prosper this city? And so we commit these things to you. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
None that I have.
Any conflict of interest? With that, no announcements, public recognitions at this time. So we have a public comment period. In response to Riverside County currently in the orange tier, which allows for indoor gathering with modifications, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any public comments at this time?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I do have an emailed comment that just came in. Okay, I have one that I can read into the record.
Okay.
This comment is from Roger Berg. And it states, please read for public comment section on the agenda for the following two concerns I have. You have made the decision to renovate our Stewart Park back in February during the height of the pandemic. As far as I know, no one from the city reached out to the public about alternative, especially those of us who have lived here a long time and utilize this park. The removal of the plunge took out an important piece of history in Beaumont, along with the families in the central part of town who utilized it and others. Our kids and grandkids who do not have a place in Beaumont, now where they can learn to swim and become good swimmers unless you have your own pool. Before getting elected to city council, Councilman White raised many issues about the need for a larger pool and to the one in Stewart Park to be heated for the swim team, which his children were members. We agreed at the time and took steps to use the one being built at the new high school to be used by the public when the school wasn't using it. The school district didn't live up to their agreement and didn't allow public use. That being said, we were working on plans to expand their current aquatic center with a smaller splash pad that would work in conjunction with the current pool at the time. Apparently, no one considered that idea. In closing, I would like to remind you that the plunge was built with the private donations from the citizens of the community. If cost was an issue, why didn't you consider alternatives to keeping the plunge open? It's too late to undo what you've done. However, in the future, I would wish that you would be more open to the public input, having planning meetings and discuss alternatives in detail with the public. Two, my second concern deals with the firework display and the numerous illegal displays around Beaumont for the week before the 4th of July and for the last week after. I thank you for putting on some type of display, even though it was sparsely attended due to the park being closed. I would request that due to our increased population, you would consider moving it to the sports park in the future where more space is available. We had discussed that location in the past, but didn't use it due to the open fields to the west. Now that the completion of the water agency ponds and other development, I think you should take another look at it. In regards to illegal fireworks, I believe our police department and fire department did their best to try to contain it. However, with so many people violating the law, it was almost impossible. I would suggest that you consider a more regional approach to stopping the importation of fireworks from Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. We need to find a way to get more citizens involved to turn in people who are setting them off. It needs to be brought under control. I remember a sting operation that we did many years ago where an investigator from the state wrote down California license plate numbers and vehicles buying fireworks in Nevada. When they came through the agricultural inspection station, they were cited and fireworks were seized. And then I just received another public comment as well. This public comment is for agenda item number 4.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nicole. So with that, that'll bring us to our consent calendar. Are there any items at this time that council wishes to pull for discussion or any of the public?
Mayor, should we pull item 4? I think that's the one that there's a comment on, or did you want to just hear the
Was it
comment
item 4?
now?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't hear that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem White. So go ahead and pull Mayor, item 4.
So I'll move to approve consent calendar items 1, 2, 3, 5 through 10.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. With that brings us back to consent item number 4. Second reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adding chapter 17.11.150 storage facilities to the Beaumont Municipal Code.
Did you want to hear a staff report from
Please.
staff, or do you want me to read the public comment?
Go ahead and read the public comment.
Okay. Public comment from David Castaldo. It reads, to be read aloud at the council meeting of July 20th during public comment portion of agenda item number 4. I would like to thank Mayor Lara and Mayor Pro Tem White, Councilmembers Fenn, Martinez, Santos, and Director Christina Taylor and her staff for adjusting this ordinance to serve the needs and desires of the citizens of Beaumont, as well as the rights of the property owners that will be affected. I truly appreciate the dialogue and concerns that were expressed by the council at the last meeting and the willingness of staff to resolve any and all issues for the betterment of the community that I live in, as well as many others. A council that listens to the concerns of its community is a good government. Good government creates a good community, and I'm proud and fortunate to be a member of a good community. Thank you for serving our community. David Castaldo.
Thank you, Nicole.
Mayor, I'll move to approve item number 4.
I'll second.
Mayor, roll call.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to item 11, public hearings. Item 11 is a notice of appeal hearing from final order of hearing panel and order to abate public nuisance, code case 001038-2-2020. Address is 1421 Faircliff Street. Assessor's parcel number is 428-100-028. And I will open the appeal hearing at 6:15. I will now call the city clerk to swear in staff and appellants.
The city clerk will be swearing in all of the staff members and the appellants, and I will, we'll do them individually, so I will call their name, and the city clerk can.
And anybody that's being sworn in should be physically present, and they should raise their right hand during the time that they're sworn in.
First staff member is going to be Christina Taylor.
You solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this issue or matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Let me just add to my comment before, do we have anybody that's attending remotely? Because if they're attending remotely, we can go through the same process for them.
Yes, we have members that are attending remotely. Do you want them done individually still?
All of them at the same time. You can do everybody at the same time. You just have everybody raise their right hand, but we should have them up on the screen.
Okay.
when
I'll
they're
read through
being sworn.
the names first, and then we'll make sure they're all on the screen. Pedro Rico,
Yes.
Scott Fasicas, I see Scott on the line, but I don't see him connected as far as video yet. We'll come back to him. Jack Huntsman,
Here.
Mike Almendinger,
Here.
and then Todd Parton is here in the room. I don't have Scott up on the screen yet. Let's go ahead with Todd Parton, and then we can go back to members on Zoom. Go ahead.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do. Thank you.
Did we have an agreement to that oath and affirmation by the persons that are attending remotely?
Yes.
Yes, there was a visual and audio that I saw.
Okay.
We will need to go back to Scott Fasicas once we get him on the line, though.
Nicole, Mr. Fazekas is having a difficult time connecting. He's trying.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's possible, Nicole, if we could swear him in later if he actually does give testimony,
We can do that.
so we can
Yeah,
move forward.
Before he gives any testimony, if he does.
Very good. That's good.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good with swearing in? Okay. So the way that this will run is the city will have their opportunity to present. We'll provide them 20 minutes. The owners will have an opportunity to present as well. They will be provided their 20 minutes. What I would ask, though, is that you do respect when each person is talking so that they're not interrupted. Makes it difficult for council to maintain focus and to hear what everybody's being said, because everything everybody has to present is important. All right? So with that, the city will present first. Nicole, are you timing this? Can you time this for me?
I can, yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christina Taylor, Community
Christina.
Development Director, here to present on behalf of the city this evening.
Oh,
Sorry, I thought it was on already. Christina Taylor, Community Development Director, here to present this evening on behalf of the city. I'd like to start by first providing some information to the council and the property owners. The first one is the order that was rendered by the hearing panel in the administrative hearing. So I'll provide that to the city clerk and the property owners as well. Thank you. And the second item is a copy of the grant deed, which speaks to ownership of the property.
Thank you.
And lastly, I would like to let the council and the property owners know as well that we will be providing the video presentation to the council as well as the property owners. And the video presentation is from the administrative hearing that took place. Unfortunately, there's no convenient way to provide a video to you in paper. So we will be sending that. So by way of background, a request and application for appeal to the city council was received by the city clerk's office within the permitted time frame per the Beaumont Municipal Code, section 8.32.495, appeal to the city council. In June 2014, the property at 1421 Faircliff Street, hereinafter referred to as the property, applied for a permit for a structural addition of 2,780 square feet with extensive interior remodeling. On May 1st, 2017, permit BP 2017-00691 was issued for an addition and remodel. On July 16th, 2018, an inspection was conducted and determined a reinspection was needed. Subsequent inspections were conducted on July 19th, 2018, August 7th, 2018, and August 13th, 2018, all requiring reinspection. An inspection was scheduled for August 15th, 2018, but was not conducted due to the fact that the owner or a representative of the owner did not make themselves available for the inspection. On June 4th, 2019, a letter was sent stating permit BP 2017-00691 had expired. On September 4th, 2019, the city's building official visited the property at the property owner's request. On September 10th, 2019, the city's building official sent a letter summarizing the visit and providing the following corrective measures. And this is an excerpt directly from the letter. There are a few things worth noting in order for you to proceed with your project, considering the direction and scope of work already performed. The areas in which you have undertaken work, which are not covered by the approved plans, will require city approval before proceeding with construction or inspection of those areas. The front has a second-story dormer pop-out, which has been enlarged into an enclosed room. This area has lateral design issues with improper seismic bracing as currently constructed. Due to the amount of glazing added, energy efficiency must be addressed with revised T24 energy calculations. The rear deck has been covered by a solid second-story roof of over 400 square feet, which is not on the approved plans. Lateral structural support for this area is lacking, which should be addressed with structural calculations. Also, the roof joist may be overspanned unless the grade lumber used is select structural. The tie-in from the patio roof to the house is not visible, and the out-of-plane pull-away connection should be detailed in the revised plans and verified. The stair rise run does not comply with code since the steps were noticeably inconsistent when walking them. This is simply worth noting so they can be corrected at framing stage rather than at a later date. In order to proceed, revised plans should be prepared indicating the increased scope of work. Structural calculations and T24 energy calculations will also be needed. Once approved, an additional permit or addendum will be issued to allow the additional areas to be constructed. Prior to investing any substantial design team time, I recommend that either you or your design professional visit the planning division with schematics of the increased areas to make sure heights, areas, and setbacks will comply with the zoning ordinance prior to incurring design costs. And that concludes the excerpt from the letter. A copy of this letter is included as an attachment to this staff report. On March 18th, 2020, an additional letter was sent stating permit BP 2017-00691 had expired. There is no record of building and safety inspections beyond this date. On March 19th, 2020, as a follow-up to the expired permit, code enforcement provided a courtesy notice for the following issues. 8.32.060 building code violations, all premises, both permanent and temporary, including but not limited to buildings, structures, or appendages maintained in violation of the Uniform Building Codes adopted by the city pursuant to sections 1504-010, 1508-010, 1512-010, 1516-010, 1517-010, and 1520-010 of the Beaumont Municipal Code, or subject to any of the following conditions, are declared a public nuisance. 8.32.070 zoning ordinance violations. Any premises, including but not limited to any building, sign, or other structure set up, erected, constructed, altered, enlarged, converted, moved, or maintained contrary to the provisions of the city's zoning ordinance as amended, and any use of premises, including but not limited to land or building established, conducted, operated, or maintained contrary to the provisions of the city's zoning ordinance as amended, is declared a public nuisance. Any and all uses not expressly permitted in the city's zoning ordinance as amended are not permitted and are declared a public nuisance. Upon observation of the premises, the following additional violations were noted. 8.20020 nuisance vehicles. The accumulation and storage of abandoned, wrecked, dismantled, or inoperative vehicles or parts thereof on private or public property, not including highways, is found to create a condition tending to reduce the value of private property, to promote blight and deterioration, to invite plundering, to create fire hazards, to constitute an attractive nuisance, creating a hazard to health and safety of minors, to create a harborage for rodents and insects, and to be injurious to the health and safety and general welfare. Therefore, the presence of an abandoned wreck, dismantled, or an operative vehicle or part thereof on private or public property, not including highways, except as expressly hereinafter permitted, is declared to constitute a public nuisance, which may be abated as such in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. 8.32030, refuse and waste. Refuse and waste matter is defined for the purpose of this chapter as unused or discarded matter or material having no substantial market value, and which consists of such matter and material as rubbish, refuse, debris, and matter of any kind, including but not limited to rubble, asphalt, concrete, plaster, tile, rocks, bricks, soil, building materials, crates, cartons, containers, boxes, machinery, or parts thereof, scrap metal and other pieces of metal, ferrous or non-ferrous, furniture or parts thereof, trimmings from plants or trees, cans, bottles, and barrels. Refuse and waste matter is defined, which by reason of its location and character is unsightly and interferes with the reasonable enjoyment of property by neighbors, detrimentally affects property values in the surrounding neighborhood or community, or which would materially hamper or interfere with the prevention or suppression of fire upon the premises, is declared a public nuisance. 832.050, sewage on ground. It is declared a nuisance to permit any part of the contents of any privy, vault, cesspool, septic tank, water closet, urinal, pipe, sewer line, or any sewage, slop water, or any other filthy water, matter, or substance to flow or discharge upon the ground or upon the surface of any premises or in any public street or other public place. 832.110, insect and vermin. Any premises, including but not limited to any building, vacant lot, setback, yard, vehicle, or place maintained in such a manner as to permit the breeding or harboring therein or thereon of flies, bedbugs, cockroaches, black widows, spiders, lice, fleas, termites, or any other insects or vermin, is declared a public nuisance. 8.32180, premises maintenance. Maintenance of premises in such a condition so as to cause significant diminution in use, enjoyment, or value of adjacent premises, or in such a condition so as to be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare, or in such a condition so out of harmony or conformity with the maintenance standard of adjacent premises as to cause a substantial diminution of the enjoyment, use, or property values of such adjacent premises, is declared a public nuisance. 1706.100F, parking on yard prohibited. Rear yards shall not be used for off-street parking of vehicles. 8.32210, salvage materials. Any lumber, junk, trash, debris, refuse, waste matter, or other salvage materials visible from a public right-of-way or adjoining premises is declared a public nuisance. Upon reinspection of the property by code enforcement, all issues, with the exception of the building code and zoning violations, had been remedied. In January 2021, code enforcement again observed construction at the property. Upon checking with building and safety, it was determined there was no active permit on file for the construction taking place. Code enforcement issued a citation for 8.32060 building code violations and 8.32070 zoning ordinance violations on January 7th, 2021. Since January 7th, 2021, code enforcement continued citations as allowed per the Beaumont Municipal Code. On February 26th, 2021, a formal stop work notice was posted at the property after scaffolding was observed installed at the property. Between February 26, 2021 and April 20th, 2021, city staff had telephone and email communications with the property owner. City staff sent a letter to Mr. Iloputaife on March 19th, 2021, providing a path to compliance. As of April 20th, 2021, compliance had not been achieved. Pictures showing the progression of unpermitted work, a list of citations, and city correspondence are included as attachments to this report. In accordance with Beaumont Municipal Code Section 1.17.120, appeal of administrative citation and administrative hearing was noticed and scheduled for April 22nd, 2021. It should be noted the property owner invited the press, Mr. David Heiss from the Record Gazette, to this hearing. Mr. Ilo Putaife also included Mr. Hess on his email correspondence with the city. The administrative hearing was rescheduled due to the illness of a panelist and was ultimately heard on May 6th, 2021. The hearing panel consisted of Elaine Morgan, Mandy Stevens, and Alan McNabb. Hearing participants were provided with a hearing packet consisting of staff report and exhibits, which is included as attachment A to this report. The property owner also submitted exhibits for consideration, which are included as attachment B. After hearing all testimony and considering all exhibits on May 25th, 2021, the hearing panel issued its decision and order to abate public nuisance. The panel determined that there is substantial evidence to support a finding that Beaumont Municipal Code Section 8.32.060 building code violations and 8.32.070 zoning ordinance violations were violated. That the property in question is a residentially zoned property. The second-story rear terrace balcony, second-story dormer, and any and all other unpermitted work shall be abated as a public nuisance pursuant to Beaumont Municipal Code Section 8.32.420. That the owners thereof shall abate such nuisance within 30 days hereof, or submit plans accurately reflecting the increased scope of work and containing all other requested information for completeness to the building department for plan check, unless the owners file a timely appeal of this decision in accordance with Municipal Code Section 8.32.420. Property owners filed a timely notice of appeal to City Council on June 8th, 2021, pursuant to Beaumont Municipal Code Section 8.32.495. The appeal packet submitted by the owners consisted of a notice of appeal, an application for appeal hearing, and a letter to City Manager Todd Parton. The code requires the notice to state objections of the person filing the notice. The property owners note the following in their notice of appeal: denial of a fair hearing, no opportunity to confront important city staff, and city-manipulated hearing processes creating false narrative. Property owners note the following in their application for appeal: denial of their request for a variance. City sent a new inspector rather than prior inspectors. Owner did not receive a general stop work notice prior to February 26, 2021. And the owner never stopped work for 180 days. And city is harassing and threatening owner. Pursuant to Beaumont Municipal Code Section 8.32.495, the city shall set the matter for hearing at the next regular city council meeting at least 14 calendar days after the date of the mailing of the notice of hearing on the appeal. The appeal scheduled for July 20th, 21 complies with this code section. In reviewing the property owner's appeal, the following standard pursuant to Beaumont Municipal Code Section 8.32.495C of the City of Beaumont Municipal Code will govern. The hearing before the City Council shall be conducted in a manner consistent with the provisions of Sections 8.32.360 and 8.32.370. 8.32.360 states, the nuisance abatement hearing officer shall, at the scheduled time as specified in the notice of hearing to abate public nuisance, proceed to hear and consider any relevant testimony or evidence offered by the fire chief, police chief, director, health officer, city manager, other officials or employees of the city, or other qualified witnesses, as well as the owner, a responsible person in charge and control of the affected premises, his representatives, a mortgagee or beneficiary under any trust deed, lessee, any other person having any estate or interest in such premises, or any other competent person who may be present and desire to testify respecting the condition of the affected premises, the estimated cost of abating the alleged nuisance by repair or removal, and any other pertinent matters. The nuisance abatement hearing officer may continue the hearing from time to time as it shall deem advisable. Section 8.32.370 states, the hearing shall be conducted formally, although the technical rules of evidence shall not apply, except that irrelevant and unduly repetitious evidence shall be excluded. All evidence taken shall be sworn evidence, and the proceedings shall be recorded. During the course of the hearing, the nuisance abatement officer may visit and inspect any premises involved in the proceeding. When reviewing an appeal, the review authority may, by written decision, affirm, reverse, or modify, in whole or in part, any final decision or order of the hearing officer which is appealed from. The written decision shall be issued within 14 calendar days of the close of the hearing. The city clerk shall serve the written resolution representing the decision of the city council on the appeal on all interested parties in the same manner as set forth in sections 8.32.310 through 8.32.330. The written resolution served shall contain a notice that judicial review, if desired, must be sought within 30 days after the date of posting on the subject premises, a notice of the passage of the resolution declaring the nuisance to exist, to contest the validity of any proceedings leading up to and including the adoption of the resolution. Otherwise, all objections shall deem to have been waived. There are approximately $76,000 in unpaid fines associated with this property. The cost to prepare this staff report was approximately $1,250 of just internal staff time. Cost recovery is typically handled through liens placed on the property. Staff's recommended action is affirm the final decision in order to abatement of public nuisance made by administrative hearing panel and deny the appeal in code case 001038-2020. That concludes staff's report, and I'm available to take any questions now or after you hear from the property owners.
Will council like to ask any questions at this time, or do they want to? Councilmember Finn?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but I'll ask and council can correct me. But is there a mortgage lien against the property, and has the mortgage company been notified of the violations?
I have no knowledge of whether or not there's a mortgage. The city has a lien filed on the property. It's a non-monetary lien, but it speaks to the issues that are on site.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
In the background, you talk about the original permit, I believe, was issued back in 2014, and then nothing really happened till May of 2017. What happened during those 3 years?
There's no record of anything that's
Okay.
happened during those 3 years.
And then the argument of the new inspector versus the old inspector, can you address that?
To my knowledge, we've had the same two primary building inspectors for a number of years. We did add a contract inspector during that time, and I believe that that is what the property owner is referring to. However, I can defer to our building official, Pedro Rico, who may be able to elaborate more if I'm leaving anything out.
Okay, and in the bottom paragraph on the page 2, it talks about in order to proceed, revised plans should be 1, prepared indicating the increased scope of work, 2, structural calculations, and 3, T24 energy calculations would be needed. Are those the only 3, basically the 3 conditions that would need to be addressed to move forward on this?
Yeah, those were essentially the 3 things that would need to be addressed. As you go through plan check, as these things were addressed, there could have been other things that would come up, but these were the primary issues at the time that our interim building official went out to the site.
Okay, that's all I had.
Councilmember Martinez?
Just for clarification for procedural, is it up to the property owner to contact the city to come and inspect, or does the city have a preset schedule that once a permit's issued, they go back and check?
No, the property owner or whoever's doing the work on site would make contact with the city. At the time this was occurring, it was pre-COVID, and we had a 24-hour lead time. So if someone knew that they were going to need an inspection, they would call into the inspection line and request an inspection, and they would be put on this schedule for the next available day. And that's standard for commercial or residential.
Okay, so, and the owners know at what point to call for inspection before they continue more construction?
Generally speaking, they should. Anyone who's doing construction would know that there's a schedule. Depending on what it is that you're building, there are certain things that need to be inspected along the way.
Right, and if they were to go beyond their scope at that time, and then when the inspector did come to inspect and find that they had gone too far before prior inspection was needed, then that would be told to the owner at that point.
Yes, that would have to be addressed. Then they would have to figure out if there was a way to look at what was already done, or if there was some other measure that would need to take place in order to assess the work that had not been inspected.
Okay, but at that point, the inspector must be able to see what they need to see to approve.
Yes, sir.
And if they could not, then he would have to come up, like you said, with a way of going to provide a way to inspect that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Christina, were, on the initial inspection that found the deficiencies or that the work had been expanded beyond the approved plans, the inspector notified the homeowner at that time?
Yes, I believe that is the case.
And as of today, do we have any revised plans that have been submitted to reflect the current
No, sir.
condition of the home? Do we know if work on the interior of the residence has moved forward and been covered without the appropriate inspection?
I can't answer that. I have not been an inspector on the site, so I would defer to the building department to answer that question.
Okay. So the only record of a stop work order is the letter that was sent, correct?
Correct.
Do we have any corrections that were left on site?
So I would again defer to the building official on that to specify how the corrections were left with the owners at each inspection. The only stop work notice that was posted is the one that's referenced in the report in February of this year.
From code enforcement?
Yes, correct.
That's all I have at this time. Okay, so with that, we will now hear from the property owner. And they have 20 minutes to present their evidence.
Good evening. Please, I'd want to avoid wasting your time on issues, the irrelevant issues that were cited over here, because none of such ever existed.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Nicole, can you just stop the clock real quick? Can you please state your name for us?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right, sir.
My name is Ezra Kwesile Iloputaife. I'm the property owner with my wife.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
You may continue, thank you.
Yes, sir. Like I was saying, I will avoid the distractions that were laid out here. I am here specifically for the citations that will be issued against my property. And those citations had two city code violations cited on them. Everything that was quoted out here is irrelevant, and it was a distraction, a way to distract from the facts. So I will avoid them. The letter that I received, first of all, sorry, I'll go back a little bit. The reason for the inspection was my own personal request for the city to come in consideration of a variance that I had requested from the city. Mr. Mayor, if you remember, I personally contacted you when I got frustrated not being able to get the city to even listen to me at all. It was you I have in evidence that I submitted to the city, my text communications with you. I don't have the verbal the phone talks I don't have, but at least the text communications I have, which I submitted, to them that they have. You were the one that helped me contact the city manager for me to even be able to get that contact, for me to be heard at all. It took almost a year for me almost a whole year for me to gain that access. I remember informing you in that text that I was being ignored. You advised me and assured me that I wasn't being ignored. It's all in writing. For a whole year, I was seeking attention because I noticed a danger in my property, the danger of a high tension wire radiation. I have kids, I have a family, and I need to protect my family. So this plan has already been approved. This plan has already been approved, and I built according to plan. On getting to that stage, I realized the closeness of my rear my rear terrace to the high tension wire and the danger of radiation that exists. I put a cover over it to try to at least eliminate, abate, if I could, that danger. But unfortunately, when the inspector came and saw it, he says that that's not allowed, that I couldn't do it without a permit, that I would either get a permit or seek for a variance. That was when I started trying to, and that was when I started my effort to contact the city to get that variance. I never got attention until you got involved, until the mayor got involved. I never got attention for that. And it took almost a whole year for me to get that attention at all. At the hearing, the variance was denied. And I requested and said, before you could conclude on this issue, could somebody please come and witness, at least physically see my concern? And then at least with your knowledge of what I am concerned about, if you're comfortable to deny me the variance, then that's fine, I will take it. That was how that visit was established. I waited. It took some time for them to come. Instead of coming, the city, at least the city manager had been on my property once before. So I was expecting, hoping that maybe he will come this time too, at least. When he came the first time on my invitation, whatever the issue was, he resolved it by his discretion. Because it wasn't an issue at all. I was just being harassed unnecessarily. And he stopped it. So I was hoping that this time, hopefully he will come again like the second time. That was why I made that. But instead, a contractor, Mr. Vasquez, was sent to my property. And when he came, he refused to discuss anything with me. Entirely refused to discuss anything. I asked why. He said, well, that his duty out here, that he was sent to come here, observe, and then report back, that his boss will eventually contact me with his report after he has given his report. I said, look, I requested for this visit. You are in my house. I welcomed you. I showed you. I let you into my house. At least you talk to me. I'm a human being. I'm not just an object that you will come here, look around my house and walk away. He said, well, that's the instruction he was given by his boss. And he left. He was there with two inspectors, the two original inspectors that were inspecting my property, that did all the inspections on my property from the start. He left, never discussed anything with me, not even the issue for which I invited them. 5 days later, I received a letter from him, stating the letter that the city official just read to you. I received that letter. And that letter states all that she just said. What you will notice in that letter is that it did not say I should stop work. It said I should not do work in the areas concerned, in the areas that he stated. That was a specific instruction in that letter. Immediately the next day, I replied that letter as regards to number one concern in that letter, which is the alleged increase of scope in the project. I replied immediately to inform him that, well, unfortunately, you refused to discuss, because if you had discussed that issue with me at that time, when you were at my place, the same inspectors that you were there were the people that approved it. That had been long built, done, and approved over a year past. The section that he has mentioned were approved by the same two inspectors. In fact, this is the inspection, this thing, on the inspection note on that section. The inspection note here, particular to that section, it even talks about the beams, the posts used particularly for that section alone. It's all here, okay? So what he described here is what he wanted me to do, and he said, made it clear that I must scrutinize the details for that section and build according to that detail. Otherwise, to avoid reinspection, for me to avoid reinspection fees or something like that, okay? He warned me in this to follow according to the details, detail 29. That detail 29 is this. The approved detail 29, okay? I have sought the city attention to explain to me this detail, which the inspector based his approval on, based his inspection notes on, insisting that I do according to this. I've never had any explanation for this. Never had any explanation at all for this, okay? I didn't approve it. I didn't plan it. No, sorry, I didn't do the engineering. I had a California licensed engineer who did the engineering, and the city approved it. And the inspector insisted I build according to it. And I did. That same inspector approved it. Now, a year later, because I sought variance, the city comes and tells me that the thing already approved is no more approved, that I should take it away or get a new, or submit a new plan for it. And they won't talk to me. They started giving me citations. I requested a review of those citations online, several requests. They ignored it. They started sending me, the city started sending me daily mails. Each day I receive up to 5 mails per day. One citations, the same citation, the same citation in different, one pasted on my door, the other on my garage door, the one by registered mail, the one by regular mail, then another one by, it's all here. Every day. Then it got so bad that I had to come here. They were driving me crazy. I had to come here and I on top of my voice, I'm sorry, because I didn't know what else to do. I want that nobody should paste anything on at least stop embarrassing me within my neighborhood by coming to paste things on my door. Then that stopped. As that one stopped, they increased the mailing. Now, before I know it, I started getting collections. They sent collectors after me, after my family, for $1,300 daily fine. $1,300 daily fine, without due process. If you think I violated, at least take me to court. At least get a judgment against me for that before you start harassing me with collections. All these here, every day. I'm sorry, please. Bear with me, I'm just emotional. Every day, I get, all these are from collections. Some of them here are from the city directly. All these are collections. Every day, I get $1,300 collection letter, telling me with what is it, that if I don't pay, they were going to take it to the franchise tax board and do whatever. It's here for anybody to read. Okay? Just yesterday, I received a letter or a response from the city denying that they did not send these collectors after me. This is city-owned, city of Beaumont. Ms. Taylor denied in her own statement that was submitted to me, that was emailed to me yesterday by the deputy city clerk. In her statement, she denied the city didn't do that. While she's denying it, I have her own exhibit submitted to the hearing this thing, stating the same amount of money. $1,000 for daily city, this thing, and $200 collection fee. $300 collection fee. While he is denying it, she's still submitting exhibit showing the same thing she's denying. It's in writing. The city clerk has it. She sent it to me. Okay? So I don't understand what's going on here. Okay? The fact remains, like I said, I will go straight to the point. The structure is there, already built. This is the approved plan. All we need to do is take a look at it. If it's nothing on this detail that is there, my God, the same day I will pull it out. The same day I will pull it down. If you will come there, see it, witness it for yourself, and that is built, what is built there, let's put aside the approval. Okay? I can even go with them that it wasn't approved. I can put it aside. But we go there, and what you witness there is not this, I will pull it down. That's my word I give to you. I won't even contest the approval anymore. If that is not this, I will pull it down. Okay? Now, my only sin, the only sin I committed was coming to ask for variation to protect my family from danger, from radiation danger. That's my only sin. Even Mr. Pedro said it to my wife and myself out here when we came here and insisted that we must talk to somebody. We insisted on that day that somebody must talk to us, that we're not living here until eventually he came out. As we were discussing, my wife is a witness here. He said, well, I caused it all for asking for the variance. He said, if I had not asked for the variance, if somebody had not come out there, this wouldn't have come up. That's my sin, as far as he made me understand. You make something up because I asked for variance? My God. Something that has been approved a year, even longer before then. Then I continued my work in the areas that even are not affected in whatever letter they sent me. And I called them for inspection, they ignore me. Yes, I got your question. Do I know to call for inspection? Yes, sir. I called for those inspections. They ignored it. They wrote me a letter. In my response to that letter, talking about my permit expiring, I still called the attention to the fact that I've been calling for inspection, and they ignored it. They keep telling me, well, they're not going to respond for inspection because I refuse to do what they said. your letter in the first place did not stop me from working. You gave me permit to do a project, and you have concern about one part of the project. You didn't tell me because of this concern that I should stop the whole work. You said, no, stop work in that area. It's in the letter. You can read it. It's clear. And I did work in other areas that even the correction, the step and riser corrections that I did, immediately I called them. They won't even come for it. This is the house where my family lives, exposed to the weather. The city wants me to get frustrated and leave it and run away. Oh, I don't know what they expect me to do. I had to fix my house. I kept telling them they wouldn't. Then I continued my work until they gave me a stop work order, just this February. All this while, I've been working. I never stopped work. The permit I received, first of all, they're telling you that they gave me permit in 2014. That's the permit here, 2017. Yes, I got the permit in 2014, but it was for a different thing altogether. So they're mixing it all up. I'm not sure if it's incompetence. I don't know what it means. But as far as I'm concerned, the permit for this project is right here, issued in 2017. This permit is for a retainer wall that I did in 2014. I moved into that house 2014, right? 2013. And I did, as soon as I moved into the house, I did some work that included retainer wall, and that is what I took this permit for. Okay? I don't know if it's hatred. I don't know what it is. If somebody just hates me. I just told you about an issue. They issued me ticket, gave me hell until I came here. Invited the city manager. He came in. So as soon as he visited that stopped. That citation went away because it was irrelevant. It shouldn't happen. Okay? This is not the first time I've had issues with the city of Beaumont, sir. I have been to court with the city of Beaumont for a similar thing. The city of Beaumont settled it. Okay? I wasn't happy to go to court with my city, but I didn't have a choice. I was forced. Can you imagine the frustration I'm going through with my family at this time? Exactly the same thing. Can you imagine what she read, what she was discussing about all the violations? And by the time they came back, everything has been fixed, only for 2. Nothing like that. Could you imagine me, anybody, living with seaware running over? Can you imagine anybody living with cobwebs? Can you imagine any of those things she read out loud here? Can you imagine it in this day and age, in this country? Anybody living like that? No, it's to make me look bad. Okay? And it's to distract this very council, this very honorable council. Okay? It's to mislead this council, like the hearing this thing was misled. Look at the appeal. She denied in the letter she sent me yesterday that the appeal does not, that the appeal didn't discuss attendance. Of course, she just gave us copies of this. On page 5, persons in attendance. You see that, put it straight. She denied in her letter yesterday that this doesn't state that. I mean, why should anybody be telling such lies? I'm sorry, but that's what it is. When you see something that is so obvious and you deny that it's not, even in writing. Here, persons in attendance. That's the decision. Her own copy that she just shared. Now, that hearing was a kangaroo court hearing because nothing. I wasn't. Now, in the listing, they claim how many people? They claim some people. Some people were there, weren't there. Ghost members, I guess, ghost attendees, I guess. But the fact still remains that if the two inspectors that did this, because the reason, I'm sorry. The reason why there was a second inspector on my property was because after he gave this instruction, the instruction on the note on how this instruction, I tried to inform him it had to do with the treated wood that I used for posts and beams. On that particular section, so I told him that it's allowed that those treated wood are even harder, better wood, and more expensive. It's just that I already had them, that's why I used them. They're more quality wood. If you come to my property, you see I have more than enough wood to finish mine. I said I use them, and they should be allowed. Okay, why people don't use it is because they are specialty woods that people use other places, in other areas. So I'm using it because I have it. So coming the next time, you can see it's only him here. Coming the next time to confirm before he could approve that me using the wood, which he commented on here. On that particular section, that was when he brought the second inspector. That was when that second inspector started coming with him. And if you look here, on that next visit, both of them co-signed the approval. Both of their signatures, you see it, right? Clearly here. Okay? Now, I can understand why the city thinks, or the contractor thinks he could make a case out of what he's saying. It is because the plan they approved, the details, the engineering of the plan they approved deviated from the from the architectural architectural plan of the this thing. That's the reason. But I didn't do that. An architect drew something. I came, requested for permit. You said I must get a California licensed engineer to engineer the property. I did. He engineered it. I realized, it was later on I realized that the same person that called out eventually to come out is the same person, the contractor that they use for plan check. I just realized it the other day after I was researching. Just realized, oh, this guy was only a contractor. I didn't know that was it. I don't know that he was until I cross-checked all the information I had. Now, he approved something he thinks he shouldn't have approved. And now he wants to dump it on me. The city inspector insisted that I do the work according to the what do you call it now? The details, the engineering details. And I did exactly what he said. It's all here in his own handwriting, even issuing a warning for me to avoid the inspection fees. It's here. I didn't do this.
Excuse me, Mayor. We've hit 25 minutes per your request. Just wanted to let you know.
I'm sorry. Is it Mr.
Ilopotaife.
Ilopotaife?
Sorry, sir, may I say something?
It's.
No, it's not pertaining to this. I was going to ask a question because.
You've been given your 20 minutes, or actually 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you, but
Thank you very
when
much.
I didn't see this, when I didn't see the clock, because if I had seen the clock counting, I probably would have known how to control my time. Okay, when she was talking, and I didn't see this. I wondered why. I gave my wife sign to check. I wonder why this wasn't going on, because I don't know what the time is until I see, if I'm seeing the time, then I'll be able to control my time. That's just a fact, sir. I'm not.
I understand that, but
If you ask me to stop,
you
I'll
were
stop.
given 25 minutes.
How do I know when the 25 minutes stops?
Because I just let you know, sir. So
That's so
you're finished now.
okay.
And what we will do is, council will now ask you questions in regards to what you presented.
Yes, sir.
All right? Councilmember Finn?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Ilo Putaife, am I saying that correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right, good, thank you, good. A few questions for you, and I think they're kind of just yes or no, so I think I can go through this kind of quick. Did you hire a licensed contractor to do the work for you at the home?
I didn't have to, no.
Okay, so did you do the work yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who submitted the design plans to the city on your behalf? Did you do it, or did you, an engineer?
An engineer, California licensed
Okay.
engineer.
Were you aware that the work being done to your home was beyond the scope of the approved plan?
I wasn't aware because it wasn't.
Okay. And then was the letter from this, all right, so then if you didn't have a contractor, that question doesn't apply. Were the additional violations that were noted by staff, have those been remedied?
I don't know what that's what I just said. Those
Okay.
those are distractions.
Okay, so
There-
in particular then, if you give me a second, I'm pulling up the section in the agenda packet.
Okay.
So the additional violations that were listed, one was the nuisance vehicles, that there were vehicles stored in your backyard, the refuge and waste, sewage on the ground, insect and vermin, parking on the yard prohibited, and it's titled premises maintenance, and then salvage material. So has any of the yard been cleaned up and so forth since that letter was received?
Sir, her statement here told you, if you follow that statement well, and it's even in writing, that by their next visit, that every other thing has been fixed. She said it here while reading what
Okay,
you just quoted.
yeah, and sir, I'm referring to the items outside of the home itself that are in the yard. And the reason for it is to see, and the reason why I'm asking, has there been good faith on your part to cooperate, to say if the city is saying that there's a violation on my property, am I, being you the homeowner, taking care of the other items to see that there's good faith of work going forward, is why I'm asking.
Okay. An honest answer to that is yes, because I called after I received that courtesy notice. I knew everything that was on that notice was nothing to do with anything. I called, I invited the city to come and show me what the courtesy notice was about. As regards the violations, you just... A gentleman, I think his name is Jack, he still works with the city. He can be here, he can be called to testify to this. Came, answered that call to come inspect my house as regards that notice. Because I asked, I don't know why you wrote me this. But for it not to go further, please come, show me what it is, and I will. When he came to my property for that inspection, which I invited him as to that letter. He checked and told me, well, he doesn't know why he's here because he didn't find anything. He pointed out my vehicles that I had parked in the vehicle, in the compound. And I told him, yes, about my vehicle, it had been an issue in the past. Those are my vehicles, they all run. The city gave me conditions to keep my vehicle to be able to keep my property. Those vehicles are my property. I should be able to store them, or not really, because if I park my car in the garage, it's still in my garage. If I park it, the condition the city gave me that they must be parked on paved ground. That those vehicles must be parked on paved ground. I showed him, I said, look, go look. If there's any that's not parked on paved ground, then tell me. I met the city conditions. He asked me if he could take pictures. I said yes. He took pictures and he left. That was my effort to cooperate with the city. I called the city to come show me. Now she tells you that on their next visit, everything was salvaged. Nothing. I didn't do nothing. All I did was call the city to come tell me, show me. That's all I did.
Finn, has your question been answered?
Yes, thank you. And then I do have one more. So, sir, you mentioned that if it was discovered, and if I understand you correctly, that you need someone to come out to the property, verify the work in person with you, to verify that the items that were built to the home are different from the plans themselves. Did I understand that right?
Can I repeat myself so that because maybe I don't know, maybe.
Because how I understood that you said was you made the comment, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if what was built was not on the plans as you held them up and you used the
That's
word
right.
details,
That's right.
if that is not the same, then you would take those out.
Exactly.
Just clarifying that I understand that, just a yes or no.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's
all
what I'm
right.
saying.
So I'm good, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, and if I say thank you and move on to another question, I'm not cutting you off, I'm just for time's sake, okay?
Yes, sir.
So my first question, you state under number 2 prejudice of your statement of your grounds for appeal that you have evidence that there was an inspection on August 15, 2018 that did occur and that was being suppressed. What evidence do you claim you have?
Eight fifteen, 18, right?
This is August 15, 2018.
18. That's the inspection, and that's the approval. With the 2 signatures.
All right, thank you. You were given a clear path to compliance that the city wrote for you, clear steps on how we believe you need to be in compliance. Why haven't you fulfilled that?
Thank you for that question, sir. City wrote me a letter. I have every right, at least to respond to that letter, unless somebody says, I don't have the right to, I don't have the right to anything. You cited something. You told me something that I know is not correct. And I replied to you, and I said, what you cited was wrong. You should have mentioned it while you were here, and it would have been resolved.
So are you disputing the engineers and the building inspectors' findings? Or are you disputing the communication in which you were?
I'm disputing the finding, whatever it is he wrote on that, what you just quote.
So are you disputing the fact that the plans and what the inspector says do not match? Or are you refuting the inspector's knowledge of the structural soundness?
I am disputing the fact that he said that I went out of scope. Okay? That is what I am disputing.
So in other words, you're disagreeing with that fact that you went out of scope.
With the alleged fact that I went out of scope.
Okay, so a question I have is you were given, there were inspections in which there was a need to go back and re-inspect, and a need to go back and re-inspect according to our records, and I don't show proof that you had fixed what was said to be fixed. So are you saying that you just decided that they were wrong and that you did not comply with what the coding building inspectors were asking you to do?
Sir, I don't have a record of something that I needed to do, with the exception of this letter, which I dispute the accuracy of it. There is nothing, no corrections that have been issued to take care of that I did not, or that I ignored.
Okay, so what you're saying is I have on my report that you have a July 19th of 2018, an August 7th of 2018, and an August 13th of 2018 work that needed to be re-inspected. Are you saying that you had no knowledge of work that needed to be re-inspected?
Sir, these are prior to this 8/15/18. July, and all those are prior to this. If there were things, this is just common sense thing. If there were things pending to take care of before this, I won't have this approval here.
Okay. Last questions. On the rear deck, how can you explain that there is a roof on the rear deck in which there are no plans for?
I made it clear here. I discovered when I built this structure, I discovered the height of that rear deck, the closeness in proximity with the high tension wire. I feared danger of radiation, and I went only on that aspect, that area, put a cover on it. When I put a cover on it, the inspectors came. You see this, the same inspection here. They said, before they approved it, they made it clear here that I shouldn't cover that area. Okay? In this note, prior to this, they also noted it on the bottom that I should not cover that area. Prior to then, they had already informed me that I need a plan, an approved plan to have that cover or get a variance. That was what I went to the city for. It took me a whole year to get attention, which I got through the mayor, to get attention seeking that variance. At the end of it, when I eventually realized that it was becoming a problem, I took it down. Because I was waiting when they insisted that I must not, they know there says it, that I should not continue work on that area.
But the question I have also is that you know that the plans that you submit cannot be modified, because if so, then they're deviated. So by the time you decided to change that, then you knew at that point that you were deviating from the plans. And what I'm afraid of is there's a pattern of deviation that we have yet to see, but I'll continue to listen to other testimony before I comment more on that. But at that point, when you knew you had a change and you did so, you knew at that point it was changed. That's my question. I'm wondering if you have a tendency of not following the plans exactly correct. And when we go out there and find things aren't exactly like the plans are supposed to be. And I don't know if that's because you've decided to modify it, or in your own opinion, you think that maybe this will be better, or I can do this a little differently. And at the point that the permit and the building inspectors come out, we find that that doesn't agree, and therefore we have conflict. Can you comment briefly on that?
No, sir. There is nothing like that.
Okay.
I followed their instructions. You see, if you see this, you see how methodical he is in giving me instructions and insisting I follow his.
All right.
I follow. So I mean.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. So you said, I think in response to Councilmember Martinez's question, that you didn't go out of scope of the original.
No.
Okay. But do you, and then this letter here that you quoted on June 4th, 2019, no, I'm sorry, the letter was sent on September 10th from the city buildings official. You indicated earlier in your testimony that this was not directions for you to stop work, correct? There was no instructions to stop work.
There was no instruction for me to stop working all the areas.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
So, but you also said to Mr. Martinez, I believe, that you recognize that the second story roof, 400 square foot, was not on the approved plans. You did say that, didn't you? That the roof that you put to protect from the wires, the roof that you put over the back patio, you indicated to Mr. Martinez that you understood that that was not on the approved plans.
Yeah, I explained why.
Okay, I know why. I know you're saying why, but what we're trying to do is trying to judge what's going on as far as what we're hearing. And in the same manner, line of questioning, you told Mr. Martinez that you didn't go out of scope, but then you did say that you recognize that the roof was not in the original plan. So that is going out of scope, correct?
Sir, the question was after.
Okay, I asked you if you felt you had gone out of scope.
In that area, in that particular area.
I'm talking in respect to the original permit is what I'm asking you.
Right.
In respect to the original permit, where the city is claiming that there's a problem because you went out of scope with the original permit, you indicated to Mr. Martinez and also in your testimony that you never went out of scope. But then you also indicated that you understood that the roof was not in the original permit, so that is going out of scope. So then the other question I had for you is on this letter you indicate that it didn't say to stop anything, but it does say across, it says, there are a few things worth noting in order for you to proceed with your project. So that's saying if you don't, you need to note these before you can continue direction and scope and work already performed. And then it also says, in order to proceed with revised plans, you should be prepared, and then I indicated those, indicating the increased scope of work, structural calculations, and the T24 energy calculation. So I think what is hard for me to understand is, when did you request the variance?
I requested the variance, I can't remember the precise date, but the variance was prior to this letter. The variance I requested was the reason why the inspectors came out at all before.
And you requested a variance because of which item?
Because of the back,
The roof.
the roof
Okay.
over the patio.
So you knew you needed a variance for the roof?
Yes, I knew I needed a variance, and that's why I requested a variance.
Okay. And then with this letter that you received, do you agree that the front has a second-story dormer pop-out which has been enlarged into an enclosed room?
No, I don't agree.
That didn't happen?
No, it didn't happen.
Okay. And you don't agree then that the area has lateral design issues with improper seismic bracing?
Well, I don't agree because
So let me ask you this, one last question. Is there any of the claims that the city makes, any one of them, that you agree with?
well,
Or have they made
No.
a good argument on any of the claims that you are disputing?
the rear patio cover. On the rear patio cover, which I eventually removed because I told them, give me time. If you,
So that's, no, that's okay, we already heard all, but that's the only issue that you're claiming that you addressed, and it's the only issue that you claim the city is correct in assuming that that's a problem.
There was the stair rise issue. There were three issues mentioned that. The stair rise issue was an issue that was.
No, I understand you dispute that. What I'm trying to find out is there anywhere in this entire 3-year process where the city has indicated to you that there are problems, with the exception of, are there any problems that you agreed to with the city that you agree were a problem? Or is everything that the city is claiming in all of their inspections and all of their letters, is everything they're claiming not valid? That's a simple yes or no. I mean, either you do think everything was invalid, or you think there were some issues that maybe there's some point there, maybe there's some issues that I should fix, that I should address. That's what I'm asking you.
Sir, I'm sorry. It's not a yes or no, because the yes or no question is what you were trying to corner me on now by saying.
No, I'm not trying to corner you. I'm
sir.
just asking, sir, I'm just asking you if you agreed with any of the claims the city made. That's a
Sir.
simple question.
Sir, you just mentioned when I said I deviated, and then I didn't deviate, okay? Because when we address one issue, we go to the next one, and then we compound things, okay? So if I'm going to, please just give me, all this while we were talking, I would have answered your question.
Because you're not answering my question. My question is, are there any issues that you agreed with that the city had concerns?
There was one issue,
And that was,
the patio cover,
which was out of scope from the original permit.
yes.
What did you agree with on that?
That the cover, I shouldn't put the cover, that
Okay.
I shouldn't have the cover.
So with the exception of that for which you were asking a variance, everything else the city has claimed is not valid.
I just told you about the staircase.
No, so you agree the staircase is a valid complaint?
Sir, the staircase was a correction pointed out, which I corrected immediately and called them for inspection, and they did not go for the inspection. If you heard my testimony, sir.
Okay, so
you
then,
follow
so
me.
that is an issue that you agreed with. So there's 2 issues that you agreed with.
There were 2 issues that
That's all I needed to know. If there's no other issues, everything else the city's claiming is not accurate.
Only those 2 issues are the issues that I agree with. Every other thing, what you just read,
Wait, I'm trying to understand, those 2 issues are the only 2 issues that you decided you needed to address? Or are they the only 2
no.
issues that you agreed that the city had a valid claim for? I'm really not trying to trap you, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to tell me.
sir, okay now, let me make this simple for you. I submitted a pleading. In that pleading, all your questions are answered in that pleading. Could you please, sir, read it? Sir, I don't know how, if you're not going to let me answer your question,
No,
the
but
way I'm comfortable
we've
answering
read,
it.
we've read everything, we have all this documentation, I watched the video of the appeal, so I'm very familiar with your positions. But I'm just trying to understand if, because it seems to me that there's a pattern here of you not wanting to address anything the city's bringing up, other than those two issues that you brought up. I'm just trying to determine if I'm,
Okay, sir. What are other issues? There are only 3 issues here. What are the other issues that I don't know? I've told you that 2 of them I have worked on. 2 of them have been worked on.
But
There are only 3
did you go through the proper process of working on them? Did you get new plans approved? Did you get
Sir,
the inspections along the way?
I had options. They said either remove it, I should get a plan, or remove it. That's what they said.
That's not what I'm reading, but I think you've answered my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Santos?
Mayor, yeah, I have a quick, simple questions for you on this. I mean, one is the city. I do, do some, projects, and I do comply with the city privately. No influence, no nothing on that. I mean, way back then. I mean, I've been here for over 16 years now, and I do some projects. Simple as I do comply. And seems like, the issue is compliance. Probably you know what compliance is. I mean, whatever you submitted in the city, you have to comply. And then you got all your approvals and everything. I do appreciate that. I mean, here's my questions. When you, get involved in buying the property in 2013, you saw the tower in there ahead of you. The tower, I mean, the electrical tower or
Okay, yeah.
on the back, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're aware on that will be there for forever.
Of course.
Yeah. And then that's the thing that you initiated to put that cover. Is that correct?
Yeah, after I discovered the proximity to it.
You discover, I mean,
Yeah.
you didn't see when you buying the property, there's a tower right there on the back of you. I haven't seen your property. I just listening to you on that.
So I saw the tower.
Okay.
Okay, I saw the tower just like the city. This thing knows the listing of the position of the tower, and yet they approved it. Before I made that design, I never assumed. If I thought that was my property at the time, if I thought of anything about the radiation before submitting that, I would have either not even put it at all or planning to have the cover.
Okay. And then my reading your your report and everything, the city also. Why there's another project you have in front of your house on that?
Sorry.
I mean, like a covered a porch you have on the front of your house. Is that permitted, or is it part of your compliance thing? I just like to understand
Yes,
that.
sir. I showed you.
You have submitted that, right?
I didn't do this permit. It's signed here. It's approved here. This is city stamp. I
Okay.
just told you, and that is the area we're talking about.
Okay. I just like to understand that.
All we need to do is go there.
Okay.
With this approved plan, and we follow it. Check every beam here. Check every pole, every post here. Check everything here.
Okay.
If it's not accordingly, then we have an issue.
Very good, sir. I just like to move on. So my main thing is you've seen the tower on the back of the house when you purchased the property.
Sir?
You've seen the electrical tower on the back of your house.
Yes, I seen that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, just a couple questions. You keep referring to the job card, the yellow job card that you have that was provided with your building permit.
Yes, sir.
So typically on those job cards, the front of it has
Yeah.
printing and a number of inspections that need to take place in a certain order. The only signatures so far that I've seen are the ones on the back that only speak to covering the roof. Do you have any signatures on the front of that card for inspections that were performed and signed off?
Yes, sir, there are a few of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, again, I don't guide the city inspector on how he does his work. All I do is present my card to him, and he does his job. I don't tell him you must do it this way, you mustn't do it this way. Okay? When he did this here, there are 2 inspections he did here behind it. He did this first one on the 8/15/18. There's the second one on 6/19/19. Those are his. If he comes,
Understand. Can you, is framing signed off on the front of that job card?
sorry, I didn't get that.
Framing?
Framing.
Typically, they'll sign off framing when they walk through the entire house and it matches the approved plans and they're seeing that the beams and everything are in order. So it's just a simple, yeah, it's signed off or no, it's not.
Like I said, I don't teach him how to do his work.
I understand, but as a owner builder, you need to understand what you need to have signed off before you proceed to the next step. And what it appears based on the photos is that you've gone way beyond the scope of what's been approved and reviewed because of the plans that don't appear to match the site conditions.
So, well, okay, good. When I insisted, when I told him, that I asked him, why are you doing this? This is unusual. I asked him that. He said that this is for his knowledge. He told me the framing was okay, and he checked the framing and checked everything. Before he permitted me to load, he said, I can load the roof. I can load the roof. That was after he did his framing. And I asked him,
Well,
why? Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, I'm sorry.
So, and I asked him, why is it a problem as he checked all this to check those here? He said, well, he's fine with this, that this does his work. Then he explained to me, the other Mike also explained to me, he said, without framing, without approval of framing, that there's no how any inspector will permit you to load. That was their explanation to me, to load the roof. So he says, by permitting me to load the roof, he should tell me, or tell anybody, that the framing was okay.
But nobody signed off on the framing, correct? Okay.
I can't force him to do that.
I see also on the photos that it looks like you've started the plastering of the dwelling unit of your house.
Yes, sir.
Is there a signature on the lath inspection on the front of that card, sir? Just a yes or no, it's either
No,
signed? Okay.
no, sir.
So you've now scratched and lathed the house without any type of inspection. So
Sir, so I'm sorry.
That's
Did
okay.
you, did you hear me say that they refused to come out on my calls for inspection?
But
Should
I
I
also
force the
hear
city to
that,
come out?
yes, I heard that, but I also heard that there were some discrepancies on the plans, which doesn't allow you to move forward and do work and then cover it up. It only makes things more difficult in the long run. So on the dormer, on the top of the house over the garage, there's a number of windows in there. Are those windows identical to the ones that are approved on your plan? Or did you add more windows, as it states in the letter?
I didn't add more windows. It shows,
It shows windows all the way across?
this is the framing.
I'm sorry, sir?
This is the framing for that roof.
Understand, but there should be another sheet of paper that's with that plan that shows what the elevation, pictures of the front of the house, what it will look like when it's done.
Yes, sir.
Does that match what you
I
built?
made a comment here during my statement. If you heard it, it explained what just your question, but I can repeat it. The comment I made pertaining to that is this, that I do understand that there was a deviation from engineering from the architectural plan. I made that comment, that I do understand it. And the inspector understood it because we talked about it when he insisted that I do this. He insisted I would go according to the engineering, that whatever I was pointing wasn't engineered.
Right.
So he insisted I go by this, and that's why I went by this. It's all in his note.
But again, the pictures of the house that were approved on your approved plans, do they show the number of windows that you've installed?
As
It's
per
co-
the dome,
On the dormer over the garage, sir?
the dormer doesn't even have the side windows at all.
Okay,
On
perfect.
no, on
So
the-
you added the side windows, because the concern that I have is you talked about, you added the back roof because of the safety concern that you had for the wires in their proximity, even though those are running through an Edison easement that are not close to the rear of the dwelling unit. But looking at the way that this was framed, because you've added all the windows across the front, you eliminate any, what they call lateral bracing for that dormer. And then you have a very heavy roof. So I have safety concerns with the way that you built this because you didn't follow the approved plan and you didn't get the revised engineering. So, one other question. You said that you used treated posts and beams because you had that material on the site and you wanted to use it? And the inspector said, no, you shouldn't use the treated
I said
material?
that the inspection had concern with me using it
Right,
in that area.
okay,
And I told him, as I understood it, it was a more quality wood. And I used it in that area. And he said, I told him, well, he said, find out, because he's in the note here. In this very note, he says, make the call, get the call, show the call for, the calls for the integrity of the structural of the treated lumber. So here, okay. Now that was when I told him. I said, look, go, okay. I will look for it. I will look for I will go back to the lumber yard and get this thing, what do you call it now? The rating.
yes, sir,
The rating for the wood.
right.
But before then, confirm from your superior at the building department if I could use that. By the time you come, I may have what you asked me. That was why when he came the next time, he came with his superior. There were two of them. They came, both of them, inspected it, went thoroughly, even underneath this thing, every inch, including the windows, including everything, before both of them signed off.
Okay. I've seen the signatures, and those are just for the roof covering only. They don't cover any of the structural elements of your construction that you've done. It's just roof covering. So, you've answered all my questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I would like to ask right now for, do we have any additional questions from any city representatives?
Do we have the inspector who signed the back of that yellow card on?
Yes. So at this time, we can ask additional questions of the city staff.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we get the inspector who signed the back of the job card?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry, if I may add, my pleading is actually my testimony, because I did that in accordance to my understanding of this hearing that I was sent. I was told that I didn't know I was even going to have this time to talk. I was told in the email I was sent, it was made clear to me that I will have only 3 minutes to talk, that the writing is what counts. I can read the email to you. That I will have only 3 minutes to talk. And that my writing, and that was why I took my time, I did my pleading thoroughly, and she sent, after she sent me their answer to my pleading, I did a rebuttal to their answer, which I sent to her, both under the penalty of perjury. And those are my testimony to this. This is just an addition to what I never expected, because she told me it's in writing. She gave me a format that allows me only 3 minutes to talk, that all my distance has to be in submit writing.
We've allowed you over the 20 minutes that is allowed. You provided your side of the story.
I didn't prepare for that.
Your side of the facts. And we've heard those. We've asked your questions. It's now time for us to proceed with the hearing. Thank you very much.
I'm just saying, accept
I
those
appreciate
as my
that.
testimony.
Thank you. Can we get the inspector?
We have them on via Zoom. Is that screen on for you?
Yeah, he's on. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Mayor Pro Tem White has a question for you.
Well, I wanted to hear from the inspector, but you're better at asking the questions that you asked the gentleman regarding the yellow card, so I would prefer to defer to you asking this question.
On the signatures on the rear of the card, when I read those, it appears as though they're talking about the roof covering. Was that a signature signing off on the roof deck structure itself?
That was for him. He was allowed to cover the approved portions only of the roof.
Okay. And then the signature, I believe, Councilmember Martinez referenced, is it May or August?
August 15, 2018.
What was?
August 15th, 2018. That's the one that we signed off the roof deck, okay, approved portions only. That was it. Nothing else. We were trying to work with him so he can get that roof covered.
Oh, okay. To protect the plywood?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that?
Well, I got a clarification. So the paperwork says that on August 13th that we went in for inspection and that whatever required re-inspection. And then on August 15th, it says that we did not conduct the inspection. That was when nobody answered. And then he says that somebody was there on August 15th and that someone did sign something.
We signed the back of the card, I believe, on August 15th. That's what I'm reading. It was a long time ago, and both our copy and that copy signed August 15th, and it was to cover the roof deck of the approved portions only.
Okay.
Signatures that they were identifying on the front of the job card, were those the footings and foundation, or what signatures?
Ground plumbing and footings and foundation.
Okay. Did you sign off any other mechanical, structural, or electrical?
Nothing.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from any other staff?
I do have one while he's still on.
Okay, sure.
So the owners claimed, according to our report, we had inspections on July 19 and August 7. But according to the owner, we didn't have inspections on that day, if I recall correctly. So do your records show that we did inspect that day? And was it only for roof again?
I don't recall at all on those dates if we had inspection.
Okay. And I know it's been a while back on 2018. Can we clarify from staff, what is our record keeping policy? Do we have notes that you take out on the field that are submitted and kept on file? Do we have a retention time for those? I mean, it's difficult to ask someone 2 years ago what's going on. Is that a procedure?
Last inspection I see is 8/15/2018.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is that my report says subsequent inspections were conducted on July 19, 2018, August 7, 2018, August 13th, 2018. And according to the owner, they did not
Yes,
exist.
I see them.
Yeah, so I'm trying to verify what's going on, because it shows that either there's a pattern that we went out there and there was non-compliance for reinspection, or it shows that we didn't go out there, and that's what I'm trying to get
We
to.
went out there and he had corrections, and the second time we went out there, he didn't fix the corrections that were there. And so we had to go back out again.
Okay, and in your opinion, would those probably coincide with those dates that I gave?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty sure they
So
did.
you're telling me that we did physically go out there? The dates can be in dispute, but at least we did physically go there, correct?
We did go out there on 7/19 and we
Yeah,
did
okay.
do an inspection and it had corrections.
Okay. All right, that's all I need. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Sure, Pinckney, can you let us know what our options are at this point?
Sure. So you've heard. Turn this on. So you've heard the presentation by the city staff and the appellant, and you've had an opportunity to ask questions. And the next step would be to consider, in my view, just listening to everything, giving some direction to the staff and continuing the hearing to August. And at that time, based on the comments of the council this evening, some of the options would be to affirm the administrative hearing panel's final decision in order to abate the public nuisance at 1421 Faircliff Street. A second option would be to reject the order of the administrative hearing panel. A third option would be to modify the order of the administrative hearing panel. Just by way of example, if the council believes that based on the evidence presented, that it is inclined to affirm the administrative hearing panel's order, but wants to grant the appellant additional time to abate the violations and come into compliance with the code, the council could find that the appellant violated the code as alleged, affirm the administrative hearing panel's order, but grant some additional time to the applicant to correct the violations to the city's satisfaction. But in either case, regardless of which option or some deviation of those options the council might go with and give direction to the staff on, the council should continue the hearing until its next meeting and provide us direction so that we can prepare a resolution and findings for the council based on the directive that you give this evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So if we affirm the decision from the appeals, which I,
You're right.
up once today. So if we affirm, you can hear me now, right? If we affirm the decision from the appeals panel, and we do just that, then what are the ramifications for the property owner at this point? Do they still have the option to remedy some of these items? Or I'm not sure what happens after we affirm the decision, if we choose not to provide additional time.
So you were provided with a copy of the decision of the hearing panel in order to abate the public nuisance from the administrative hearing panel. You have that before you. The appellant has that before him. And it lays out what the process is, and it includes in it on page 7 an order to abate a public nuisance. And it provides that in our capacity as hearing officers and in accordance with the determination by the property, which is subject to this proceeding, is a public nuisance. I hereby order the abatement of the property at 1421 Faircliff Street, Beaumont, California. And then A, the statement of particulars, incorporates by reference the decisions and findings, and I'm paraphrasing. B, the owner and or agents of the owner shall abate the nuisance within 30 days of receipt of this determination. An inspection shall be scheduled and conducted on the property by building and safety code enforcement to include the interior and exterior of all structures on the property. And then C, deadline for removal, the owners and or agents shall cause the property to be cleared of non-conforming uses and nuisances and call for inspection of the property within 30 days of the date of this decision and order is set forth herein. And then there's item D, authorization to abate the owner or representative of the owner or any mortgagee, beneficiary under any deed of trust, or other person having interest or estate in the subject premises may at his own risk abate the nuisance. And then it's set forth that they had the right to appeal. So, it did provide for an abatement opportunity to the property owner, and obviously, I believe those dates have passed now, because that was signed on May 25th, 2021, and I don't know exactly what date this was provided to the owner, but they would have had 30 days from that time period to make the abatements. We're now in July, so if you're inclined to adopt something similar to what the administrative hearing panel did and grant additional time on top of the time that was already granted by the administrative hearing panel, you could do that.
So the appeals panel said you had 30 days to fix the issues, and be open to an inspection that the issues have been fixed. And because of the appeal to the council, that direction I don't think has been taken by the property owner. So we could just say the 30 days starts from the day that we affirm the appeal.
You could, that's correct.
Okay.
And that would be in August.
Okay, but
And we would have to provide a copy of it to the city would have to provide a copy of it to the property owner.
But if we did that, we're not directing staff to continue to negotiate the issues. We're just saying we affirm the process that has gone to this point, and we now need you to begin fixing those issues.
And as I understand, the directive that you're offering, the 30-day period to correct or abate the problems would commence upon the order being issued by this body.
Okay, thank you.
If we provide some type of a program, additional time, and we set timeframes that need to be met, let's just say 30 days is Mayor Pro Tem White's referencing, and that timeframe is not met, can we just say at that point, just to move forward with the decision that was made from the appeals board?
The council could direct staff, if the timeframes aren't met, to move forward and seek an order from a court authorizing abatement, or in the alternative, another option that might be available to the council is to have a receiver appointed over the property, or at least to petition the court to appoint a receiver over the property to correct the violations or take whatever other action is necessary or appropriate. Receiver is appointed by the court and under the Health and Safety Code, and works to abate the nuisance, correct it, and other statutorily authorized actions.
Okay. I have a suggestion, if you want to hear it out, or before you ask any?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, based on the photos that I've seen, the testimony, the information or the lack of information on the job card, and the questions that were asked, it appears as though that the structure as it exists today on site does not match what was approved by the city. Work has continued, work's been covered, so I don't think 30 days would be enough to address if we allowed another 30 days for the owner to correct the issues. What I would suggest is that we allow, of course the owner would have to agree, 60 days for the owner to hire an engineer, go through the structure and evaluate the structure itself. I would want a structural engineer, I don't want a civil engineer on this, to evaluate the structure, prepare plans, and have those ready to submit. So 60 days to contact an engineer, have him walk the structure. 90 days for the engineer to prepare plans based on the inspection of the unit, the dwelling. And then there would also need to be a time frame, and I'm not nailed to this, but 90 days or 120 days to complete the construction based on the revised approved plans. And if any of those time frames are not met, we just allow city staff to move forward with receivership so that the dwelling or the house gets finished and the items that are deficient get fixed. Because to me, I see some things that concern me. I've heard some things that concern me in regards to the structural stability of the home. And, you know, things need to be addressed sooner rather than later. That would be my idea. Yeah, I'm open to any other suggestions or comments from council members.
I got a question, for liability to the city that, you know, and I agree, I think maybe I can support that. My question for legal is this, Mr. Pinckney, so, I know I'm not an engineer and so forth, but looking at some of our comments, from our inspectors where we have seismic, bracing issues, load issues and so forth, I'm really concerned with the occupants of that house. Extremely concerned. I'm also concerned with the neighborhood as well. By allowing a 120-day extension, are we in the city have any liability by allowing a structure to continue to be occupied? Or would there be a need for no occupancy during that time to exist to ensure safety?
I'm not qualified to answer that. That's something that your building official would have to answer, and they'd have to have access to the property in order, I believe, and I don't want to speak for your building official, but I believe they'd have to have access to the property to make a determination whether it's safe to be inhabited.
Does a city have authority to extend time of this such, knowing that there could be structure issues, assuming they'll be fixed, or having some sort of a opinion from an inspector really requested or and somehow, in your opinion, perhaps suggested first?
Well, we don't have, to my knowledge, currently, as we sit here today, evidence that the building is structurally unsound to be inhabited. I didn't hear that, but that's your determination to make as a council. So what was being proposed was that you would have a structural engineer out there within a 60-day period. That, and I want to be precise in my notes here so I make sure I understand what the direction is for staff. That there would be a finding by the council that the structure on the site was not compliant with what was approved, that it's not compliant with the code. And that you would allow 60 days for the appellant, the property owner, to hire a structural engineer to evaluate the structure, and that would address some of the issues that Councilmember Martinez just raised. And then would it be an additional 90 days on top of that to prepare the plans and submit them to the city?
Yes.
Okay, and then in addition to that 90-day period, there would be 120 days to complete construction, to make corrections, to bring the property into compliance with the code and within compliance of the permit and any other city requirements that are applicable. And then if any deadline that was just mentioned was not met, the city staff would be instructed to move forward with the process, the legal process for the appointment of a receiver to take charge of the property to ensure that it's brought in compliance and whatever, presumably take whatever other actions under the powers awarded to receiverships under the Health and Safety Code.
Yeah.
Okay, so two quick things, sorry, I just want to follow up on that. So number one, I'm okay with that. I don't know if you want to add an opinion by that structural engineer, whether it's safer occupancy during that time of construction. I'd be safe, I would be comfortable with that, knowing that it'd be.
That'd be good.
And second of all, how do we know that there's no other construction going on at the same time we're doing that construction? Do we have the stop work order in place right now that doesn't allow anything else until this is fixed? Because I don't want to go out there and find something else being done or stuccoed or something at the same time. We're trying to fix one thing and then start all over with another problem.
Stop work order has been issued.
Okay, and it stays into effect. Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Mr. Mayor, my question's for Christine. Would it be reasonably, would it be reasonable to expect that an engineer could do the design work and then obtain city plan approval in that 90-day window?
I suppose it could be. I would hesitate to speak on behalf of any engineer considering, they have to look at their current caseload and whatnot. But if someone could get in there and inspect and get plans drawn up in 3 months and get it through probably at least one round of plan check through the city, Pedro may be able to give a little more information on how long it would take for building and safety to look at the extent of what they're wanting to do. But I think 90 days is reasonable to get that done.
Yeah, because I certainly understand, plans can be submitted, the city requests a change, it goes back to the engineer, they make the change, it gets resubmitted.
Right.
And so forth. And I'd hate that process to not be long enough and we put the homeowner in a bind, and so forth. So if he's able to comment on that, that'd be nice.
Pedro, are you there?
Is it? Oh, yes, I'm here. So in plan check, we'll be able to expedite the review of it. We have no control how long will the structural engineer will take to resubmit if resubmittals are required. But we're able to expedite the submittal. Typically for a new submittal, brand new submittal, is 10 working days, business days. But it's something like this, like a resubmittal or revision, we will do it in 5 working days.
That sounds fair. Thank you. Appreciate the info.
Keep the tight window so that the plans are turned around quickly.
I'd like to add something else. If a concern of the structural stability of the structure right now, may I suggest that a structural engineer immediately does an observation, a walk it, and verifies that it's sound, as the concern was mentioned by Mr. Martinez and Mr. Lara.
Yeah. You're saying that you're agreeing with that?
Yes, that an immediate structural observation is done by a structural engineer to see if the structure is safe as it is. Yeah.
So we could add that to the list, that there would be an immediate structural engineer that would go out there and immediately determine whether the building is safe for habitation.
Right.
But you should state a time frame for that.
Yes. We should.
What a reasonable timeframe is.
Pedro, what would a reasonable time frame be for that? Would that be 30 days or would that be 60 days additional or?
I think in 30 days is sufficient. I've seen it done sooner than that.
Okay. And you're talking about having some destructive testing done just to ensure beam connections and things like that, or?
No, by inspection, structural engineer observation by inspection.
Okay. So they need to open things up and visually see what's
Yes,
there.
if you're concealed, yes.
Yes, okay. So concealed work needs to be verified.
Yes.
What time frame would
30 days?
so the applicant would have 30 days from the date the order is issued, which will be next month, to have a structural engineer go out and confirm in writing after doing an inspection, including concealed areas, that the building is safe for habitation.
Yes.
So a quick question on the time frame. So what was the first 30 days before Mr. Martinez?
It was 60 days to go through and evaluate the structure and so we put that down to 30 days to evaluate the structure. And the next step is 90 days to prepare the plans and get them.
Okay, so the 60-day,
And
that's
get
what
them
I'm
in.
wondering whether or not the structural engineering was part of your original 60 days to have someone say that the building is sound per Mr. Martinez's concerns. Was that part of the original 60 days?
The part of the original 60 days was just to have the engineer go through and evaluate it and then prepare
Okay,
plans.
so my suggestion, and I think that's what I understood, my suggestion is that the 30 days and 60 days both start at the same time.
Okay.
And that we have 30 days to be told that the building is safe.
And 60 days for the plans to
And
be
then
prepared.
and at the same time, the plans for 60 days are
Useful.
done, rather than going 30, 60, 90, because we're already at 270 days if I did
So-
my math correct.
It would be 30 days to have results from the structural engineer's examination that says the structure is safe to occupy. During that time, the clock would start for that 60-day time frame for that engineer to also prepare plans and get those ready for submittal.
So 30 days to confirm that it's safe, and then an additional 30 days
To complete the plans and structural
to hire the
calculations.
structural engineer to evaluate the structure and complete its review. So it's not 30 and 60, it's 30 plus an additional 30. Is that correct?
Right,
Okay.
that's easier to understand.
And then we have 90 for plan submittal and approval. And then 120 for
Yeah.
120 for construction, correct?
Yes.
So is it time for a motion?
If that's the direction of the council, then we'll prepare a resolution and an order based on the instruction that we received this evening, and that will come back to you. And that, by the way, gives the property owner additional time because it knows the direction that the council's going. But you'll have that before you at the next council meeting.
Okay. The other thing too, if staff could prepare costs, have our attorney costs as well as staff costs covered, so that we have an idea of the investment of time and for that. Thank you, Christine.
Mr. Mayor? He has a question first, and then I do.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
I still would like to affirm the appeals board's decision. I would like to make a motion to affirm the appeals board's decision with the additional, and this is the direction we're giving staff.
That's fine.
Okay.
Giving us direction to prepare a formal order and resolution.
Correct, but it's just
Okay.
because I don't want to have to come back to
Right.
Understood.
this discussion again if the timeframes are not met. So
I agree.
my motion is to affirm the appeals panel's decision, and then to allow for 270 days to address those issues.
Right, and to give direction to staff to come back with a formal order and resolution with findings in it for you to take up at the next council meeting.
August
And we're
3rd meeting.
continuing this hearing until that date.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
and I'll second that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Finn?
yes, I do have a question. Is the council expected to make any decisions as to the current code violations and the amount that's owed?
What staff will do is leave a blank amount in the proposed order, and you can determine that amount. Right now, I understand from the staff report, it's upwards of $76,000 in fines, for example. We'll leave that amount blank for the council to fill in at that time. I mean, you can certainly discuss it this evening if you wish to, the matters before you, but my plan was just to have staff leave that blank, and then you could decide what fine was appropriate, and then also you would have a report on the amount of staff, the cost of the staff time and the legal time as well, and
That'll
you
come
can
back.
determine what you want to do with those numbers.
I'm okay with discussing it then.
Yeah, in addition to that, that would be nice to share also what's the cost of, the engineering and everything? Who will bear for that? Is it some of it will be a cost of the owner? We have to disclose that to him too, on that.
On
The cost of the engineering.
the cost of engineering is burden, the owner is gonna hire the engineer himself.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if we have to notify him about that.
Yeah, it'll be in the stipulation that the owner's responsible to hire the engineer,
Okay.
okay? Any questions?
There,
Understood. That'll be up to you to make your decision that way.
so I have a motion and a second. Do you want me to call roll call before we
Please.
continue?
Yes, please.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem White and a second by Mayor Laura.
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. So, do we need a break or are we good to go forward?
What time is it?
8:18.
Uh,
I could use a break.
yeah, I think we need. a break.
Okay.
So one last question, just so verification. you said that the order or whatever we're going to do is gonna happen next month.
Well, it's gonna happen at the next council meeting.
And that's when all of these timeframes start working.
That's correct.
So,
So that gives additional time between now and then, based on the comments and direction that council's given, that the applicant, or the appellant is aware of the direction that you're headed based on the motion this evening, which won't become final until the resolution and formal order are before you at the next meeting. So the
But we are
dates will
not-
stop ticking then.
we are not asking the property owner to agree to this. This is
I didn't hear
direction.
that. I didn't hear that. I heard that what was given as direction to staff was an order that will, a formal order that will be prepared based on the evidence given this evening. And if it's not complied with, the direction to staff is to seek the appointment of a receiver.
So if he follows the timeline that we've laid out for him, he's agreeing to it. If he does not follow it, he's not agreeing to it, but we're still moving forward with
Correct.
what we've laid out.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, 5-minute recess. Right? Okay.
It was a firework. Mhm.
When you're going north, it's on the right, and that power line's on the left, there's a circle, right up, park over there, and then we see everything. And there was a house right next to us that launched one of those lasers like in front of her face. Like, yeah, that house, come on over.
We just have Mr. Cabrera here.
Okay, we will take care of this young man and, as soon as we, start.
New process for next week then, next time? I guess have them, someone physically go over there and tell them maybe?
Yeah.
Something.
Do we still, Nicole, do they still go in this room too, or is it just this one now?
We just did that one.
Okay.
Yeah. And we can close it and just do the hallway. That way I get a visual too, you know, but
On the agenda,
uh-huh.
we do public comment, if you'll just add, a sentence that says, you know, anybody that is in the overflow room,
Okay.
please come in and grab a comment card,
Okay.
so that we know that you're,
And then you're saying it every week, in case there's somebody's new in there.
Right.
Mhm.
8:34. We had missed some folks that had public comment, and so we'll go ahead and do public comment at this time. Nicole, can you
And I will
call?
call up Mr. Ramiro Cabrera.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. The citizens of 8th Street between Xenia and Allegheny on the south side of 8th Street have asked me to run a petition, and I knocked on doors, and you can see in front of you the people that have signed it, and with it I amended some photographs. And our concerns, all of us, even the people that didn't want to sign, that don't want to get involved with city politics or anything, we all agree that the children that the crosswalk guard escorts on Xenia traversing south from Sundance School. One of the photographs that I have here that I'll hold up would be the students, children, that live on the Allegheny Apartments on the corner of 8th Street and Allegheny, and the Tuscany Apartments on Allegheny to the south. These are family condos and apartments. These children, when the crosswalk guard crosses them, the photographs that I have taken, maybe about 2 weeks ago, nothing's changed, shows some of the obstacles that these children have to traverse in getting home. It is something that needs to be addressed. What the photographs don't show is that hopefully we'll go back to normal here pretty quick. The cars that are parked on the north side and south side of 8th Street as the children are all let out at the same time, it's a zoo. So far, there hasn't been any accidents. But with all of the construction that now is about ready to come to an end, with the Sundance project on the corner of Highland Springs and 8th Street to the north, we would like to see a sidewalk put in. On the north side, all we have is your light, night lights, I don't know what you call them. We used to call them marble lights at the Edison Company. All of the utilities are on the south side, your power poles, your fiber optics, Spectrum, Frontier, whoever has the cable TV stuff, all of the utilities are on the south side. So if you can see the pictures that I amended to this, shows a lot of unevenness and obstacles that the children have to traverse in getting home. I thank you for your time in paying attention to this. All of the citizens between, in fact, all of the addresses are on here. We all agree that we should look at this for the safety of the children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and your patience this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question real quickly for him. You said north side for sidewalk. Are you referring to the south side of 8th that you're requesting a sidewalk?
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Because the north side, it's all done.
Already has, okay.
Yeah, it's pristine, beautiful. By the way, a lot of people exercise. That area right there, that whole area, in the morning, the sun hasn't even come up, and there's people out there jogging, and, and it's a thing of beauty to see elderly folks, young folks, children, moms, dads, everybody. And the biggest kick I get is a little kid, maybe 4 or 5 years old, whatever, on a little bicycle. And dad and mom are out there hustling, getting their cardio. And the little kids are right there on the bike, and it's just a thing of beauty. So that area up there has turned out to be a jewel for the city of Beaumont.
Thank you.
Is there anything else anybody'd like to ask me?
Yes, we have your comments. We'll follow up on them. Did you need?
Is there anything else you need from me?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to our public hearing for item 12. Public hearing in the first reading of an ordinance for a proposed amendment to table 17.03-3, permitted uses in base zone districts of the Beaumont Municipal Code, adding additional permit uses and addition of definitions to chapter 17.14.030. We have a staff report by Christina Taylor.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you all hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this item is related to the item that was adopted on consent calendar today, and previously before that related to the storage uses and the ordinance that was adopted. So now that council has approved the ordinance and it will take effect in 30 days from today, staff has determined that there was some cleanup to the code that needed to be done, which included adding the new and or refined definitions that were included in the ordinance. We wanted to make sure they were also included in the definitions section of the municipal code. We also wanted to make sure that the new and changed verbiage as far as uses go were input into the permitted use tables, and that it was consistent with the ordinance. So what's included in your staff report are the definitions directly from the ordinance and where they will be placed in the municipal code, which is the definition section, chapter 17.14.030, as well as a redline version of excerpt from the permitted land use table from the municipal code, which is table 17.03-3, showing what has been moved or changed so that it's consistent with the ordinance that was recently adopted. That concludes my presentation, but I am happy to answer any questions you might have about this item.
Thank you very much. So with that, I will open the public hearing at 8:43. Do we have any public comment at this time?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions from council? Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just to clarify, Ms. Taylor, there were no zoning changes, correct?
Correct, yeah. No zoning changes, no changes from permitted to unpermitted, no additions of conditional use permits, nothing like that. We simply cleaned up the categories to be inclusive of the items that were included in the ordinance and make sure the definitions were also included, so everything is consistent throughout the municipal code.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any additional questions, or do I have a motion? Oh, okay. I will close the hearing at 8:44.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we waive the full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending table 17.03-3, permitted uses for base zone districts, and amending chapter 17.14.030, definitions of the Beaumont Municipal Code.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to or public hearing, item 13, California Environmental Quality Act, initial study, mitigated negative declaration review for Pennsylvania Avenue widening project between First Street and Sixth Street. Staff report is Ms. Carol Kendrick.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Presenting the initial study mitigated negative declaration for the capital improvement project to widen Pennsylvania Avenue. This draft study was prepared to determine the potential environmental impacts in conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act, which is also referred to as CEQA. The project proposes to widen Pennsylvania Avenue and add 2 additional lanes between First and Sixth Street. It does include improvements to the Union Pacific Railroad at grade crossing, the freeway ramp terminals at the I-10 within the Caltrans right of way, and the addition of a new sidewalk for the length of the project on the west side. The CEQA analysis was prepared by Moffitt and Nickel and is included as attachment A to your staff report. The document identified potential impacts related to biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazard and hazardous materials, and noise. Mitigation measures have been proposed to reduce the level of potential impact to a level of less than significant. The mitigation measures are included in attachment A, and the pages that those specific mitigation measures are included in your staff report. The draft document was circulated for a 30-day public review period, which began on June 3rd and concluded on July 6th, and staff received no comments to date. However, we determined that there was an error in filing with the state clearinghouse, which also requires a 30-day hearing process or public review process. So that hearing or that public review process will conclude on August 9th. The item before you was already advertised and noticed prior to discovering the error, so staff is recommending that the public hearing be opened and continued to the council's August 17th meeting for a final action. This is after the 30-day public review period with the state clearinghouse. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. We also have the Public Works Director, City Engineer Jeff Hart, available for any questions regarding the project, and we do have Stephanie Oslick with Moffitt and Nickel to answer any questions you have regarding the draft CEQA document. This concludes my presentation. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kendrick. With that, I will open the public hearing, or the continued public hearing at 8:47. Do you have any public comment?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
Hold that just 1 second. Yes, Nicole, I have Ron Roy on the line. He'd like to speak. I will transfer him in.
Mr. Roy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're on the
Thank you.
line. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Good evening, council. Yeah, I was bringing my voice into this item. Can you hear me? Okay. The question I have is, okay, I get an echo, so I get an echo when I talk. But anyways, is the city council, my understanding, they're going to be developing an active transportation plan which will include Class 4 and Class 1 bike lanes. And I'm wondering, for that extension, I don't see any Class 4 bike lanes, which are typical for an urban part of a city. So will they be modifying the rendering later to include the Class 4 bike lanes? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Yep.
Ms. Carroll, were you able to hear that question?
Yes, I was. I know that the community development director would like to comment on this.
Hi, Mayor. If I won't speak to the design of Pennsylvania Avenue, I'll leave that to Jeff to talk about. I will speak to his comment about the active transportation plan, though. And yes, the city will be working on developing an active transportation plan. We're working currently with our with Townsend and Associates, as well as with SCAG and WRCOG, as well as contacts through Caltrans, to look for available funding and be ready for when the ATP cycle opens. We have not yet determined necessarily what class level of bike lanes will go where, but that would be addressed more as we go through the planning we go through the planning document preparation process for active transportation.
Thank you. Mr. Hart, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to speak to this project specifically. We are looking to have a class lane. It will not be a class 4 bike lane, but we would have a bike lane on the west side of Pennsylvania. As you may recall, previously we have reduced the improvements on the east side due to some environmental and right-of-way concerns. And so while we will still have a complete 4 lanes arterial circulation, the sidewalk and additional widening and curb and gutter will be deferred until development occurs along the east side.
Thank you very much for your explanation. Do we have any additional public comments?
Carrie, do we have anyone else on the line?
No other callers on the line.
So with that, I will go ahead and
We're actually going to continue this public hearing.
continue the public hearing to the August 17th, 2021 City Council meeting. Do we have any discussion from council? Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yeah, I'm not sure who this is for, but in the second page of the staff report, in the second paragraph, it mentions that the additional lanes within these limits would result in a 4-lane major highway as specified for this roadway segment by the Beaumont General Plan. So I guess what does that mean as far as that's going to be a 4-lane major highway, I guess, designation? Is that going to still allow for the safety of bike lanes on that?
Yes, it will. This is the classification that was approved in our circulation element of our streets. So it's a 4-lane arterial. I think highway could be potentially misleading, but the speeds would be relative to the environment. I don't believe that I have the speed information on top of me, but it's 45 max, but it would be safe for a pedestrian and bicycle environment.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I don't know who addresses this one, maybe Jeff. We had talked about a no horn zone there and the need for the barricades in order to separate the traffic and so forth. Is that still in our plans? Because I don't see it as a part of this, the things that are going to go in that area.
You're on mute.
You're muted, Mr. Hart.
Sorry, if you, I don't know if the improvement plans are associated as part of your packet. So yeah, the installation of the improvements required for a quote unquote quiet zone are part of the project. So you would have the raised median that's required, extended both directions, and you would have the dual crossing arms for each direction of travel. So both north and south belt would each have their own set of dual crossing arms, which would allow for a quiet zone approval through the PUC.
Okay, so it is still a part of our plans to include that. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. So if there are no other questions, we will go ahead and bring this back. This hearing is continued to August 17th, 2021. Do we need John, do we need a motion on that, or is it just continued? Okay, I'll make a motion to continue the item to the August 17th, 2021 council meeting.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Okay. Okay, well, that brings us to action item 14. Nicole, if you will, what I'll do, with council's permission, is after we do action item 14, I want to move action item 20 up, because we have a potential consultant on the line, so I want to make sure that we don't keep them long. So we'll do action item 14 right now, and then we'll do action item 20 after that. 14, annual resolution directing the Riverside County Auditor Controller to place levy of special taxes for the city's community facility districts on the fiscal year 2021-2022 county tax roll. Staff report by Mr. Todd Pardon.
Mayor, before you start, I have to recuse myself because I have two properties on the 17A and 14.
Yes, sir.
Well, and actually how we have these structured is to do an overall presentation.
Okay.
And then we have specific resolutions for council, so where you have a conflict, then we would
That's the time.
stop, have council members recuse themselves for their pertinent pieces, and then take a vote, call you back in, and so we'll go through that. step
Very
by
good.
step.
Thank you. I'll stay.
So, well, I have a wonderful surprise for you this evening. We do have Miss Heidi Sheppy with Webb Municipal Services, who is our special tax consultant, who will be here to present this item to you this evening. So, Ms. Sheppy.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you all so we can get started on this presentation. And here. And we will go here. Right, so this evening we are presenting for your consideration the fiscal year 21-22 CFD annual levy enrollment for your Melrose Community Facilities Districts. An overview for you guys, an update for this year. We have 36 improvement areas within CFD 93-1. Those are active improvement areas with 62 separate taxes. So those are the combination of the facilities and then the services special tax. CFDs, the 2016s, 18-1 and 2019-1 have 15 separate taxes. As you're aware, we recently formed CFD 2020-1. However, that one isn't eligible for enrollment this year due to no development at the time frame required. And then this presentation will also go over some reductions that occurred this year for some property owners with some overall savings at the end of the day. So the purpose of the enrollment, we're required to pay the annual debt service on the bonds, so the principal and interest, the cost for city maintenance services, the cost of public safety services, administrative costs of the city and consultants, and then the collection of future facilities, which is limited only to those CFDs which are developing and have not issued their final series of bonds. So this is the master budget summary. So this provides you with an overview of last year's actual enrollment versus this year's proposed enrollment. You'll notice some reductions in debt service. Some of those reductions are due to just fluctuations in debt service year over year, which can fluctuate with the principal and interest requirements. But there are also those reductions that occurred due to the refinancing that was recently approved by the City Council. Maintenance services and public safety services, you'll see an increase in those. Those increases are due to both increase in development as well as an increase in the escalation rate for those line items on the property tax bills. Administration services, a slight increase that's also due to additional developments. We have one CFD where we are levying for a delinquency reserve, one improvement area of 93-1. and that's due to a significant delinquency that still exists outstanding with the county. We're in contact with the county. We believe that they are making partial payments or at least working towards a payment plan. So prior to our final enrollment, we'll reevaluate that with city staff and determine whether that's going to be a requirement for this year. And then an increase in the future facilities component is due to CFDs where we haven't issued that final series of debt. So primarily CFD 2016-3, which is currently developing. Some updates or changes for this year. Staff has evaluated and continued to evaluate ways with city council approval to reduce the special tax burden for that facilities component on the property owners. For fiscal year 21-22, as mentioned, we did issue one final series of debt for CFD 2019-1, which provided for a savings this year a little bit over $16,000 total for 118 parcels. And then the refinancing that was recently approved also provided some significant savings with 1,813 parcels being affected. So the summary, we've presented this in years past just to show an overview on an annual basis of the City Council's approval of savings for property owners and the efforts made to reduce the special taxes for the facilities component for the CFDs. So this year, we had the PAYGO reduction with the final bonding of 2019-1. We had the refinancing for property owners, and then 87% of property owners approximately will see level enrollment from last year. And then as a popular request, this reflects an update of efforts made over the past 6 years, including the projected savings for 21-22, if approved for enrollment this evening, is a significant reduction of all property owners with the PAYGO. Approximately 78% of property owners have seen a reduction due to refinancing, and then a very small portion, just a few improvement areas remaining that haven't been affected by any type of savings so far. So with that, we are open for questions. As Todd mentioned, we have 5 resolutions to be approved. The initial one will have the balance of the CFDs, and then the remaining 4 will require various council members to recuse themselves for approval of those 4 based on which improvement areas you own properties.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written comments for this item. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Okay, so for this first one, we can have full council discussion. We have any questions? Councilmember Finn?
Yes, I do have a quick one. Being the new guy on the council, I'm aware that, and I appreciate the slide that showed that 87% of the neighborhoods have had their CFDs refinanced. Are there any more that have been identified that are kind of earmarked for any near future refinances, or are we kind of caught up to this point based on a make sense approach?
Based on information from the underwriting team and the municipal advisor, it appears that we're caught up right now, but they are continuing to monitor. I think there's maybe 4 improvement areas that haven't been affected by a refinancing. I believe 2 of those are residential. So they're continuing to monitor those and look at the rates and see if and when those would be eligible for a refinancing.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Thank you, Heidi, for putting in this summary, because I always ask that. But just to clarify, I believe it's 97% of the parcels have not had any savings through our actions. Is that accurate?
That may be for this year, but overall, as far as the last 6 years of effort from the City Council, it's 3% have seen no changes in in savings from a PAYGO administrative or
Okay.
refinancing
So
reduction.
97% over the last 6 years since we started
Yeah.
the program to
Yeah.
redesign this. And,
Yeah, they don't add up completely because some have overlap. So
Right.
some have seen savings from both the refinancings and the PAYGO reductions.
right. And so the other question that I would ask is, do you know how much the dollar amount is that we've had for savings on these? You knew I was going to ask that.
As it happens, including projected savings for fiscal year 21-22, overall in the past 6 years, and this is annual savings, so year over year, you're right around $5,933,800
That's
of
pretty,
savings to property owners.
okay, that's pretty exact. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good job.
Good job to the city council.
If there are no questions, I'll look for a recommended motion on the first item.
Mayor, I move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont levying the special taxes in Community Facilities Districts Number 93-1, 2016-1, 2016-2, 2016-3, 2016-4, 2018-1, and 2019-1, and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls 93-1, 2016-1, 2, and 3, and 4, 2018-1, and 2019-1.
I'll second.
A quick question, though. Should that say something along the lines excluding the other? Because it just says 93-1, so that seems to cover our 4 areas as well.
Yes, sir, I believe that would be correct. So you could exclude improvement area 18, 14, 14B, 9, and 17A.
So if you could add that to my motion, I'd appreciate that.
Good catch.
Mayor, your second's still good?
Sorry?
Your second is still good?
Yes, I agree.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. On this next one, Mayor Pro Tem White, you'll need to recuse yourself, please.
Okay, and I'll recuse myself because my home is in improvement area 18.
Thank you.
And with that, Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying the special tax in Community Facilities Districts Number 93-1, Improvement Area 18, and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls IA 18.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. And with that, we'll need the recusal of Councilmember Finn and Councilmember Santos.
And the reason for the recusal is,
It's all right.
Sorry about that. I live in District 14.
I live in,
I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying a special tax in the Community Facilities Districts numbers 93-1, Improvement Area 14 and 14A, and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls in IA 14 and 14A.
I'll second.
You mean IA 14 and 14B, right?
Correct. There's a typo in that.
Oh, yeah,
Header
14.
14B
in the text.
corrected.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. I'm here for you.
Okay, that was a motion by Mayor Lara, second by Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
And Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
And Mayor, I may say that there is I think a typo on page 1 of that resolution. Should probably read, it's under section 2. And it just refers to improvement areas 14 and 14A. So we'll make a modification to that resolution for execution.
You make that,
And
Greg?
that's just a clerical correction.
Okay.
And with that, I'll recuse myself. I live in improvement area 9.
Mayor, I move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council, City of Beaumont, California, levying the special tax in Community Facilities Districts number 93-1 IA 9 and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls for improvement area 9.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
Mayor, I will recuse myself on, I live in 17A area.
Mr. Mayor, I waive that we, I move that we waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying the special tax in Community Facility Districts numbers 93-1, IA 17A, and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls, IA 17A.
I'll second.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Okay, and as indicated, we're going to go ahead and move up item 20, which is award a professional service agreement to LPA Inc. for the City of Beaumont Police Station feasibility study, PS-01, in an amount not to exceed $157,010, and authorize city manager to sign change orders in the amount of $20,000 for a total contract amount not to exceed $177,010. Staff report by Ms. Christine Day.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an item, as the Mayor indicated, is a professional services agreement to execute the feasibility study that was identified as part of your 5-year capital plan in 2020. This is a professional services agreement for the new police station. It is a feasibility study that is designed to basically overall plan for the facility for everything from space planning needs, integration needs, site planning, probable construction costs. We would achieve this through multiple facility tours as well as the space needs analysis by population growth. We would look at population triggers for the growth. Staff would bring back with the consultants several options. So we could do something such as a shell option with building, but we would look at the ultimate build out that the police station needs to be for the future growth of the city. The staff did prepare an RFP. We advertised that on August 19th on public purchase. You'll see from your staff report that we had 244 firms access the proposal. Staff received 7 proposals, and a panel of staff went through each of the proposals, scored them, and interviewed the top 3 firms. The top 3 firms, at the end of that, it was a unanimous from your panel, which included both the Public Works Director, myself, and then the police chief, the deputy police chief, all interviewed and came to the conclusion that LPA was the firm that could best meet the needs of the city. LPA originally provided a scope and a fee of $167,890. We were able to reduce that fee to $157,000. In addition to that, we were able to expand the scope of the proposal and the project to include visiting facilities that were outside of just Southern California. We felt like that was an important decision and ability to be able to see some other facilities and what they're doing for the future of policing and the needs and the integration of the different aspects of the police department. So tonight, the city council or the staff would recommend approving this contract in the amount of $157,000, and then also awarding some contingency that the city manager would be able to sign some change orders for a contract not to exceed $177,000. Jeremy Hart with LPA is here if you have any specific questions of him. He will be the lead consultant on this project and will work directly with staff, both myself as well as the police department as we work through this. The duration of this is about 6 to 7 months, depending on how quick we can move through and get to see some of the facilities and go through all of the data collection that the consultant needs to do. But we would anticipate having something back in front of you sometime next year, beginning of next year in the spring, for final adoption by the city council. And then basically what this will do is give you the roadmap for planning in the future. We did have $250,000 in this project, so this project will come in significantly under budget. Again, happy to answer any questions. Mr. Hart is also happy to answer any questions. And I believe Deputy Chief Yoakum is also in the city council chambers if you have any questions of him.
Thank you very much for that report. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, then I will open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
So, Christina, just for clarification, this is the new, when we talk about the new police station, are we talking about the station that's going to be over off of Potrero? Not Potrero.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So isn't that going to be a joint police and fire station? Is the fire station included in this analysis or this design?
No, sir. The fire station's actually already designed, and shortly we're working through the last stages of the environmental, and then that station will be going out for bid. The land is adjacent to each other, and so we'll make sure that it serves a little bit as much as we can as a public safety type complex, but the buildings will not be the same.
Is it, do we have to do a separate environmental study for the police department?
We will once we understand the footprint, but we'll be able to do that hopefully long before we get into design of the building.
And I'm not asking for anything concrete that you have to commit to, but just an idea of what kind of time frame we're looking at as far as having the fire station and the police department active?
So the fire station, we're hoping to bid here shortly. We have gotten some comments back from some of our tribal partners that we need to go through some consultations with them. So it's going to take a little bit longer. So I would hope that we could bid the fire station by late fall. In terms of the police station, this is just the feasibility section of it. Then we would need to determine the funding. But what this will give you is an idea of what funding we need to be looking for, and then can start to look for methods of funding at that point.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That's all I had.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, along that note, Christine, what's a typical length of time between a feasibility study and going out to actually getting the schematics and stuff drawn up on a building?
And that's actually up to the city council in terms of methods of funding. I've seen cities do it very quickly when they're ready to sell bonds and have a revenue stream associated with that. I think that the city manager, once he sees the actual cost of this, and we put into the CIP this year, we actually put in kind of a placeholder in future funding. It's a relatively large number. I would expect that this is going to come in the probably 20, 30, $40 million range, depending on, what we look at in terms of overall square footage for the ultimate build out of the city. That's a significant amount that we're going to have to determine how that funding is provided for. It's not something that we have specifically slated today. And so, again, that will be up to really the city council to determine that in the method that they're most comfortable funding it.
And the reason I ask is because I'm wondering what is the, I don't know, expiration time of this data? I mean, if we get something now and we realize we can't, fund it for 15 years, is it something that we're gonna have to go back and do another feasibility study in another 15 years? Or is the data pretty much gonna hold true with the exception of the, construction costs and so forth?
Yeah, I think if you're looking at a 15-year time frame, by all means, you would probably want to update this before you would go into construction plans. But and then, 15 years is a long time. Policing could significantly change at that point. We've seen a lot of changes over the last 15 years that will really drive some differences in what we're doing. But at a minimum, this should give you adjacency. It should give you, ultimate build out of construction square footage. All of those things can still move forward in any additional feasibility you may do if you are truly waiting 15 years. I think it's still a very viable study to put together because you won't know how much you need to fund without doing it.
Right, okay, that's the first step, basically, so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, quick question. Is this, is it on the design, on the concept of just one large building needed for city build out? Or is it a phase type approach with construction where you build a half-size building per se, and then you add on to it later as needs arise? What direction would that go?
Yeah, I think we would present both to you in the actual ultimate plan and give you some options for that. That's a great question. I think we'll be looking at things like 1-story versus 2-story. There are lots of dynamics that go with this that the council will get to make some decisions on. And some of that obviously will be, cost inclusive. I'm always hesitant to build a part of a building, for what you need today because you very quickly outgrow it. And I think we would come back and tell you that as part of the study. You've completely outgrown your existing facility. They're truly busting at the seams. And so best recommendation without having, we'll have to look at the cost is always to build some shelf space.
Okay, and then last question does it include keeping the existing facilities as perhaps a satellite office, to work out of?
It could. I would think that would be something that we would definitely discuss in the overall scheme of things and how the chief would see that playing in. But your main station would still be your main station. And there may be some things that we come to you with in terms of downtown that would encompass the land that's existing so that you may not keep it as a satellite station.
Okay.
I was just going to say, we were looking with the potential renovation of Building D in the back of including a police office workspace there in that building. The plan is to demo that building that's back there right now and repurpose that property to either parking or some other downtown need.
Okay, thank you.
A question for Mr. Hart. How many other police stations have you done, design-wise?
It's, I guess I would say the question is, what are we doing recently? We currently have 3 public safety police station facilities in design, built by my firm alone. We've got about 12 facilities that we built in the last 15 years. And then on the programming side, we are partnered with a nationally recognized public safety programmer who brings, almost 400 facilities that he's worked on in the last 20 years. And so what we really do is bring our programming partner brings some national expertise and understanding of what's going on across the country in terms of trends around public safety. And we're headquartered here in Southern California, and so we bring that local sort of experience and knowledge to the table.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and thank you for working with us.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to award professional services agreement to LPA Inc. for the City of Beaumont Police Station feasibility study in an amount not to exceed $157,010 and authorize city manager to sign change orders in the amount of $20,000 for a total contract amount not to exceed $177,010.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Okay, that
Thank
brings
you.
us, yes, thank you. Okay, that brings us back to action item 15, housing element update presentation by Ms. Christina Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening is a presentation regarding the current status of the city's housing element update. As you're aware, we kicked off the 6th cycle housing element update back in October, and we've been moving forward with preparing the document as well as having some community outreach meetings and such. The city's draft housing element was released for public review on July 9th. It's currently on the city's website. It was also sent up to the State of California Housing and Community Development Department to begin their review on the draft document. So we thought it was good timing to bring our consulting firm, Lisa Wise Consulting, and Jen Murillo, who's our contact there, who's been working with us to provide an update that will talk about the housing element, where we are at this point, and what you can expect to see for the rest of the year as we move towards approval of the document. So with that, I will turn it over to Jen, and she will kick off the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Christina. Yeah, I'm Jen Murillo with LWC, and I'll be providing an update on the housing element process as well as public outreach. I'll give you a highlight of the housing needs and conditions analysis we've looked at and talk about some of the content in the draft housing element. And before we get into the discussion, we'll talk about some next steps. So the housing element is a state mandated element of your general plan. It differs from other general plan elements in that it must be approved or certified by the state, and it must be updated every 8 years. The state requires all cities to plan for their fair share of housing needs, but state law does not require cities to build new housing, rather that cities must accommodate housing capacity through their zoning. And the state law requires certain components to be included in a housing element. And I won't go through all of these, but they include an evaluation of your current housing element programs, an updated assessment of current needs based on your existing community components and housing stock, an inventory of sites, so the identification of land that accommodates your housing needs, as well as looking at resources for housing production, constraints to housing production, and then finally an implementation plan that documents your goals, policies, and programs for addressing the city's housing needs. Now, since Beaumont adopted the last housing element in 2014, the state has continued to pass a substantial amount of new housing legislation. That includes requirements for how we identify sites, how we analyze fair housing, and also includes additional penalties for non-compliance with housing laws. Now, the updated housing element will reflect and respond to all of these new requirements. So the process for the housing element update began at the end of last year, doing a lot of data analysis and information gathering. And now, as Christina mentioned, we are in the public review period, both with the state as well as public review with the community. And our schedule is looking at after this review period where we gather feedback from the state, the public, council, planning commission, stakeholders, we will revise this draft housing element, making sure it addresses any requirements and comments from the state, and bring it back to planning commission and council for hearings, planning on the commission hearing in November and coming back to you, city council, in December for adoption. Public outreach for the project has included a dedicated page on the city's website, a virtual community meeting on March 18th, also email notifications, news releases, as well as social media to get the word out and get input. So quickly, some highlights on housing needs and conditions in the city. So overall, the city's income distribution for households is similar to that of Riverside County. However, Beaumont does have a higher household median income. Considering that though, still about 1/3 of Beaumont's households are considered lower income, meaning they earn less than 80% of the area median income, or AMI. And that's simply the median income across Riverside County. When we look at housing cost burden or overpayment, what that means is that a household is spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs. And Beaumont residents actually experience a lower rate of housing cost burden compared to the region. But we still have more than 4 of 10 renters in Beaumont being housing cost burdened. So although the rate is lower than the region, there still are households experiencing overpayment for housing. And as is to be expected, lower income households are much more likely to be impacted or affected by overpayment for housing. And Beaumont has historically permitted a much larger or higher rate of housing permits compared to the region. But those permits have largely been for single family units, which is great. It does provide a need for housing, but providing a mix of housing options, including multifamily housing, does help address other housing needs and provides other housing options for the community. Now, getting into the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, this is the documented state-defined or allocated housing need for the city. And a RHNA is allocated to every jurisdiction in the state It's allocated by the state to the region, and then the region distributes those units to individual jurisdictions. And the city must show how it can accommodate the total RENA number, again, not required to actually build or produce this number of units over the next 8-year period for the housing element. The RENA for Beaumont that we'll be planning for in this housing element is 4,210 units, and about 37% are market rate units, so above moderate units, 1,537, the rest being in the affordable categories of moderate, low, and very low. So the draft housing element addresses the housing needs and includes a number of appendices that documents the technical analyses and documentation that state law requires. But the main body of the housing element really focuses on the housing plan. The housing plan being the goals, policies, and programs that the city will implement over the next 8 years. The housing element includes that sites inventory that addresses the RENA. And Beaumont's RENA is addressed through 3 different methods. The first being accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. Those are projected based on relatively recent ADU permitting history with the city. The second is entitled and proposed projects, and those largely reflect the specific plans continuing to build out across the city. And those, as you can see, result in a substantial above moderate number of units in the above moderate category, which more than satisfies the above moderate RENA allocation. And then the final method is the sites inventory. And the site inventory looks at available vacant land at higher densities that the state uses as a proxy for identifying what sites could be considered for accommodating lower income. So looking at available vacant parcels in the city that allow for higher residential density, we do more than accommodate moderate income. Again, we have substantial excess really in the moderate income category. And then we have a very small shortfall in the low income categories, about 49 lower income units capacity that we address through a program, which I'll talk about in a moment. This is the map of the draft sites inventory. Again, none of the sites identified on this map are under an obligation to construct affordable housing. It's just identifying that the capacity exists and documenting that to the state. The tan sites are identified as moderate income, and those you see on the urban village area and kind of the eastern portion of downtown along 6th Street. And then the blue sites are identified as lower income, and those are primarily in the transit-oriented overlay district, and that is southeast of the 10 and 79 junction. So getting into a few programs we wanted to highlight tonight, the first being the RENA Housing Sites Implementation or Rezone program. This program is specifically included to address that very small shortfall of 49 units of lower income. And the idea here is simply to increase the allowed density on some of those moderate income sites so that we can shift them over into a lower income category. The next is a minimum densities program. This is just to ensure that assumptions we've used for the housing sites inventory are reasonable to be achieved over the housing planning period. And most of the zones already that you have already have minimum densities, so this is just focused on the downtown sites. We have some programs that will actually be addressed through our contract, LWC's contract with the city. That includes updating the city's ADU ordinance to be consistent with state law. It also includes preparing standard plans for ADUs to help streamline and facilitate ADU production. We will also be updating the city's density bonus provisions to be consistent with state law. A related program is an enhanced density bonus program, looking at evaluating density bonus provisions to assess whether the city could go higher in density bonus provisions above that mandated by state law. So some analysis would be done to determine if that's a appropriate amendment to the zoning ordinance to include. Also, a program for mixed-use parking incentives. This is also responsive to the parking management master plan work that has been going on in the city. So looking at some strategies for reducing parking in mixed-use areas to help facilitate housing development. And then, again, another program that is actually reflected in our current contract, which is adopting objective design standards for residential and mixed-use projects, again, consistent with state law that mandates objective standards only be imposed on housing development. So as Christina mentioned, the public review is open. It began on July 9th and will be open through September 9th. We have the website link here, and comment may be provided directly to Christina, speaking up at today's meeting or future public meetings. We will have another community meeting next month. Public hearings following towards the end of the year, and then anyone is also welcome to provide comments to the state, to HCD directly. So wrapping up here, some next steps for us is that we will be conducting some of the technical analysis for affirmatively furthering fair housing required by the state, the guidelines for which were released after we were underway, so that is trailing a little bit. And otherwise, the city will be collecting comments coming through, and we will be making any revisions necessary to the housing element for state certification. And that revised version of the housing element will come back for hearings with Planning Commission and City Council in November and December. So thank you. Please, we want to make sure we've got the link for the webpage and for Christina's contact information. Comments can be sent to her. And I think with that, I will wrap up. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
Yes, Ron Roy, one moment. He must have disconnected. Hold on just a second. Okay, I'm transferring him now.
Okay. Mr. Roy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead. You're on the line.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the presentation and giving us an overview of what to look forward to. I wanted to ask a question. The first one is on transit-oriented development, and I did hear you bring that up with an area which I guess is a blue colored area. For me, the comment I want to make is that there's incentives I've heard about where you can get transit-oriented development around a transit hub. And I'm hearing that downtown Riverside, downtown San Bernardino might be getting additional money if they develop around a transit hub. I've submitted information to the County Transportation Commission that the San Gorgonio Pass needs a transit hub. And it would be like the Arctic or the San Bernardino Transit Center. I was wondering, are you going to be, given the central location of the pass is around Highland Springs, you know, and 6th Street, let's say, and where the 2nd Street Marketplace is. I just wanted to know if you could just elaborate if we will be making applications or reaching out for conjoining the transit-oriented development with a regional transit hub. And so we can get on the list because there's other cities that are doing that. That I'm sure I confused you completely, but I just appreciate any kind of thoughts you have about that. Hello? Are you still listening?
Yes, just on
Okay, the other point is I'm against accessory dwelling units. There's a gentleman from the Bay Area who's one size fits all, who's coming up with this, and he's not flexible in his drafting of legislation. I hope the city council, when they advocate on behalf of the city of Beaumont to our state representatives, indicate that they have to be way more flexible for geographic areas like the San Gorgonio Pass. It's nothing like the Bay Area. Also, I would like to point out if they can have, there's certain size lots where I live, there's just no way you could do an accessory dwelling unit. So I'm hoping the city will incorporate some kind of a minimum lot size, let's say 10,000 square feet. I could see accessory dwelling units in like Cherry Valley area or the rural, historic areas where the lot sizes are bigger, where you might have, you know, quarter of an acre, half acre, an acre. That I don't have a problem. But where we live in these specific plant communities, I would be strongly against it. I just think the lot sizes are too small for a detached accessory dwelling unit. I'm just getting my 2 cents in there, and you know, I don't know what this kind of area is thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Carrie, do we have any other callers on the line?
No other callers on the line.
Okay. We have any discussion or comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem White.
First, I want to say that thank you for this information. It was presented in a way that makes it easier to understand what we're facing as far as our arena assignments. And then I want to acknowledge Mr. Roy. I too am strongly opposed against the ADUs, and we had a couple very lengthy discussions in council about what we as a city could do to push back, and there really is not a whole lot we can do. I do agree that we need to continue to advocate to our representatives in Sacramento that this is the wrong way to go, and it is a one-size-fits-all, and it doesn't fit in our area. But I can assure you, Mr. Roy, we've done everything we could to try and find a way to do some of the things that you're talking about as far as limiting lot size, making sure parking requirements are there. And there really is nothing that we can do other than sort of comply. But I haven't given up that fight either. But so now directly to the RENA, I have a couple questions for, I'm sorry, Jen, I have a couple questions for you. So in the map, you have the blue sections and then you have the tan sections. And so basically, I guess what we're doing there is we're trying to indicate to the state that we have areas that we're going to zone or are already zoned to meet our arena plan going forward. And I guess my questions to you are a few that maybe you can address all at once. So we're not required to use those areas. We're required if we have to or decide to develop something other than what we've indicated in our site inventory to maybe commercial or retail or some other use, we would have to make up for it somewhere else in the city. And then my other question sort of coordinates with that. If you do have to make some changes to areas that we're going to indicate as site inventory areas, if we went from an area that was moderate to an area that was higher density, or we encouraged higher density in one of the areas that was moderate, are those tools that we can use to be a little more flexible with where commercial, retail, and other uses may make more sense as we move forward for a city? So if you could just address, number one, the site inventory, that's not something that we're bound to, and then some of the flexibility that we might have later on if we want to make some changes to areas included in a site inventory.
Sure. So this map is showing existing capacity under your current zoning. So these are vacant parcels that allow residential at densities that we can use as a proxy for income levels. For example, the state identifies that if you allow 30 units per acre, we can designate that as lower income. So it's simply using a density as a proxy to be able to identify income levels. If any of the sites identified for lower or moderate income are developed with market rate housing or with commercial development, the city is required to maintain at all times capacity to accommodate the remaining RHNA. So if no lower income is built and lower income sites are developed with something else, and the city doesn't have any buffer in the RHNA capacity, additional sites would have to be found and designated to allow up to 30 units per acre. So when we're working with the city, and what we've done in the sites inventory is identified some of the moderate income sites that could be upzoned in terms of allowing up to 30 units per acre, that would give some flexibility to the city if lower income isn't built on some of those designated sites. I think that might speak to your question about flexibility with commercial and retail. If you have commercial or retail going into some of these sites, particularly lower income where you don't have a substantial excess, that might trigger, identifying other sites or upzoning some of the moderate income sites for higher density, so you maintain the capacity for the remaining RHNA.
You answered my question perfectly. You hit every point, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Jen.
Councilmember Martinez?
Lou, a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. First of all, I like how we're addressing that small shortfall by looking at the rezoning program. So I appreciate that. And I do like the way that we are doing facilitation in the urban village to accommodate the lower and moderate income houses as well. I am a proponent of ADUs because as a resident bringing an 88-year-old father-in-law into his house, I can see where ADUs definitely have their place. However, I am not the fan of the one-size-fits-all approach. I think we definitely have work there to be done. So I am pleased with our ADU ordinance. I believe it allows flexibility but still encourages ADU construction. And I do, wish that the city would have, of course, much more control over what we have. So, I'm kind of in the middle on that because I see the purpose and necessity, but I would like a little bit more, quite a bit more local control when it comes to some of the details behind that. My question to you goes to the density bonus. I read up on density bonus, and it's quite a bit of reading on that. in the plan, it says we encourage the development of density bonus for affordable housing. And I saw in there how we have maybe workshops and brochures, but can you just speak to what the encouragement for the development of density bonus means?
Well, we do have two specific programs for density bonus provisions. One is simply updating density bonus provisions to comply with state law. A second one is what we call an enhanced density bonus. That's looking at analyzing whether the city would want to go one step further than what state law requires. So would the city want to look at allowing higher density bonuses to encourage affordable units? Now, the program isn't mandating that the city do that. It's just identifying that the city analyze whether that would be something that would be feasible considering infrastructure or other potential constraints.
Does that help our position with the state if we were to go in that direction, or is it just a matter of policy for council in our city, whether we expand or not?
It would be conducting the analysis to give you the information to make an informed decision.
Okay.
The state is not requiring this program.
So it's a matter of our policy for council
Yes.
as well. Okay, that clarifies that. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you, Jen. I'm a real estate broker by day, and I see that the real estate market changes quite quickly at times. And even heard a little speculation to this, but I heard that one rental here in Beaumont had 75 applicants in one day. So my question for you is, how is that housing data and income data collected, and do we expect that to change over the next 6 months or a year? Is it constantly a moving target? And then ultimately, then the last question, so I understand it correctly, with what was been presented in your map and what the city is currently zoned, does that meet our needs for those next 8 years?
The map of sites is intended or does address the city's need over the next 8 years in accordance with state law.
Okay.
The question about affordability levels, correct me if I'm going down the wrong path, but the state identifies the income levels on an annual basis to determine what household income levels fall into the lower income category, moderate income category, et cetera. So on an annual basis, those are adjusted, and those are used by state programs for identifying eligibility.
Okay, and does that income include or account for retirees, since we have compared to some other cities, we have a higher percentage of retirees that may show a low income, but maybe their net worth is quite high, and so they live in moderate to expensive housing, yet their income may be on the lower scale. Does that account for that? Do you know?
When applicants apply for specific programs that are targeted to lower income, moderate income, et cetera, an analysis is done by those program administrators to determine that they meet the qualifications for eligibility. Now, each program is a little bit different, but so I can't speak to those specifically, but I do think they take depending on the program, they're going to take assets into consideration. For instance, if it's like a first-time home buyer, assistance with down payment, they're going to look across the board at assets to determine eligibility.
Or should somebody, for example, apply for Section 8 housing or something like that, that all that data is accounted for and then provided, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Santos?
Yeah, just a quick comment on the general plan we have. Christina, we did pretty good on the general plan, especially on the first street, that urban village we have in there. And we have a mixed use in there. I love that. I mean, I was just wondering that, Jen, about you mentioned about 1 acre, 30 30 units on that, I mean, that will jump pack that area on that location. But that would be ideal because, but the thing is, our council in here mentioned about the local control. And I think we have to do a lot of good policy and have a local control, especially on those kind of units. If not, we'll be seeing a, 5-story or 6-story, units, building, if we follow that direction. I think our council is, even our staff is really doing really good diligence and putting all the plans together on this. As I said, I mean, I will repeat myself on this. The general plan we have is instead of the industrial, light industrial, we stick on in our plan to have a multi units on that particular area. And as I said, I mean, it's a quick comment. I mean, I think we're in good shape on the RENA allocation on this. On 4210, I think that will be achievable for us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Just a real quick question. On the density bonus and ADUs, do those interact with one another, or are those completely separate? Are you looking at zoning for density bonuses and you don't take into consideration the requirement for ADUs that are allowed within residential developments?
Typically, ADUs don't make a material difference to density bonus projects. I mean, now ADUs are allowed in multifamily zones for multifamily projects, but it's not a material difference in terms of triggering those density bonus thresholds.
Okay, thank you very much.
And if I may, I think it is appropriate, as the council member mentioned, to commend the city on the general plan update work. I mean, this does make the housing element update analysis and compliance with the RENA a lot easier. You are in a far better situation than many jurisdictions in the state.
Thank you. We have one more question from Mr. Millman.
Mayor, not a question, a quick comment. The fact is that the state of California is in the middle of an affordable housing crisis. And one of the prime victims of that crisis is seniors. Now, I agree with Councilman Martinez that there needs to be some flexibility in things like ADUs, but I think that to be too restrictive would be a major mistake, given the real circumstances of what's going on in our state. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I add something?
Yes, sir.
I know it hasn't passed yet, the SB 9 and SB 10, and probably Christina is really on top of this. And there's a lot of bills on the Senate and will be going to the Assembly. They're talking about the ADU of putting a minimum of up to 10 units on the existing lot. So I think just like we said, I mean, we have to be proactive on the local control. And I think I addressed this last year, and I think it's coming up. And again, I'm not against the ADU. I'm a real estate broker. Also, I own a lot of properties, and but the thing is, we have to face the reality. Just like Mayor Pro Tem Lloyd White mentioned, there's not much that we could do because it's a bill, it's there. So we have to again put our effort and mind together, and let's work together on this. I mean, to minimize the overbuild of this kind of units. So I'm looking around, one lot, they will build 10 units, regardless of, parking. And there will be no restrictions on parking on that. So that's the future from now. I mean, I think it will be coming out next month on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Thank you very much for the report. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Jen. Christina, thanks.
Brings us to
Thank
item
you.
16, City Branding Identity Initiative Phase 2, Draft Design and Creative Briefs. Ms. Ashley Starr.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
You're muted, Ashley.
Yep. There you go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So in April 2021, city staff launched Beaumont's Phase 2 branding initiative with JPW Communication. And the initiative includes the development of a lifestyle logo and a tile design. And the design will convey 4 of Beaumont's unique attributes, which were identified in the branding initiative and feedback from the general plan update. Now, these 4 attributes are as follows. Community. Beaumont is a vibrant city whose charm is exceeded only by the remarkable people who call it home. Residents appreciate the simple things in life and knowing their neighbors and city history, passed on through unique community heritage everyone can feel connected to. Clean air. The mountain air in Beaumont is a bit different than your typical city, a bit fresher, a bit cleaner, the kind of air that makes you want to stop and take a deep breath. An ideal location. Though it may seem a world apart, the proximity to major transportation thoroughfares makes Beaumont the ideal location for families and businesses alike to plant roots. And the 4th is family. Beaumont is a community that is focused on the people. Beaumont is made up of families young and old, large and small, who come together to create a caring and welcoming atmosphere for everyone. Now, when you put these 4 elements together, they'll create a 5th image, which is a vibrant, flourishing city. At its core, Beaumont is a city rooted in humble beginnings, a farm town that has flourished into a dynamic suburban environment. With an eye toward the future, Beaumont cherishes a small town charm and strives to grow responsibly and sustainably. Beaumont is a city elevated. Now, JPW has done 2 different designs for the tiles, which are included in the staff report. But I'd like to go into a little bit more detail on one of them. So see if I can bring up the presentation here.
Okay.
Just give me one moment here. Oops. Technical
Where did
difficulties.
this go, man? That's my generation, man.
Okay, are you guys able to see the presentation?
Not yet, Ashley. I think IT's working on it.
Okay.
We're not able to see it from your end, Ashley.
Okay. Let's go back. Is that coming in clear now?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the first design, which you can see all 4 elements together. And I know we discussed in the initial staff report the coloring of these tiles. So all 4 of the tiles are within the city's approved color palette, the green, yellow, orange, and blue. And then here are the 4 tiles individually. So the first one in green is ideal location. And you can see the actual icons in a single color below, just so you can kind of get a good representation of what those are. So they look like little navigational icons for location. The next is community, and it looks like little homes. And then we have family. And lastly, fresh air. Now, as we discussed, when all the four of those elements come together, they create a fifth image in the center. So this is a vibrant, flourishing city. Now, these icons can be used in a variety of designs, such as street art, interior design as tiles, and on monumentation throughout the downtown. They could also be used in infrastructure, so as accents on bridge design, underpass design stamped in concrete, and decorative elements along the freeway. Collateral materials are also another use. We could create these as actual tiles, which could be used as coasters. We can use either individual icons or this center fifth icon as watermarks on letterhead or supplemental graphics, and also on lapel pins. And here you go again, where we just replace the center image with the city logo. It's just another idea of its use. So tonight we are just looking for feedback on these designs, just to see what council thinks of the design, see if this is something that you want to continue with, and what your thoughts are on the two that have been submitted. So at this time, I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, I do. I have a written comment, but I believe we might have it's from Ron Roy, but I believe he wanted to call in also. Carrie, is that correct?
Yes, I'm connecting with him now. I'll transfer him in just a moment.
Mr. Roy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're on the line. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you much. And I hope the council has a chance to look at an attachment I submitted, which is basically a PowerPoint showing imagery from Southern California tile makers. Okay, so I believe that I got an issue with this, okay? I believe to make something great, that thing needs to be subjected to diverse with a capital D and rigorous scrutiny. The more scrutiny critique, the better the design. Looking at the draft design in item 16 by JPL Communication, it appears the firm is using a decorative tile motif as a medium for city branding. I have some concerns about their design, okay? But first, I'm going to waste some precious time to talk about that SoCal has a pretty remarkable and legendary reputation in the history of decorative tile design. There's world-famous tile makers like Malibu Pottery, Batchelder, Catalina Pottery, Catalina California China Products. These tile makers typically have characteristic signature colors, rich and vibrant and diverse, that reflects the diversity of our culture and our people. And patterns, designs, and themes reflecting Southern California history. It's not pastel. We have pastel, but it's not the whole picture. So it reflects Southern California history, its natural land and ocean wonders, its people, and borrows heavily from the architectural influences from around the world. Also, cities not too far from Beaumont have developed architectural reputations based in part from landmarks like the Mission Inn and La Quinta Resort and cityscapes, Palm Springs, that use signature tile designs and motifs. I'm requesting that before going forward, the city, and I offer the city council members, conduct an in-depth examination of the notable SoCal world-famous tile makers and municipal landmarks and cityscapes in order to gain a richer perspective on tile design. I don't think you realize how short-sighted this is. Okay. Also, in my opinion, each tile should be telling a compelling story about Beaumont. And if part of a mural, because mural designs are phenomenal tile configurations that are used by many cities. Okay, so if it's part of a mural, support the overall theme of the mural. Tile murals should be considered. This design does not do that, the one we're looking at. There's nothing in any of the tiles pattern that distinguishes it from the other tiles. They have the same pattern, only a different color. There's nothing that indicates a theme or a story. There's no visually cohesive theme or themes that tie together. Also, the design must reflect Beaumont's history and vision going forward. The colors lack diversity. They lack richness in color and design. Also, tiles do not show any reference to the diversity of cultures and people that have and do inhabit the area, such as the Morongo Tribal Nation. Decorative tiles in the public areas are typically more vibrantly
Mr.
colored
Roy?
and intricately designed.
Mr.
I ran
Roy?
out of time.
Sorry, yes, you're out of time, sir.
Okay, so I made my 2 cents, and I would like the city council to take a look at the visuals. Just look at what we have in SoCal, our rich history.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
is
Roy.
so out of touch with the rest of Southern
Thank you, sir.
California. I appreciate it.
Do you have any additional public comments?
No other
I have,
comments.
okay, and I have no other written comments.
Okay. I'll open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Finn.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I really like the first design, and going through each tile, the first one with the houses, it looks like a nice little neighborhood with the sun above and so forth. Oftentimes when I'm selling Beaumont to a potential client and telling them how much I like it here, I often talk about that we have master plan communities and so forth and the beauty of the neighborhoods. The clean air is great. I tell people often, hey, we're above the smog line for most of it and so forth. The location, it reminds me of a compass in the middle of the green tile. And then the family one, without trying to be, you can never be inclusive enough, in my opinion, when you try to go down that road, so it can be difficult. But I like the fact of a circle in the middle and you have the additional parts on the outside that look like that help make up that. I spoke previously about trees in Beaumont and how they stuck out for me. And I like the design feature of the leaves in the corner. I know we have that concept, it looks like, with the other tiles that look more like an oak leaf, but I think at a quick glance, the leaves stand out more in that first design. So I would support approving that first one, is what I think covers it all.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Mayor Pro Tem White?
I agree 100% with what Mr. Finn has said. I do like the first one. I do like the idea that I think it does tell a story. And I think it's interesting when you start, when you first see it without knowing the story, it's interesting. But when you start talking about the clean air, the homes, the houses, and then I do like the piece that you got the leaves in for Mr. Finn. But I do like the directions that going. And in response to the caller, I understand that there is a typical Southern California culture and design, but I don't think Beaumont is typical Southern California. I think we're a lot different because of our location, because we're in a mountain pass area, and I don't know that just looking like the rest of Southern California brings the direction that I like going, which is to show that we're unique. And again, I like the way it brings the four pieces together. And I do agree that I like them both, but I do agree that the first design is I like it better than the second one.
Thank you. Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, well, you know how I feel about green. I made that comment and my reasons for that. But, you did sell me on the trees and the greenery. So, yeah, I'll take it.
Only 1/4.
And what actually sold me, because I was kind of on the fence and, I can see the story once you look at it, but I'm not a very imaginative person. I'm definitely not an artsy person. So, it took a while for me to really, oh yeah, I can see it now. But what sold me actually was the fact when you just showed us that image with our seal in the middle. I think that really did show some vibrance to the whole schematic here. And if some way we can do that in certain places, I think we have a really good idea. Remember where they had the Beaumont with the mountain on it in the middle? I like that. So thank you for including that. I think that saved my vote on it. So so thank you. I'm in support of that design. And we hired this firm for this reason, so it doesn't make sense to go out and have other firms do, more in-depth research. But I'll support that if the council's in agreement, then they have my support. So thank you, Ashley.
Councilmember Santos?
Mayor, that was good. Color scheme is good. I mean, combination and then fading of the green and other colors in there, the blue. I like that. I mean, I'll go for it. Thank you. Good job.
Unfortunately, I had difficulty with some of these, and I don't mean any disrespect to the artist. I like the home. You can tell they were homes. The orange, the ones that are going, I'd say east-west, make it difficult to see, and I think it'd be even harder to see from a distance. So those, if that's something that we went with, I think would need to be punched up more so that you could see those and the detail doesn't get lost in the tile. I like the idea of the clean air. I do like the second clean air tile better than the first clean air tile. It's a little bit, I guess, takes less imagination, perhaps. The ones that I struggle with, though, are the ideal location and the family. I do like the ones with the hands. I think that's the second one. That's community. I don't know. It just, for me, I think I need, a better picture of what family is. I don't see it with that one. So I would like, additional work on that. That's just my opinion. An ideal location, I'm not, I know you kind of pick up the north arrows and you've got the circle in the center, but I'm just not, something I'm just not seeing for me. So those are my comments. I would like to see some more work. I would also like to see, if possible, and maybe I'm alone on this, but one of the things that we've had as far as back as I can remember is we have the cherry festival, we have cherry trees. We don't have anything that relates to a cherry on any of the tile designs. And I know years ago, way back when, trains were a big part of Beaumont at one point. Not sure how or if you could even work those into these tiles, this tile design, but that's just my thoughts on that.
Okay.
Mayor,
Thank
can
you
I
all for those
respond?
comments. So we can get back with JPW to punch up the colors on the community so the homes don't get lost in the background, and then see if we can come up with a couple different options for location and family. And you said you liked the icons on clean air for the second tile. So one of the things that you might notice in this first version is that all the tiles are consistent in their middle image, that it's being a circle. So we want to keep with that theme. So it's going to have to work around like a center image like that.
I didn't pick
But we
up on
can
it.
definitely bring that back and see if there's a way that we can bring in a cherry blossom feel, and then possibly something that represents the railroad tracks, possibly in the center icon. When it goes around, there's some hashed lines in there right now, but we might be able to make that kind of convey a railroad track. That might be an option that we can bring back at a later date.
Mayor Pro Tem White had a comment.
Yeah, I just want to make a suggestion, and actually I think you sort of covered one part of it, which was, maybe instead of the leaves and the trees that some like and some don't like, you could put you could use that middle piece for something having to do with cherries, because I do agree that is a signature of this area. And location might be better concept to incorporate a mountain icon in location as opposed to the map icon.
Okay.
Just a thought there.
Good idea. Any other ideas or comments?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in the beginning, when this whole came out, this whole idea, I had a vision of more of pieces of the community,
Right.
The railroad, the cherries, that kind of stuff, to be
I did too.
specifically in our area, not the artsy craft. And again, no disrespect, it's a really beautiful mosaic, but that's my vision.
Right.
So I'm glad you brought that up because that was kind of my vision. So if we can incorporate something like that, you know, I'd love to see that. So I agree with that.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Is that some good information to move forward with, Ashley?
Yes, thank you. We'll get back with the contractor and then bring back some finalized designs next month.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council. Brings us to item 17, authorize the mayor to execute the notice of completion document for the 2020 mid-year street enhancement project, CIP R-05, and record the notice of completion documents with Riverside County Clerk Recorder's Office. Staff report by Jeff Hart.
Excuse me, Mayor, if there's no objections, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
I'm good with that.
Oh, fine.
I'd like to authorize the mayor to execute the notice of completion document for the 2020 mid-year street enhancement project and record the notice of completion documents with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder's Office.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
Can I check really quick just to make sure we don't have any public comments on the line? I don't have any written, but Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No, no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Hart.
He'll come back here.
Yeah. That brings us to item 18, City Council direction for the installation of protected left turn signal phasing at the intersection of 6th and Beaumont Avenue, and authorization to pre-purchase 424-4-100N signal poles and mast arms for intersection improvements in an amount not to exceed $100,000. Staff report by Jeff Hart.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. So as we discussed before, and I'm sure you're well aware, is the intersection of Beaumont Avenue and 6th Street has seen increasing delays and congestion over the past several years, which has prompted city staff at council's direction to look for potential solutions to increase the efficiency. The majority of these extended delays are a result of unprotected left turning movements in both the east and west direction from 6th Street on to Beaumont Avenue. As a result of this, staff engages traffic consultant Miniger and Associates to provide a technical assessment of the advantages of both protected and protected permissive left turn phasing, which is attached within your staff report. The difference between the two, the protected left turning phasing is the utilization of a traditional turn arrow, which will only permit vehicles to make left-handed movements while the arrow is green. There's a graphic within your staff report that kind of shows the signal head associated with that. While the protected permissive signals, left turn phasing, excuse me, is the utilization of a 5 light head signal, which not only permits vehicles to make a left turn when the arrow is green, but will also allow them to do so on a solid green when it's safe to do so. And there's a graphic of that also as well. Both of the protected signal phasing and the protected permissive signal phasing would yield efficiency enhancements for the subject intersection. But staff is recommending the installation of protected permissive signal phasing for 2 reasons. It will allow more vehicles through the intersection, as vehicles can not only make left-hand turning movements while the arrow is green, but also left-hand movements on a solid green light, as previously described. And it's also consistent with the familiarity between the movements that are allowed now. So in order to ensure that the motors are familiar with the protected turning movements, appropriate signage would be installed on the signal mast arm. Additionally, as you note in your staff report, staff is requesting the authorization to pre-purchase new traffic signal poles and mast arms, which are a requirement for these signal upgrades if council directs staff to do so. The improvements that are being recommended would require a new pole and mast arm, as they have now extend all the way over the left-hand turn lanes in the opposing direction. The existing poles are not strong enough to support the additional length and would need to be replaced and brought to current FHWA standards. There has been for some time a nationwide shortage on traffic signal poles and mast arms, and a delay associated with at least 6 months. There is now a singular provider through the entire nation for these rated poles. So staff is requesting authorization to pre-purchase signal poles to minimize the delay associated with this shortage. We are looking to not only pre-purchase the poles for 6th Street and Beaumont, if directed to do so, but also for the 1st Street and Beaumont Ave intersection as well. We are in the plan check review process and approval process with Caltrans in order to get that project permitted, and authorizing purchase of these poles now will help minimize delays at that intersection as well. With that, it's recommended the staff provide, or the city council provide staff direction on the installation of the protected permissive turn signal at 6th Street and Beaumont, and authorize a pre-purchase of the aforementioned poles in an amount not to exceed $100,000. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. That brings us to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
You don't always have to look over here first, but I do appreciate
usually you're so eager to jump on that. I take advantage of the momentum and build from there.
Mr. Hart, first of all, thank you for 6th Street. And, you know, it was even brought up in the chamber meeting that several of us went to last week about 1st Street and Beaumont Avenue. So I want to ask you, is the plan to also put protected left turn lanes at 1st Street and Beaumont? Because that really, I think, is a very high priority. I can't think of any other intersection, including 6th Street and Beaumont, that should be higher prioritized for safety reasons. It's a very dangerous intersection, as you know. So I just wanted to confirm that getting those poles now means that we're planning on putting in some protected turn lanes or at least signals at 1st and Beaumont.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you are correct. So we will be installing the same thing at 1st Street and Beaumont Ave, and that is the protected permissive as well. That is a Caltrans controlled intersection, so it's a little bit longer of a approval process. We have submitted plans to Caltrans and received preliminary comments. We are addressing those and hope to resubmit by the end of this month.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so Jeff, back to 6th and Beaumont. So what it'll end up being is two protected signals north-south and two protected permissive east-west?
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And if we were to go protected only there on 6th and Beaumont, would we have to purchase poles anyway?
Yes, you would still have a requirement to have the dedicated turn signals directly opposing the left turn movement. So now they are above and overhead of the through lanes, so they would need to be extended a minimum of 15 feet, and they just can't support that.
All right, and the last question is, if we do protected permissive, don't we end up really going back to the problem we had in the first place, is that you have a green where you have to wait for the traffic to turn and then you present safety problems again? Wouldn't it be wiser to do protective? I understand protective means you're gonna hold the traffic more, so it's gonna take longer to go through the count around, but.
Yeah, so the initial phasing would be the same that you would see the way the north and southbound operate. So in the north and southbound, traditionally you would see the left turn arrows as the first phase, and then as traffic moves through, then they would allow the through arrows. They would operate in the same fashion for both east and west, as the first phase would be protected turning movements with an arrow designation. And as those lights turn yellow, the red, then it just goes to a solid green further through, which allow, if safe to do so, after those cars go through, additional left turning movements. But you would allow the initial run of left turning movements on a protected movement, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question, comment again in here. Jeff, I'm glad that you mentioned the 1st and Beaumont, the 79. And I'd like to ask you, what's the time frame on that? I know you said that has been submitted and you will have the permit within a month. What's the total? Not exact, at least give us, give me, the time frame on that on the 1st and 79.
So what I was stating earlier is that we will be resubmitting by the end of the month. So the approval process is probably by the time we finalize drawings is within 2 to 3 months. We will most likely be limited by the acquisition of the poles. So we are looking at 6 months from authorization, plus or minus, but it's been pretty close to 6 months before we would have the poles in-house to be able to do that. So we would probably be looking at the beginning of the next calendar year for First and Beaumont.
Okay, good. Because on the First Street and 79, there's a pole already that I installed. And, I'm really hearing from you that, we're really on that direction. So I'm happy about that. I mean, actually, looking on this number 18, I will oppose it because my priority on this city of Beaumont is the First and 79. Now you mentioned that you're working on it, and hopefully, the city of Beaumont will benefit, especially, on the crucial time in there. I mean, every minute is crucial on that corner. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So I'll move on 18 on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the pre-purchase of 4 100 in signal poles and mast arms for intersection improvements at 6th Street in Beaumont and 1st Street and Beaumont Avenue in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
Okay, and we providing direction on the protected permissive?
I thought we did.
That was a discussion we had, but because there's two options. I like
Okay.
the protective permissive, but
That's fine.
are we good with protective permissive? Okay, so does that provide the direction that you need, Mr. Hart? And is that a good motion?
Yes,
Nicole?
yes, it does. Thank you.
So I have a motion. I didn't get a second though, correct?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you. And that brings us to item 19, approval of the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with NV5 for Public Works Inspection, Plan Checking, and Surveying. Staff report by Mr. Jeff Hart. Want to go for a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so back in June of 2018, City Council approved an agreement with NV5 to provide on-call plan checking services, inspection services, and stormwater compliance. The initial 3-year term has now lapsed, and staff is recommending the City Council authorize a 1-year extension in accordance with our procurement guidelines. NV5's costs for these plan checks are 65% of the total fees recouped. And for the inspection services, it's a flat rate of $105 an hour in accordance with the original agreement. Both items are in accordance with the original agreement. Funds for the requested plan check and inspection services are provided by developers, private consultants, or contractors to assignment of any work. The inspection services that we're looking for in authorizing this contract are expected to be minimal, as we have now brought in-house 2 full-time inspectors. It would really just be in an instance where we are either down an employee for whatever reason, or to cover extended leave times. We are not reauthorizing or engaging stormwater compliance as part of this effort, as we have now brought that in-house as well. And then the cost for any additional engineering and survey services would be in accordance with the attachment in your staff report. With that, staff recommends approval of the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with NV5. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
With council approval, I'll make a motion to approval of the First Amendment for Professional Service Agreement with NV5 for Public Works Inspection, Plan Checking, and Surveying, and authorize the mayor to execute the amendment on behalf of the city.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. We've already addressed action item 20. That brings us to action item 21, Police Department Vehicle Purchases. Staff report by Deputy Chief Yoakum.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, City Council. I'm here before you tonight to seek approval for decommission of 5 of our patrol vehicles and replace them with 5 new ones. As you know, the police department staff conducts ongoing evaluation and assessment, that's even better, of our fleet. And when vehicles reach a certain age or when they have high mileage or excessive maintenance costs, we seek to replace them. Because of the investment in our fleet, what we've done in recent years, we've been able to extend the life of our vehicles. The staff report submitted says that the average life of a patrol vehicle is 4 years or 80,000 miles. But because of that investment in the fleet, we were able to extend that to 5 years or 80,000 miles. Having a newer, up-to-date fleet helps us extend that average service time. The police department is requesting to replace these vehicles with the purchase of 5 new Ford Police Interceptor sport utility vehicles. We'd like to utilize the National Fleet Auto Group, a company that we've used many times in the past, to purchase these cars. They specialize in preparing these vehicles with wiring harnesses and spotlights prior to being sold to us. We're also asking authorization to auction the 5 decommissioned vehicles. There will be a cost to remove the graphics and the emergency equipment to prepare these vehicles for auction. The recommended action is to authorize staff to purchase 5 Ford Police Intercept Sport utility vehicles in the total amount of $195,114.35 from National Auto Fleet Group. Authorize staff to purchase emergency equipment and installation for the Ford police vehicles in the amount not to exceed $60,664.20 from 10-8 Retrofit. Authorize staff to purchase and install vehicle graphics in the amount of $2,735. And finally, to approve the removal of the emergency equipment and sell or auction the 5 Ford Police Interceptor vehicles at a cost not to exceed $3,675. And that's the end of my report. Any questions?
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Nicole, do we have any public comments on the line?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I'll open it up for council comments or questions. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, we had a shortage, I guess, of Ford trucks. Deputy Chief, do we have a shortage with these? Do we have them in stock, or are they in order?
From what I understand, there is going to be, the time delay of receiving these vehicles has shortened. It used to be 6 months, now it's a little bit less. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them a little quicker than we have been in the past. Yeah.
Councilmember Finn.
Yes, Deputy Chief, any of the emergency equipment that can be used on the other vehicles?
No, these are outdated and old and they need to be replaced. Okay. Yeah.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem White.
So just under 7 years ago, when Mayor Laura and I came on council, we realized shortly after being on council that all of our reserve funds were gone, and we did not have the ability to do what we're doing here, which is to update our fleet. And what we've done in the last several years, working through this and budgeting for it, I think has been amazing.
Yes.
And so I just have one question for you, and that is, how much of the fleet would you say is now, I guess the better question is, are we going to have other requests for this on more vehicles in the next year or so? Or what's your feel on that?
For this will be it for this fiscal year.
Okay.
And I walked the fleet
But where does
today.
that put us at the readiness, I guess, of our fleet? You know, how many more are we?
There will not, yeah, there won't be as many. It depends. I mean, there will be factors that we can't, predict, accidents or, adding staff, that sort of thing. But I walked the fleet today, and this will put us in a very good position to where we won't have to ask for this many cars in the next year.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent.
And I've duly noted that. We reported that back to. I've duly noted that. It'll be reported back to the chief of police on his return of his vacation. So we'll not need any police vehicles for the next 2 to 3 years. Thank you, DC. I'm glad you're here.
Awesome. Is it hot in here?
I'm
Is
sure
that
he's
called
watching.
tag teaming? Is that what we just did? We tag teamed the deputy chief there?
Good job.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Mayor, I'll authorize staff to purchase 5 Ford Police Interceptor sport utility vehicles in the total amount of $195,114.35 from National Auto Fleet Group. Authorize staff to purchase emergency equipment and installation for the Ford Police Interceptor sport utility vehicles in an amount not to exceed $60,664.20 from 10-8 Retrofit. Authorize staff to purchase and install vehicle graphics in the amount of $2,735 and approve the removal of emergency equipment and sell or auction 5 Ford Police Interceptor sport utility vehicles at a cost not to exceed $3,675.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. And it brings us to item 22, Police Department purchase of cleaner vehicles. Deputy Yocum.
Thought we were done for the fiscal.
Deputy Chief Yocum.
You just, yeah, we
I
just
think you
talked about
clarified, but you
vehicles
did
and
say that there wouldn't be as many.
this
needed
is
be
going to
purchased.
be separate from patrol vehicles.
Okay.
So, each year, the Air Quality Management District allocates funds to municipalities for clean air projects. The police department doesn't do this every year, but in the past, we've used these funds to purchase hybrid vehicles. Currently, we have allocated to us $101,400 and would like to use this money to purchase 2 Tesla electric staff vehicles. One vehicle would be a Model Y, which is an SUV type vehicle, and the other would be a Model 3, which is a smaller sedan. These vehicles will be assigned to staff and should give us a minimum of 7 years of service and save us approximately $16,000 in fuel costs. Police Department is requesting to purchase these vehicles directly from Tesla. We compared comparably priced and equipped electric and hybrid vehicles, and none of them could compare to the Tesla. So we recommend City Council authorize staff to purchase 1 Tesla Model Y long-range SUV in the total amount of $57,555. Authorize staff to purchase 1 Tesla Model 3 standard range sedan in the total amount of $43,463. And authorize staff to purchase the emergency equipment and installation for these vehicles in the amount not to exceed $12,000 from 10-8 Retrofit. And that's the end of my report. Any questions? Be happy to, or hopefully try to answer them.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And any comments from council?
Just a quick question.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem. Deputy Chief, are there other municipalities that are using Teslas in this form? I mean, is it a proven product in the form you're going to use it for?
There are, for staff vehicles, I'm not aware of any. I have seen different agencies use them as patrol vehicles. I don't know how they're working out for them. I know the Los Angeles Police has several, and then several agencies up north are using them quite a bit.
Okay, so you're confident that they should do the job that you're asking them to do?
For staff vehicles, yes, they'll be great cars.
It's for administrative use, right? It's not.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Santos.
Yeah, quick comment in here. I mean, Tesla, Beaumont PD. I'd like to ask you, do we have on this region, some of the PD, like, of course, like Bunny and down to Hammett, and do they have Tesla? Are we the first one in the region now having the Tesla patrol?
I don't know of any other agency around here that has Tesla in their fleet.
No, I'm excited.
I've not seen of or heard of any, no.
Oh, wow. This is great.
We're growing up.
Yep. We are classy, man. No, just kidding. So, good. You deserve it, guys. You deserve it. If not, I'll make a motion.
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
A question and a comment. Question first is, So this is using the AQMD fund, which is money that's allocated by Air Quality Management District. So we're
Yes, sir.
not using budgeted funds for this.
Correct.
This
101,400 will be from the AQMD funds.
Okay. And we got plenty of chargers around in and out, so we're all set to go.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you. Mayor, it's all yours.
Thank you for that comment.
I do have a question, Mayor.
Councilmember Finn.
How often do those AQMD funds come in? Is it for a few years or once a year?
That
or-
I don't know.
Okay.
This is what I was told that we were allocated, and
Okay. Does anybody recall if any funds were received last year or the year before, that if it
I
was
think
recent?
this is the first I've heard of it.
I don't know if that's the money we used to
Yeah,
buy
there's funds that come in frequently, I think, on an annualized basis. We've used these to purchase other vehicles, like replacement vehicles for the building department, as we replace some of their fleet vehicles with hybrid vehicles, things like that. So
And
you can use it for a variety of things.
if it's don't use it, lose it?
No, it builds up.
Or you can hold on
Yeah,
to it for the
builds
next
up.
fiscal year if
Yes,
need be?
it does.
Okay.
It does. So
All right.
we've built up reserves with this periodically. We've spent it down. So you can even use it to replace generators, for example, where they need to meet new air quality standards, things like that.
We don't want to bring back the Prius, is that?
yeah.
Oh, we got the Prius?
Just asking. Okay, do we have a motion?
Sure, Mayor, I move that we authorize city staff to purchase one Tesla Model Y long-range SUV and one Tesla Model 3 standard range sedan for a total of $101,018, and authorize the purchase and installation of emergency equipment for these vehicles in an amount not to exceed $12,000 to 10-8 Retrofit Incorporated.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Chief. That brings us to action item 23, a direction to city staff on proposed changes to Beaumont Municipal Code, section 17.07 on signs. Mr. Pinckney.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item is, just to kind of cover it, an overview of it, we're really looking for direction from the city council on this item after we provide the staff report and then answer any questions that the council may have. I'll be giving the staff report, but I believe Christina may still be online. Should there be any questions directed at her. And you have in the staff report not only a staff report, but also a draft edited version of the city's existing sign code. A review of the municipal sign code was conducted at the request of the city council, and you also requested that we prepare an agenda item to discuss regulations as they apply to political signs. So we'll be covering that as well this evening. And my office reviewed the sign ordinance for compliance with relatively recent case law that prohibits regulation of signs based on the content of the message on the sign. And so the starting point for any discussion, in my view, regarding a city sign regulation or sign ordinance is the United States Supreme Court decision in Reed versus the town of Gilbert. And so I'm going to go over that with you because that really is the case that really provides the guidelines of what a city can and can't do in terms of regulating signs. So if we can bring that up on the screen. There we go. Okay, as I mentioned, this is a U.S. Supreme Court decision. It was actually, it was 2015. It was unanimous decision. In this case, I'll just jump into the overview of the presentation. First, I'll explain what the facts and the background of the Reed case were, and then the Supreme Court's decision and rationale, and then the effect of the Reed decision and changes the city has made to or proposed changes the city's made to the city sign code, and then we'll open it up for comment and input from the council and some direction on what you'd like us to do. So you're not gonna be actually voting on any changes this evening, just giving direction. So in Reed versus the town of Gilbert, the parties were, the plaintiff was a small homeless church, and its pastor, Clyde Reed, was the pastor of the Good News Community Church. And what they would do, they didn't have like a regular meeting place, so they rented space at an elementary school, and they would hold their church services at that elementary school. And Clyde Reed, the pastor, would put out signs, temporary signs, directing people to the location of the services. The defendant in the case was the town of Gilbert, Arizona, which is a suburb of Phoenix with a population exceeding 200,000 people. And the type of signs, as I mentioned, that were being used by the church, you can actually see a photo of one of them in the presentation there on the left, the Good News Presbyterian Church, giving the people that might be interested in attending an idea of where and when the meetings were going to take place. And you can see by the nature of that sign that it's a temporary type sign, and it's advertising an event. And then on the right, there are photos of political signs that were put in the right of way in the city. And here's where the city got into trouble. It regulated the type of signs that the church was using to advertise its services, when and where its services would be held. It regulated them differently than it regulated other types of signs, and it based those regulations on the content of the sign. And that's the problem that the Supreme Court had, was that the city was getting into the content regulation of speech. So for example, under the city ordinance, homeowner association signs could be up to 80 square feet in size. Political signs up to 32 square feet in non-residential areas and up to 16 square feet in residential areas. Ideological signs could be up to 20 square feet, and then qualifying event signs up to 6 square feet. And this was, the church was using qualifying event signs. And so you can see by this graphic that each of these categories of signs were regulated differently based on nothing more than really the content of what was on the signs. And these are all non-commercial type messages. In addition to that, non-political, non-ideological, non-commercial qualifying event signs, such as the ones that were being used by the Good News Church, were allowed to be put up 12 hours before the event and then could stay up for 1 hour after the event. So the problem for the church was that they were diligently putting up these signs 12 hours before an event, but then after church, they wouldn't always get out and remove the signs. As I mentioned, they had 17 signs they were using to advertise where their church services were going to be held, and they didn't always get out and remove the signs within the 1 hour period. And so they, the town of Gilbert sent them an advisory notice that they were in violation of the city sign code. The pastor met with the city staff, tried to come up with a resolution. They weren't able to come up with any kind of an accommodation. Pastor was told by city staff that they weren't going to make any special exceptions for the church, that they were going to hold them to the sign code, which treated different messages, regulated different messages on signs differently. And then by contrast, political temporary signs were allowed to be up 60 days before the events that they related to, the elections, and then they could stay up for 15 days after the election. So as I mentioned, all 9 Supreme Court justices ruled in the church's favor. Now, that's not how it started out. At the trial court level, the court ruled in favor of the city. And then it went up to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Ninth Circuit ruled in favor of the city. And this little church took it all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and they got a unanimous decision in their favor. Now, not all the justices agreed on the rationale or the legal basis for the ruling, but they all agreed on the result. And there was some difference of opinion on what the appropriate standard of review was, but all 9 justices agreed on the result, that the church should win and that the regulation adopted by the city was unlawful. The majority held that the town sign ordinance and the restrictions on the signs therein were subject to strict scrutiny because they were content-based restrictions or restrictions that were applied differently depending on the content of the sign's message. Strict scrutiny is the highest level of review or highest level of scrutiny that's used by courts to review a government regulation. It is the toughest to meet for a city regulation. If you have a city regulation that's subjected to strict scrutiny, it's probably going to be held to be unconstitutional. And then there's intermediate scrutiny and then lower levels of scrutiny. Strict scrutiny requires that the public agency with the challenge regulation demonstrate, and they have the burden to demonstrate, that the regulation is necessary to achieve a compelling state interest and that the regulation is narrowly tailored to achieve that compelling interest. This case was the first case in which strict scrutiny was applied in a situation challenging a city or town sign ordinance. Strict scrutiny, as I mentioned, is very difficult to meet, and the result is that the challenge regulation is presumptively unconstitutional and typically struck down. In the Reed case, the majority held that the town's sign ordinance could not survive strict scrutiny because the town had no compelling interest, no compelling government interest in regulating the content of speech. The majority opinion was written by Justice Thomas, and one of the quotes from his opinion was that government regulation of speech is content-based if a law applies to particular speech because of the topic discussed or the idea or message expressed. Even a purely directional message, which merely gives the time and location of a specific event, in Justice Thomas' opinions, is one that conveys an idea of about a specific event. If a sign regulation is content-based, it is subject to strict scrutiny review regardless of the public agency's purpose for the regulation. So in his view, you didn't even get into the reasoning for the regulation, whether the city opposed the message or favored the message. You didn't even get into that level of analysis. His view was if you're regulating content, then you're subject to strict scrutiny, which means that the regulation is probably going to be struck down. Justice Alito concurred with the opinion, but one of the things that he did that was helpful was he provided some guidance to cities on what is permissible regulation. And some of the examples, which were not intended to be necessarily an exhaustive list, that were not content-based regulations that would be permissible, would be regulations concerning the size of signage not based on the content. So if you had one size for political signs and a different size for church signs, that would not be permissible because the sign size regulation would be based on the content. So it's got to be content neutral. Regulations concerning the locations in which signs may be placed or freestanding versus attached to buildings is permissible. Lighted versus unlighted signs is a permissible regulation. Fixed messages versus changing electronic messages is permissible. Signs on private versus public property, whether, you know, the key question, whether to allow signs in the city right away. Signs on residential versus commercial property, the number of signs per mile of roadway, where you're not really getting into the content of the signs, but you're just regulating the number of signs. Make sure I covered all of his items. After the court's decision to read, a municipal sign code is more likely to be deemed unconstitutional if the regulation treats signs differently based on their content. For this reason, any revisions to the city sign code should minimize the number of exceptions to permitting requirements, i.e. requiring permits in the right-of-way for political signs, but not requiring permits for special events. So you can't require an encroachment permit for all signs, but then give an exception to, let's say, a special event and treat them differently because they're advertising a special event. Avoid exceptions in the prohibited sign list. Consider both deregulation of some categories of signage and a flat ban on categories of signage. In the packet, you have a red line version of the city sign code, which, by the way, was not bad. Our city sign ordinance as it currently exists is not bad. There weren't really any major significant overreaching problems. But we've now included, staff worked on this with our office, and there's been language included to make clear that the purpose of the city sign ordinance is to respect First Amendment rights. For example, section or paragraph 11 here on this slide says to regulate signs in a manner consistent with free speech rights guaranteed by the First Amendment to the United States Constitution and the liberties of speech and related provisions of the California Constitution. And then below you see there's a provision regarding message neutrality. It is the city's policy to regulate signs in a constitutional manner which is content neutral as to non-commercial signs and viewpoint neutral as to commercial signs. Now we're going to get into signs in the right-of-way, and you can see the changes that we're proposing, and this is just a draft document for your review and discussion and comment. You can see what was there and what's been stricken out. I mean, arguably that first sentence or portion of a sentence that's been stricken arguably was content neutral, but it did mention political signs, and so now it would provide signs on the public right-of-way, except where required by a government agency, shall require an encroachment permit. Before it said are limited to political or other non-commercial messages. We're proposing to strike that. Now, as this would stand, if this is the desire of the council, you just get an encroachment permit and you can put a sign in the right-of-way. We're not advocating that, we're just presenting that for your comment. The encroachment permit shall be on a form as provided by the city with information as deemed fit by the city manager or designee to review compliance with Section A. A maximum number of 6 encroachments per calendar year are permitted per applicant, organization, or candidate. The maximum time limit for signs to be displayed, this is in the right-of-way, would be 30 days. And then it covers regulation of the size of signs. Signs that are 24 by 18 inches, the maximum number of signs would be 50. And then placement requirements, signs shall be placed a minimum of 5 feet from the edge of the curb or street pavement if no curb exists, and shall not obstruct pedestrian traffic or line of sight for vehicle traffic. Signs that are 24 by 18 inches in Section 2, the maximum number of signs is 8. Placement requirements, very similar to what I just read above. It has to be 5 feet from the edge of the curb or street pavement if no curb exists, and it can't block the line of sight. And then down below we have a proposed Section E, which says these limits on size, number, and total area, but not height or placement, may be doubled during the time period which commences 45 days before and ends 10 days after any general or special election. So on first blush, you might think that that's not content neutral, that last provision that I just read, but it applies to all the signs in the right-of-way. So all the signs in the right-of-way, 45 days before and 10 days after a general or special election can be increased in size and number. Let me just keep moving on here. If the city truly wants to regulate a sign based on content, the regulation must pass strict scrutiny. And just to cut to the chase, I don't recommend that the city attempt to regulate sign content on non-commercial signs. I think it's a bad idea and difficult to enforce a law along those lines and likely could be challenged. Before a proposed sign regulation is enacted, it's a good practice to ensure that it is constitutionally sound and will withstand attack, which is most likely to occur when the city seeks to actually enforce the regulation. And so that's the presentation on Reed versus the Town of Gilbert. And here to answer any questions, and I think Christina may still be available. Is she still on?
I'm still here.
Yeah, okay. And really, we're looking for some direction, some input from the council, and we put this on the agenda at your request.
Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you. With that, I'll open it up to council comments. Mayor Pro Tem White.
Okay, as most people here know, this is a hot button for me. I think we really need to consider, and I will continue to push this as long as I'm on council, that we follow the what's the word I'm looking for? Follow the policies that are set forth by a lot of our other neighbors. And so let me give you a little bit of background and where I'm coming on this. When I ran for office as a challenger, not an incumbent, the city administration used the sign ordinance rules to harass me. And it was harassment by the administration. A lot of good evidence that it was directed towards me only. And then I was running against 3 incumbents, and not one of the 3 incumbents spoke up and said, you know, there's a problem with this. They just benefited by the administration making it hard for a challenger to knock off an incumbent. There's also a problem with the sign ordinance that requires, an incumbent has a lot more contacts with developers and property owners throughout their term on council, puts them in a distinct advantage to a challenger who has to follow strict rules, and some of the rules are, you know, things like it opens it up a lot more to put bigger signs, more signs on private property, as long as you have the okay from the private property. And I can tell you from my experience, most of the signs placed on private property do not have approval from the owners. A lot of the owners are corporations or companies or individuals that don't live anywhere near Beaumont. And if you try, as I did, to play by the rules and follow the rules because you knew you were going to be harassed and you were going to be required to take signs down at your own time, it just became a nightmare for me. When I ran for state senate, I still had that understanding of rules and permits, and that you better follow them because someone will use them against you if you don't. There were 17 cities in the Senate district, and I went to the website of each of the 17 cities and did a lot of work to figure out what the rules were. There were only 3 cities that really had any significant rules regarding signs. And I'm not talking about political signs, because as Mr. Pinckney brings up, political, non-commercial, commercial signs should all be treated similar. And in most cities, there were only 3 cities: City of Beaumont, the City of Yucaipa, and the City of Highland, that required any kind of permit. You did not need to do a permit in any of the other 14 cities. I think the 45 days is too restrictive, because if you look at the way our elections are going now with mail-in ballots in Beaumont, predominantly mail-in ballots, if not all, the ballots come out more than 30 days before the election. So putting signs up with 10 to 12 days of exposure to possible voters that get their ballots 30 to 40 days before an election, I think the 45 days is unrealistic. And I can tell you that there are going to be people who don't want to get in trouble, don't want to deal with the city coming down on them for problems with signs. They're going to follow those rules. When you have these professional companies that come out, put up signs, they don't care. They're just going to put them up everywhere. And they're going to put them up in ways that they won't get permits. And so I think the best direction that we should go is having very little regulation on political signs at all, which means you need to have very little regulations on the non-commercial or the other signs, non-commercial signs. So predominantly, the position that all the other cities have taken, and they get bombarded with signs. But again, another problem, I digress here, another problem that you have with our city ordinance is that you have staff running around in circles trying to keep up with complaints from people who really have selectively decided which candidate they're going to harass. And then you put the city in a position of making decisions based on, okay, we get a complaint on a sign that Lloyd's put up. We haven't gotten any complaint on a sign that one of his opponents have put up, but we recognize that that opponent has a sign in a bad place. And you just put the city spending time that I think would be much better spent doing what our city staff is supposed to do. They don't have the time to police, to respond, to remove, to make judgments on each individual complaint. And I think, again, most people who put up signs don't care. And, but predominantly the 14 cities that I looked at, they almost all of them had a 90 days before an election, and the signs had to be picked up within 7 days after the election, and that's another good example. If you lose the election, you don't care about picking up your signs. And so I think that having those kinds of rules and really no way to enforce them and who wants to spend the time to enforce them, I think we go with something very simple, which is 90 days before an election, 7 days picked up after the election. And the way the staffs in the other cities and Caltrans gets involved in this also is if they recognize a sign that's not in compliance, they just take it down. They take it down and they hold it in the yard until the election is over. And you as a candidate, your responsibility is to contact the city and say, do you have any of my signs? And they say, yes, I do. We do. And then you go down and pick them up. There's no charge. There's no penalty. It's just, it makes it easier on staff to recognize signs that are not following the rules of all signs. And I just think that the sign ordinance that Beaumont has is, and doing the permitting process, all of that is just, it's unnecessary and it's costly. And again, the only ones who follow it, the only ones who get bothered by it are the ones who are trying to follow it. The candidates who don't even live in our area. And I mean, we're looking at this not just as running for city council, but we're looking at it when there's positions open for assembly, for Senate, for US Congress. And those people just put up whatever signs they want, wherever they want. And I think, again, I think if the city just recognizes we've got some signs up, we don't need to go and check a permit. Believe it or not, I don't know, most of you guys will probably recognize this. I know Mike does. Not only did I have to get a permit, but I then had to provide a map with a dot for every sign that I put up. And it's just, it's not manageable. And again, if I'm one of the people who don't get a permit and I don't provide a map, my signs go up and they may get taken down at some point. But I just think that, I've made this argument every year or every time this has come up, that we need to do away with the advantages we're giving to incumbents, and we need to have our staff doing things better than playing judge, jury, and I guess that's it. So anyways, that's all I had to say.
Councilmember Finn?
I think this opens a can of worms to the other signs as well. There's yard sale signs, the churches, open house signs. I do that often, and so forth. I see folks that use these A-frame signs and put them on the corner on the sidewalk, right up near the curb in a dangerous spot. I see yard sale signs taped to a car and the car's parked in a bad spot. When it comes to open house signs, as a real estate agent, we get agents that come in from out of the area that have a listing in the town and they have no clue if they're supposed to be a sign ordinance. Am I out of compliance if I do an open house and I haven't filed for a permit for those signs and identified ahead of time, on a map, and so forth? So if we're treating a political sign, with these rules, do we extend it to for sale sign, or for sale signs, for open house signs, for yard sale signs? Do they have to come in and do a map, and so forth? With the time frame that was currently in with the rules, and knowing that there was going to be a lot of absentee voting, I didn't even follow through with the signs and took that risk. in running for myself, because I looked at the hassle that I had to go through and decided, nah, it's not worth it. The harder we make it for a candidate, the less candidates we're ultimately gonna get. For our election, we had 3 candidates for 2 positions. I think there should have been more, and I was kind of surprised that there weren't more. So I'm all for encouraging competition on things, but at the same time, I don't want it so restrictive that your average real estate agent could get in trouble for just showing up in town, putting an open house sign up on the corner that was reasonable, that doesn't meet the rules. I made a mistake once in the past and put two or three signs on a particular intersection. This was probably 10 years ago now, but had a city employee, it was a woman, that happened to be, she said it was her last day at the city. And she was being nice, so instead of throwing my sign away or taking it back to the yard, she threw it in the back of the pickup truck, followed the rest of the signs to my open house, walked in and said, "Hi Dave, you had too many signs on this corner, here's your extra ones, the rule is 1 per corner." I've done that ever since. Driving down the street now in open house signs, I see some that are every 10 feet. You know, it's ridiculous. So I understand that there's a balance. We don't want somebody getting carried away. Man, you drive through Marietta on a Saturday, there's 100 signs on a corner. And I am not kidding. And it starts a quarter mile back. There's competing open house signs. And it's like, who can put the most out there? I don't want to see that happen. And it, you know, there's been weekends, I think I've been the only agent in town that's done an open house and had the signs up. I've looked around and drove ahead of time and scoped the area and looked before, looked after, looked online, you know, that sort of stuff. So I don't think we have a problem with that. I just think if we have any rules that we have to account for all the type of signs that are out there. But I've seen it get carried away. Even with the political stuff, the rule says don't put it on a fence, and they've got it tied up and strung up. We have there's bandit signs, as we call it in the real estate industry, where, hey, I'll buy your house for all cash, and they staple it on a pole 8 feet high that nobody can reach and easily pull down. So we're gonna get the bandits out there to do crazy stuff. It would be nice to see that staff come and clean house on those every once in a while, because they are breaking the rules, and I'm one, like Lloyd, to try to follow the rules if I know what the rules are, but I don't want to penalize somebody unintentionally if they were just trying to have a garage sale, or they were just doing an open house in an unfamiliar town, or that it limits a political candidate, that it's too restrictive, too hard, too hard of a process to do it. They elect not to do so, and it could cost them an election, and when maybe we lose a good person on the council in the future, or in some other, agency that they can run for anything from school board to water district and so forth. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, and there's no doubt that the political signs created this whole discussion. I mean, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem White. I mean, it can be a mess, especially some of the out-of-town candidates that are, like Congress and Senate and stuff. They were just everywhere, and I was get frustrated myself because they would just pop up anywhere, all over the place. The problem we have is that now that we're putting political content with really any content, you have to be careful, because if you're looking at just how the political is going to look, you also have to remember what is this going to look like over here for our city. I mean, we have a part of this ordinance that says that you can have a sign in the yard, lawn, no limit, it says, 45 consecutive days. Well, you get 45 days, take a break, and do another 45 days. I mean, there's a lot that's going on here that we could create this eyesore, this mess in the city, because we're trying to do the good thing by the political signs, which are the mess. But on the other hand, we've got the other signs that could create. Now, we haven't seen that, but by not having rules or some sort of guidelines, I'm afraid that once that gets out, then we start having a whole other problem start. So I agree with you on the 90 days. With the mail thing, the 45 days is unrealistic. It has to be a 90-day thing. I think that would be reasonable. and 7 days, take them down. I have no problem with that. I would support that. So the question goes to, what does little regulation mean? You know, are we gonna be in, agreement that we should have sign restrictions on size and placement and number and stuff like that? And who's gonna enforce this? I mean, I had issues with my campaign as well. I had people calling on me, but I would go by and see some that were obviously non-compliant. And so I understand that. I see that. There were candidates running for water district that weren't following the ordinance because they didn't live in the city, but, you know, people in our city were following the ordinance, and because of that, there was a difference in sign. And, you know, that, I think, led to an advantage. So there's a lot of that going on, but if you have to treat this as a whole, like we're doing now, I'm concerned about where the line's going to be drawn. You know, and I look at the housing thing, and I look at the right of way. So we say, okay, there's no limit on right of way. You can have 90 days for any sign. Well, so that means any sign can go up now on a right of way if you get a permit. You know, so what are we creating by trying to fix the political thing? What are we creating on the other end? You know, I don't know. That's this discussion thing that we need to talk about and stuff. But that's what I, you know, bring up as a something to discuss. You know, I've always had a problem with obscenity on signs and stuff. But of course, that speaks to content. So we know somebody could get 40 signs and put them on the corner and have an F-bomb out there with families and stuff going by. But that's content, so we can't regulate that. So are we ready to have 40 signs that have obscenities, or by trying to compromise by regulating those types of signs at the same time as the political? It's hard because I understand what the political problem is, and it is a mess. But we've also now have another factor that originally wasn't a part of our discussion. Right. Because when we discussed, I was hoping just to try to deal with the political angle. But now we have a whole nother thing to think about. Now we can't unless we do it all. So it's an all or nothing type thing. So I'm not sure. I'm eager to hear discussion or where we could go with this. We might need more time to talk about it. But I on the little regulation, I'd just like to know a little bit more of what that means. You know, how little is little? Is it the number of signs? Is it the size? Is it, where is it located? Is it, you know, that kind of stuff? Because I really think we have to have regulation. And then for those that go excessive, then that's what regulations are for. Because you can't have any consequence if you don't have a regulation. You know, and if somebody is grossly abusing it for whatever reason, not just political, but with something else, then we have to fall back on the ordinance. And if the ordinance doesn't have any regulation there, then they're going to get away with it. So that's the only part where I have to look and see what is little, or, you know, the regulation, what does that mean? So that's all I'll say for now.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. My take on this is, you know, all the signs, the real estate signs and everything, we should have I like our city to be clean, less vandalized, graffiti and everything. Every time I see a sign sitting on the street after the open house or other, small sign in there over, probably 3 days, 5 days, we have to clean it up. I mean, I need to see our city to have the ordinances and compliance on how we're gonna clean up our city. I'm more on the clean city. I mean, on political side, I mean, I like to see the still continue to have a permits on this. I think it's respect and reputation on the city. I know it's some of our opponents out there or non-compliance, and they will put all the signs they want on every corners. But as a city and a well-run city and well-respected city, we should regulate those guys so we could have respects. And my point is continue what we're doing right now. I know it's only, how many dollars is that? I mean, less than $100 or $300. And then, but our city staff is really, really, work hard during that period and getting all the complaints and everything. And after the election, if that's only after the election, 7 days or 10 days, let's collect it. Keep our place, our city clean. And that's my 2 cents on this. I mean, I like still to see our council, our attorney and the city manager, draw a ordinance and let everybody comply, whoever comes in our city. That's all, Mayor, I have. Thank you.
So I guess I just need a little clarification. When we're looking at temporary signs, that's any sign at this point, at least according to what I'm looking at here, which means that they can be displayed on your property for a period of 45 days, and then they need to be taken down, and then they can be put back up after a day or two. You can't have it more than 45 consecutive days, is that correct? And what I'm looking at is, I think it's 17-07-070, item 15. Talks about off-site temporary signs. So off-site temporary signs in the right spot. Message may be displayed at any, on private property, in any zone, at any time. So, that being said, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but then it gets to, what are we gonna allow in the easement? Because the easement is where you need the permit. The right-of-way. So, to me, that seems to be the bigger issue. And with like what Councilmember Santos said, I don't want to see a ton of signs. So I would like to see some type of permitting. To what extent, I don't know. But when we allow signs in the easement or the right-of-way, is the city liable for those signs? So, and the reason I'm asking is if we were to do nothing and just say you could put up signs wherever you wanted to, as many as you wanted to, and they're in the right-of-way, does the city have some liability for that?
Could the city be sued? Sure. If somebody couldn't see the line of sight and ended up in a car accident or there were a pedestrian incident, could they sue the city? Sure. But we do have, the council has discretionary immunity, this discretionary act. And so there's discretionary immunity that protects the city actors that, pass this law. But, that doesn't always prevent people from filing lawsuits.
Right. And, we've been sued for stuff not even in our city, but, so that's a concern of mine, is the liability that we have if we don't do anything and try to protect those that are using the roads, the roadways.
And that's why we did include the language in the right-of-way that it has to be 5 feet from the edge of the curb or street pavement if no curb exists, and can't obstruct a pedestrian or line of sight for vehicle traffic. That's why we put that in there.
Okay. So now, if you're outside the 5 foot from curb, then you're outside the right-of-way and you don't need a permit at that point. Is that correct?
I don't know. I mean, it would depend on the area, wouldn't it? The right-of-way may be bigger in some areas than others.
Correct.
Okay. So that's
So just that limitation right there may restrict somewhat the area where it would be permissible to have a sign. You may have an area where the right-of-way is very small.
Right.
So, and that area wouldn't be permissible.
So, I don't know if this is something that we can finish this evening. I do understand what Mayor Pro Tem White is saying though too, as well as you, how do you, I guess the biggest issue is how do you control those people who come in from outside the city and drop signs everywhere? If I had my ruthers, they'd be picked up and tossed.
I agree.
Because there's rules that we have, and you have candidates that are following the rules, and you have people that come in and don't follow the rules. I think those signs should be picked up and discarded at the expense of the candidate. But, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I want to clarify a little bit of what I'm presenting here. I'm not suggesting at all that we don't have rules, and I think the rules can be as restrictive as we want them to be. I think my two big problems is the time frame, 90 days and 7 days, and I think you can address that with the issue of the home saying that there is a limit of how many days you can have the signs up, and you can put it over a term of a quarter or 6 months or whatever you want to do, and you can make restrictions like the right-of-way, things like that. What I was hoping to get out of this meeting or this item tonight was not to discuss the detailed regulations, which I think we need to, but to come to an agreement that, first of all, I think 90 days, 45 days is unreasonable, and I really don't think we need a permit. And I'll tell you why I don't think we need permits. First of all, those who are going to break the rules aren't going to put a permit up anyways. The city's going to be involved in just taking down signs that violate our regulations. So if the city is already going to just take down signs, whether they're political signs, whether they're church signs, cherry festival signs, those kinds of signs that violate the rules, it's the responsibility of the owner who pays money for those signs to follow the rules, because if they don't follow the rules, you buy one of those big signs, you're talking $50, $60, and to lose that because you didn't follow the rules, that's on you.
Right.
And so I would suggest that you look at Rancho and Menifee, and Hemet's a little bit more Wild Wild West, but Rancho and Menifee, they have strict sign rules, but they apply those rules to everyone, and they don't require anyone to come up to fill out a permit. Because I think once you do a permit, and I think when I asked Nicole about this in one of the last elections, I was the only one who filled out a permit, and I wasn't the only one running. There were people who were putting up signs who were not doing permits. So I think permitting provides paperwork, and it sort of puts an onus on the city to enforce the permit when they don't need to. They just enforce the sign rules. And if the rules, and I got to talk to you, and I don't want to get in too much detail, we'll address this hopefully in the next discussion. And I think Mr. Pardon brought this up to me at one point in a discussion. When you say 5 feet from the curb, in most places in the city, you can't put a sign up then, because the curb is not 5 feet wide. The curb is like 3 feet wide. And where there is no sidewalk, then you're not going to be able to put up a sign either. But I think we can focus in on the rules that we want to set that are going to apply to real estate signs. It's going to apply to every type of sign, and it is more costly for me as an owner of a sign to violate the rules and have my sign taken down than it is for me to fill out a permit and go through the whole process.
But you talk about the not having a permit requirement because you don't want the city to have to worry about enforcing those permit requirements, right?
Right, just enforce the sign rules.
But whether you're enforcing permit requirements or permit rules or sign rules, you've got city staff that's still got to enforce whatever it is.
But they already have to. They already have to enforce the sign rules.
So why not just enforce the permit rules at the same
Because
time?
now you're adding an additional layer of bureaucracy, and you're putting the onus on the city as opposed to the onus on the owner. The sign owner knows that and it's my job. When I send out people to put up $500, $1,000 worth of signs, I'm going to I'm going to each city and I'm looking at what their sign ordinances are, and I'm instructing my people, make sure you follow this, this, and this, because I don't want to lose those signs. They're valuable. what you spent for them. So I just think, we just, if the city knows what the rules are and they see a sign regardless of whether it's a political sign or any other kind of sign, they pull it down, hang on to it for a certain period of time. They don't reach out to the owner. It's on the owner to figure out what happened to their sign. Everyone else treats it this way. Beaumont is different. Beaumont is way different than even the other two cities I mentioned of Highland and Yucaipa. Highland and Yucaipa takes the attitude, yeah, we want to know who you are, but we're not coming to tell you when we take your signs down. We're just taking them down. And so I just think that I think it was David brought up some good points of how many people were making this a pain in the ass. I mean, it really is. And I think it becomes almost a joke at some point. And I just think that we might be losing people who don't want to even get into the whole politics of where did I put my sign? Did I put my sign in front of your sign? I mean, it's just a joke. What's that?
That map is a joke putting your dots
Yeah,
on it.
yeah. So I just think we lessen the demand on the city. We put in our rules in place, and we just enforce the rules on everyone, regardless of what they're doing.
I think Councilmember Martinez brought up a good point in the fact that you're not just talking about political signs anymore.
I know.
You're talking about every kind of sign.
I know, and we make rules with that understanding. We make rules not based on what it's going to, other than, I think, and John brought this up, I think you can say that there's an event happening and there's a certain time frame for signs before the event. So if the Cherry Festival is having an event, they can put their signs up 90 days just like an election. Maybe I should ask John about that. How do we get away with saying with the election signs, there's a doubling in size and there's a time frame, whereas we don't have the time frame in the signs that Mr. Martinez brought up on the homes?
So all we say in here, and it's, somebody could debate whether this is content-based, right? Whether it favors political signs or not. But the argument and response would be, no, it doesn't really favor political signs. It just says that all signs can increase in number and size so many days before an election and so many days after. Everybody gets the same right. Everybody's treated equally. We're not treating political signs one way and, ideological signs a different way. Everybody gets more signs and bigger signs.
So David could double his real estate open house sign.
Or somebody
90
that
days before
wants
an
to
election.
Lovely. Yeah.
talk about a social issue or, a political issue or an ideological issue, religious issue. They would have the ability during that period of time before an election, when some of those issues are perhaps more, focused on, they'd get more signs and they'd get, larger signs during that time period. But everybody would be treated the same. And I'm not, somebody might come back and say, well, wait a minute, this is clearly directed at allowing political signs to receive special treatment around an election, but we're treating everybody the same.
Right. And I think Mr. Martinez brought up the issue of we just don't want tons of signs everywhere. Drive around Redlands sometime about 90 days before an election, and you'll see that they have very strict rules and they enforce them. They pick them up, but they don't worry and count. Well,
But it looks terrible.
it does look terrible and it hurts if you're someone like you, or maybe not like you, but there's some people who look at that and go, I'll never vote for that guy. He's got 6 signs on one corner. Okay, so that's a rule that you have to take. But I can tell you, Redlands is cleaned up within 7 days after the election. And I'm telling you, I know a lot of people who've lost elections who've said, I'm not picking my signs up.
Right.
What are you going to do? And so we give them 7 days, and then we send the city out, and you pick up all the signs, and you just move on.
Okay, so just on that issue, if somebody wants to put a sign up in the right-of-way supporting their candidate, even if they lost, and we allow signs in the right-of-way, they can leave that sign up.
Or up to 7 days after the election.
Well, whatever time period, we're not saying you have to take all the signs down 7 days after an election.
But we should.
We're
because-
saying the number of signs for everybody increases and the size increases X number of days, 90 days hypothetically before an election and 15 or 7 days after an election. But we're not saying that we're only allowing signs in the right of way before and after an election.
Right.
We're just increasing the number. So, for example, we're allowing speech in the right of way. If somebody puts up a sign for their candidate, where they put up 10 signs or 50 signs and they're within the requirements of the code, and the election passes, and their candidate loses, and they say, I don't like that outcome, I wanna leave my signs up, they stay up.
Can't take them down.
No, you can take them down. You can.
Well-
And every one of those cities that I told you did not have a political sign permit. They did have a rule that 7 days after, your sign was coming down. And I don't.
Yeah, but that was at the expense of the city.
No, because
See,
if
one,
you're,
one thing about a permit is if you say on there that you have this many days and you have a fine to pay after that, then you have cost recovery to come back.
Have we ever enforced a fine?
so I'm not quite understanding the point. So are you saying that every sign, whether it's religious, ideological, social issue, or a campaign sign, have to come down after an election, or just the campaign signs?
If we have to go that route, and I would want you to look into that, because I do know that the other
And
cities say
it doesn't
90
matter
days.
if other cities do it, that doesn't mean that they're right.
You may not
No,
even-
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand. But
That's when you go back.
Because
to
if you
permit.
just take down the political signs, then you're regulating political signs and political speech, which is probably one of the most protected forms of speech, differently and more strictly than you are other forms of non-commercial speech.
Well, if, you know, it was brought up a number of times here that you've got to lump the political signs in with the non-political signs. And if, you know, if there's a way that we can do that, I think we should. And if that means that we do take down the you know, the real estate signs, but those are up for an event, right? And the Cherry Festival signs are up for an event.
Yeah, but if they had a permit, then the permit would tell you when they put them up, and then you would know when they come down.
But you know, none of those, I don't believe Cherry Festival has permits. I don't believe that any of the other events have permits. The permits we're doing are only for political signs.
Yeah, but we would now do it for anything in the right of way, because now we want to do it.
In your scenario,
Yeah,
in
of
my
course, in my
scenario, we're saying political signs shouldn't have a permit at all.
Well,
And I understand the challenge of cleaning up afterwards. Again, I just think that it gets done.
the problem,
But in your scenario, I'm sorry,
no, go-
but in your scenario, you're separating political signs from any sign, and you can't do that. They're all the signs would be allowed in the right of way anytime, 45 days at a time.
So what do we mean by the right of way?
The,
Let's give us, because
Intersections,
a lot of people
corner.
don't know what that means.
Oh.
So if
it's-
I'm on Brookside and I'm nowhere near an intersection and I'm just up on a hill right next to the sidewalk, is that the right of way?
Well, it depends on if it's been dedicated to right of way or whether it's privately owned property.
What if it's privately owned property that's an
Then it's
easement to
treated
the
differently.
city?
I'm sorry?
What if it's privately owned property that's an easement to the city for maintaining the landscaping?
It's
Because most
probably-
cities take that down.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Most cities, if you put it in bushes like
yeah, if you
that,
put it in the grass or anything, it's gone.
they take it down.
Right. So it's gonna be, typically it'll be between that landscaped area and the curb.
Yeah, 'cause there's
Which is usually more than, or less than 5 feet.
Well,
That's
this
what I'm
one-
saying.
Sometimes it is, it depends on the area that you're in, but it varies.
But that's what I'm saying, is if you're on Highland Springs, okay, and there's no sidewalk, or maybe there's a curb, and you go 5 feet away from the curb, you're on private property. You're not in the city right away.
It depends how wide the right of way is.
Yeah, but if it were like he's saying, then you wouldn't be able to put one there because it's not city, it would be in someone's property now. See, you'd have to, how would you know as a private citizen, which is,
That's what I'm saying, is that you would have a permit that would allow you to put the sign in the right of way, so you, in that dirt area.
so you
between
could
the
put it in
private
within the
property
5
and the-
feet, right?
asphalt
Within the-
curb or
Within the
whatever.
5 feet, or still without of the 5 feet? See,
Well, what's the ramifications if we say no signs at all in the right of way?
You can do that.
Yeah, you can do that too.
The only signs that would be permissible would be, government traffic signs at that point. You can do that. You can say no signs in the right
Yeah,
of way.
and I think I've seen that on some of the sign ordinances that
You can
because
do that.
when you open a sign ordinance for one of these other cities, you look for political signs, it's nowhere in there. You
Yeah.
can't search for the word political, you won't
Right.
find it. But you see a sign ordinance that applies to your political signs. So I'm not opposed to taking out the right of way.
So
The problem with that, though,
I was gonna say, you can do that, and you can prohibit signs in the right of way, all signs. And then, candidates would be treated equally, along with any other non-commercial speaker would be treated equally, and they would then have to go out and get private parties to allow them to place signs,
that's the
people that
problem.
support them.
That's the problem, because it goes against your idea that the little man or the woman
Agreed.
doesn't know
I
enough
agree.
people to
I
get the right.
agree.
That's
A
the
lot of
only
people
problem.
up in the right of way.
I love the no right of way, but that brings that scenario up.
Councilmember Friend?
Then what would you do for yard signs, church signs, and open house signs, that those do go in the right of way? And if you can think of Oak Valley Parkway in the Sundance area, right at Starlight, that's that intersection right there, it's a four-way stop. Most real estate agents and most people who do yard sale signs will put it far away from the corner in the green grass area, 10 to 15 feet from the corner. Not in a it's not obstructing anything, but is that then considered the right of way, and is that now illegal if we were to do that?
Well, this already says no grass area in there.
And I'm thinking out loud here, but what about the idea of from 90 days before an election and 7 days after, no signs in the right of way? Of any kind. And you just let the Cherry Festival know that if it happens to be at that time,
At all.
Of any
I'm
kind.
just sort of giving you ideas.
No
Be
signs.
no speech in the right of way. Is that correct?
If that's what we have to do to meet some of these other challenges, I'm thinking if we set rules that only apply 90 days before an election and 7 days after, maybe it's not a non-right-of-way rule, but it's rules that apply to all signs 90 days before an election, 7 days after. Then you might be able to address some of the challenges and concerns that you
So
guys have.
what's in the ordinance that's before you is on page 1474 of the packet, section F, signs on the public right-of-way. Signs on the public right-of-way currently require an encroachment permit. So you could decide to remove that if you want. And then it says a maximum, you give a maximum, currently what it says, encroachment permits required, a maximum of 6 encroachments per calendar year are permitted per applicant, organization, or candidate. The maximum time limit for signs to be on display is 30 days. We could change that number. And then it says that if the sign is of a certain size, 24 by 18, you can have a maximum number of 50. And we could change the 5 feet from the edge of the curb, street, or pavement to 3 feet, or 2 feet, or whatever number you come up with that's that will ensure that people can see when they're pulling out of a driveway. You don't want their line of sight blocked coming into the road. And then it says signs shall be limited to 1 sign per block of street in each direction of travel in developed areas, and limited to 1 sign per 1/4 mile spacing in each direction of travel for undeveloped areas. Signs over 24 by 18 inches, maximum number of signs is 8 in that case. And you could just remove the language that's proposed that says you double everything X number of days before an election and X number of days after. Just remove that, and then that would give you a reasonable regulation allowing free speech in the right-of-way, but regulating it, keeping it to a reasonable number, 50 signs, up to 50 signs if they're smaller, up to 8 if they're above a certain size. And it wouldn't tie it to an election. So if somebody wanted to advertise their church, their services, their political views, you know, that they have a political view, or there's a social issue that's important to them. They can come in and get an encroachment permit, and they can put it in the right of way, and they've got up to 50 signs. That's a lot of signs.
But that's not, it's actually 50 times 6. Because you can get 6 permits in a calendar year.
Per year, yeah.
Yeah, so
But
I could
but
put
at
up
any given
300
time,
signs.
it's 50.
Well, that was what was told to me by one staff member. But what about this? What about saying that 90 days before an election, 7 days after an election, there's no encroachment permit for anybody? The rest of the time is an encroachment permit.
So
We're still tying it to political.
that concerns me a little bit, because that seems really targeted at stifling political speech around the time of an election.
It's the opposite.
You're saying no signs.
No encroachment permit. In other words,
Oh,
I
okay,
think these
no-
guys have good
no
arguments for
restrictions.
permits, but if you say during that time frame, there's no encroachment permit, and at the 8th day after an election, if there's a sign that is not got a permit, that's violating, that's still up, you take them down. And we could allow events or realtors or whoever to have an encroachment permit for longer than that time frame. And then you solve the problem with the little guy trying to put out, yeah, you guys will never believe this, when I ran for school board, I had 20 signs. When I ran for state senate, I had 2,500. So I'm just saying that if you take away the encroachment permit during that election cycle for everybody, then you don't have to pick and choose who to enforce it with. And then once you're outside that election cycle, if a sign's up and they don't have a permit, it's coming down.
But you would still limit, even during that period that they don't need an encroachment permit before and after an election, it would apply to everybody. It would limit the number of signs that they could have in the right of way during that period of time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the question, if there's no permit, how would you know? Are you gonna go and count them and tag them and say, I counted 6 here and 10 there and 8 there?
Well, you'll
never know.
Roger Berg will.
Yeah, but, you know.
What's that?
that's-
My signs, yeah.
We know that, but I'm just saying, if there's no permit behind it, there's no way to see when you put it up, how much you have, anything.
I think what I'm trying to do, John, is to give you some
Well, and I appreciate that.
things to think about.
But I do like that idea.
You know,
Talk more about
I
it.
would suggest, I don't know how much time the council spent looking at what we drafted, but, we could make some modifications to what we drafted and change the feet from the edge to, 3 feet. It seems like a reasonable regulation without proliferating,
I don't have a
too
whole lot,
much.
I don't really have, I did look at it real closely because I wanted to see how it was gonna change. And I really don't have a problem with most of the rules in there. I just think that we should treat that period differently. And if we have to do it for everyone, so be it. But instead of,
We did allow it to double during that time period, but we still put in there that they had to get a
And I think
permit.
that's helpful because you're gonna have people from running for Congress, state office, that are coming in with these big signs. And if you don't double it, you can't put them up in Beaumont.
Cover the little guy's signs.
What's that?
You're gonna cover the little guy's signs.
So would the council still be open to the idea, even if you're gonna double the number of signs that's permissible before and after an election, would the council be open to the
Yeah.
idea of still requiring an encroachment permit? So there's not even an agreement to allow the relaxing of the rules before an election?
I don't wanna double it. I don't even wanna double the size of the sign during an election either.
Not if we're gonna have a free-for-all.
Right.
Okay, so then what we would do is we would probably come back and just keep it to 50. Under, the smaller signs 50 and the larger signs up to 8 signs.
Can you say a maximum of one type of sign, so that a person doesn't come and put 99 of their signs on the corner?
Well, we would get rid of the doubling, if that's the inclination of the council, and we would just say up to 50 signs of a certain size. And then if they're over that size, if they're more than
So one person
24 by
could
18,
come
there'd
up
be
and put
8
20 signs on a corner if they
with,
wanted.
with a maximum size of 48 by 48.
No, I think you could still have those rules that we taught, that you brought up. Not too many in a certain period space. So I think, one every mile doesn't make sense. But saying something like, you can't have 3 signs at an intersection, I think you can put those kinds of rules
We have
in
one
place.
sign per block of street in each direction of travel in developed areas, and then one sign per quarter mile in undeveloped areas.
Yeah, so
Well,
I
and-
think you can still,
Can I offer something? In implementing these things, when you start to say a quarter mile and 3 here and 2 there, it gets very difficult to implement this. So the more we start to dial in and create these concepts, it becomes, it's a full-time job during election season right now with all the calls coming in and the permits and all those other shit that come through. So I would just encourage, as we look at this, to simplify it down and what are the salient things we're worried about? Are we worried about, right of way? We're worried about not allowing these things to create visibility obstructions or to create safety issues that are out there, And so those are the things that I would talk to John about as we're looking to revisit these to say, what are the, so from the staff perspective, it's like, we're worried about those kinds of things. And then how can we fairly and quickly evaluate when there is a violation or some inappropriate signage that's out there? And then I would say the other thing too, and having been in multiple places where we can take political signs down, that becomes a stinky bag too at some point. It's like, you took this person's sign down, you didn't take this person's sign down. It's like, yeah, but we saw them on the main drag. Yeah, but you didn't drive up this street over here, and they've got a bunch over here. And then if you think about it too, we have perimeter situations where you're in Calamasa on one side with a completely different approach to signage, and then you're on Beaumont on the other side. So you have people figure that out this last election cycle too, where you could actually hit some of those corners. So
you'll
those
see
are
a
the
whole
things.
bunch on the city limits.
Right.
Especially Cherry Valley, as you coming down
That's right.
not Cherry Valley, Highland Springs.
Right. So you
know
could
where
be
the city limit starts.
right. So you could be a Beaumont applicant, have a sign,
In Calamasa.
in Calamasa, and have something different. So I would just say, that as we talked to John, is also to look at, okay, thinking about the implementation component of this. So what is it that we can effectively do and keep everybody kind of on the same playing field and not put the city into a situation where the city's being accused of playing favorites, one way or the other. That's a tall ask, I know, but.
Do you want to bring this back?
Yeah, one of the things we did in Kerrville is we actually prohibited them everywhere with the exception of certain places. So there were certain key spots where you said load up political signs in these areas, So if they were located outside those areas, we said, hey, not there. So
And I think we talked about that before on certain streets.
Yeah.
Saying you can put them up on this street, but
Right.
you can't. And again, it has to be not just political signs, it has to be.
It's everything. And
But
so-
it can be just during that time frame.
Right. And you say, hey, go to town in this zone. And everybody knows. Then I think everybody in the community knows, okay, if I'm in that spot, I know who's running I can look at, that sign. But we also said nothing on city parks, nothing in the right of ways, everything, all city property remained clean except for specific targeted areas. So.
You know what they do in Hawaii? The candidate has to hold their sign. So you can't put a sign in the ground, and so everyone knows that person holding that sign is the candidate. I can go up and talk to that person and say, what do you want to do?
But what if they're identical twins?
So do we want to think about this more and bring it back?
No, I think we've given John a lot to think about, and
Jeff, John.
And I do think we need to get into the details of the rules and regulations, but.
So the idea that Todd just expressed of maybe identifying some areas,
That'd be-
and this could help protect, you know,
Right.
the safety of pedestrians and people driving, by not just letting it proliferate everywhere, but identifying some areas where it'd be safe to have signs. We could look at that as
Yeah.
a possible
Please.
regulation. Okay.
I think a couple different ways to look at this is sort of what we're looking for.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You have to have a city-approved stamp on your sign, sell them for $1, and we raise the money to.
I think that gives us the feedback
Okay.
that we need.
That
Probably
brings
more
us
than you
to,
wanted.
You get a I paid for it sticker on the back of each political
Exactly.
sign.
okay, action item 24, approval of invoice from Riverside County Fire Department for third quarter fire services. Staff report by Jennifer Hustain. You're still awake.
I'm here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I have for you the fiscal year 21 third quarter fire services invoice. City of Beaumont maintains a contract with Riverside County Fire Department for applicable fire protection services that are provided by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE provides an estimate of cost for the year during the budgeting process, which is evaluated against the actual invoices they receive. Invoices are presented to the city on a quarterly basis and are based on actual costs, except for support services which follow the budgeted cost estimate. The total of the third quarter invoice is $938,051.98. The total cost, including this invoice for fiscal year 21 fire services through the third quarter, totals $3,002,998.61, which represents 65.76% of the budget for the year. The recommended action is to approve payment of the fiscal year 21 third quarter fire services invoice from Riverside County Fire Department in the amount of $938,051.98. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Nicole, do we have any comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Mayor, I'll move to approve payment of the fiscal year 2021 third quarter fire services invoice from Riverside County Fire Department in the amount of $938,051.98.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Item 25, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of June 2021. Mr. Pinkney.
And I'm recusing myself on this item because it involves my law firm.
All right, sir. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
I'll make a motion to approve the invoices in the amount of $122,957.45, unless somebody has a question.
I'll second.
A motion and a second.
Got a spreadsheet for you.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to legislative updates and discussion.
Kyle's gone to bed, so we can move on. I was kidding.
No, I think you're right.
Oh, man, my hat's first one.
Christina's still there.
I'm still here.
All right, Christina, I think you're on. We're at legislative update.
Okay. So this evening, very brief legislative update. Little bit of information as the legislature is going into the summer break. We have several bills that were of interest that we received updates on. I know there is one in particular of interest, which was, give me 1 second here while I'm pulling up my list. dealing with the high fire zones and.
SB 12?
Oh, hello?
SB 12?
SB 12, correct, yeah. Dealing with the high fire zones and some of the requirements that were going to be imposed on local agencies to make adjustments. That bill has now been moved to a 2-year bill, and so it did not meet the deadlines it needed to meet prior to the session ending, or sorry, the session going on break. So it will be coming back to for consideration no sooner than January of 2022. There's several other bills that have been either tabled or re-referred to committees or turned into 2-year bills. And then there are several that are still of interest. I know SB 9 and 10 have been mentioned tonight by council. Those deal with planning and zoning and housing development. Those are still active bills. SB 9 is back in committee, and SB 10 is going for a 3rd reading. So that is one that's, I think, likely will pass. Staff did meet with Townsend, our legislative lobbyist, and we have looked at some ways that we can improve our efforts in both Sacramento and in the federal lobbying efforts on not just legislative priorities, but policy issues, as well as how to improve our standings with opportunities for funding and project, and making sure that we raise the identity of not just Beaumont, but the Pass area itself. So in the next legislative update, I will have more detailed information for council on that for discussion and feedback. And I think that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you very much, Christina. In regards to SB 12, and I'll have a question for Christina, but this came up in my WRCOG meeting. They wanted to go ahead and support a letter of opposition. The concern with this bill is the fact that it will require jurisdictions to develop high fire areas, hazard areas, where you can no longer develop, even if you have a pre-existing or pre-approved tract development. So it'll throw litigation in its current form, it'll throw litigation back on the city. And so it was suggested that WRCOG is going to send a letter of opposition in its current form against the bill. But with this delay, would you still recommend that we do the letter? Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I would suggest that we still submit the letter of opposition, because although it's been tabled for now, there's always the opportunity that it will come back and be heard, and then we're at least on record. If anything significant changes and we wanted to revise our position, that opportunity would always be there as well. Additionally, I can say that our fire inspector, our fire safety specialist that we have embedded here with the city, she and I talk pretty regularly about this. CAL FIRE has been heavily involved in this high fire safety zone information. So we've attended several webinars and informational sessions on that. And HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department, has also been involved in this as well. And part of what you'll see when the housing element comes forward actually has to do some with addressing changes in the safety elements of the general plan, due in part to some of the fire safety related legislation that has either recently been passed due to the extensive fires over the last few years, or ultimately some of the legislation like SB 12 that we may see come forward in the future. So I think putting a position in would be good, because I don't think this is dead yet.
Okay, so I did take the liberty of using the standard form letter of opposition in its current form. Haven't done anything with it, just looking for a consensus with council. If you're good with supporting that letter of opposition, then we'll get that out.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Brings us to economic development update.
We have not had an EDC meeting since our last council meeting, so we have nothing to report tonight.
All right, city treasurer's report.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'll try to make this quick, although it wasn't quick at our meeting last week. My last time in front of the council, I mentioned that we were down to 3 subcommittees that were approved by the council about 2 years ago, and we're working on those. And we had asked, the finance audit had asked that the council, if they had any recommendations that they may want to add on to that list for us. And as I used my metaphor then, that you punt it back to us. Well, I have to say the punt was received, and I have to give Councilman Martinez credit because he really carried the ball on the play. He brought up 4 great ideas, and when you hear them, if you haven't been out talking to people, they are all relevant to people in our community, that the information that we would be putting together would be of value and probably quell a lot of people and their anxieties about the financial condition of the city. So number 1 that we're recommending for the council to consider that we could work on would be financial policies, specifically in the area of the reserve. What is our reserve? How do we come up with our reserve? How adequate is our reserve? That's number 1. Number 2, again, in financial policies, would be about the CalPERS liability. Again, a heavily discussed thing across the nation. Everybody is behind in their liabilities on any of their pension plans within the states. So that is 1. 3 would be long-term financial sustainability of Beaumont. Is how are we sitting out in the long way? And I know our previous finance director had been looking with Todd at like a 10-year plan, looking at what we considered would be our needs over that time, considering things like inflation and depression activities and all that. So that would be something we would recommend. And last would be bond accountability. So they are the 4 topics that we are coming up with. I thank Councilman Member Martinez because he had obviously put a lot of thought into this, and when we were done, we didn't have much else to say. These are pretty good. That's all I have to say.
All right, sir, thank you very much for that report.
Mayor, at this point, we can provide direction to the Finance and Audit Committee?
We can.
Because I agree with our treasurer that I think those were all good ideas, and if all the Finance and Accounting Audit Committee need is direction from council, I think we should let them know that we are supportive of those ideas.
Do you want to prioritize those, or just have them prioritize them and bring that back to us, or just let them
I would
go
just
with
say
it?
let them go with it.
Okay.
I think if they do.
We'll
foresight committee-
prioritize because there's a lot of meat there that we're going to dig into, and even though we have a full crew of folks, I think we want to do a good job on them, and we'll prioritize. We're working on the 3 that we have. The one about the audit, we're checking to make sure that all the things that were in place, where we had some criticism on the internal audit, and the CFD training and FAQ, which was in progress up until the COVID, and then financial training 101. These 4 other ones will give us, pretty good full plate to work with.
And I think
And
that's
I'm sorry that my video's not on, but I've been turned off on video, the thing says. I'm here.
Okay. Looking at these, I agree. I like all 4 of the items. I think number 1 would be CalPERS. For
Okay.
me, number 2 would be bond accountability. Number 3 would be policies and reserve on our reserves, and then the last one would be long-term functional sustainability. But that's just our financial sustainability. But that's just me.
I'll take that back. I think that's a good choice, looking on what it is, what you just recommended, Mayor.
Looks like we have consensus with council as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Good day.
Good job. Yeah, have a good rest of the day. All right. With that, it brings us to In person, the city clerk.
During the month of June, we completed all 21 public records requests, 6.25 hours of staff time plus some legal time. That's all I have for now.
All right. Bet you're wishing you would have stayed home now, huh? Could have had your pajama bottoms on, but I won't get into that right now. All right, with that, it brings us to city attorney report.
I just wanted to clarify something. Councilmember White, when we were discussing the sign ordinance, mentioned looking at the Menifee ordinance and Rancho. Was that Rancho Cucamonga?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in terms of the city attorney report, you have attached to the packet an update on the lawsuits pending against the city. That's item 26, page 1566, and there are 3 cases actively pending against the city. The first one is Christian Lee versus City of Beaumont. This is an employment law litigation matter filed by a former city employee. We have a trial setting conference in that case that's scheduled for September 3rd of this year. And then on the Peters case, as you'll recall, we prevailed at the trial court level in the case. The city won the case. Mr. Peters appealed. He's filed his opening brief. We filed our opposition brief. There's no way to know for certain when the court's going to issue a tentative ruling, the appellate court, but we're hopeful that by the end of the year we'll have a tentative ruling. Just there's no way to know for sure when that will come down. And then the last item is Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters versus the City of Beaumont. And this was the CEQA lawsuit that was filed challenging the environmental review of the city's general plan. The case should be ready for briefing. We've been working on putting together the administrative record, and there's a status conference that's scheduled for September 20th of this year.
Sunday.
And that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, sir. Brings us to our city manager. Good morning, Mr. Parton.
Oh, wow, gosh, it's my honor. You know, just yesterday, I was thinking about the sign ordinance, and I had some ideas I'd like to get your consensus on real quick, if that's okay. No? Okay. So in your packet, you had the June monthly update on departmental projects, so I won't read those to you tonight. We'll save that for another time. Congratulations goes to council, goes to our planning staff and Ramey and their sub-consultants. The Beaumont General Plan Update was recognized as the Plan of the Year by the California American Planning Association. So,
Wow.
congratulations. You guys are recognized as number one in the state. So that concludes my report for you tonight.
All right.
We need some foam fingers.
Yeah. Not the ones we used to get.
I won't ask.
Excellent. All right, future agenda items?
I have one. I don't know that this is.
a sign, wasn't it?
What's that? No.
Kidding.
That was a future agenda item for me.
Yeah.
Several months ago. The gentleman who came in during public comments and talked about 8th Street, I went out and visited with him and walked that street. And it really is a dangerous section on the south side of that street. And there are a lot of families that live in the apartments down towards Highland Springs. And I think, and there's really no, I mean, you could say, well, they've got the sidewalk on the other side, and they can all, take that the whole way down, maybe down to Highland and cross. They're not going to do that. They're going to run across the street or do whatever. I think I'd like to address that in our next CIP discussion. So I don't know if we have a CIP discussion coming up that we can address that, or if we need to create a separate agenda item to be able to say, look, let's get that on our CIP, because I think, especially with the new medical center down there, he's right, the traffic there's going to be even crazier.
Does that location in town, do you think that would qualify for any grant funding?
It may qualify for CDBG, maybe
Yeah.
that might help go
we
to
look
that
at that?
area. Maybe what we ought to do is look at the safety issues there, determine kind of where maybe some alignments, maybe some key points would be, and then develop some rough budgetary ideas for you. And then you can always amend your CIP. We just need to do a notice process, and then you guys can amend that.
The other thing you could do is you can make it where you could put all the political signs there so nobody can walk through that area.
Or you can make a pedestrian bridge of political signs.
Just kidding,
Make
sorry.
politics work for you.
You're a little punchy this morning. All right. So if you could bring that back, that'd be great. Look into that. Thank you, sir. Anything else? All right, so that brings us to council reports. I'm going to go with Councilmember Santos.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, I gotta try to make this really quick. I attended the Transportation Now meeting on July 1st. We had a presentation from Southern California Gas with their goals and intent to try to meet the net zero emissions by 2045. And they talked about, they have and I didn't know this, they have a renewable natural gas facility, or a CNG facility in Paris, where they're able to pull in natural gas from dairies, landfills, and so forth to help with that. Also, too, they talked about the need for new technology and so forth. I think this law was probably put in place prior to technology being ready for it. But a vision of the future may be in terms of semi-trucks. You would see electric trucks for short haul and probably hydrogen battery powered for long haul trucking. So there's going to be an industry and a need for lithium batteries, that's for sure. And then also what was reported at the meeting is RTA went to full capacity on their bus lines on June 15th. So it's starting to open up that way. I don't know that things will change with this little spike in COVID and so forth, but and ridership isn't quite up, but they're open for it. So
Okay.
So that concludes my report.
Thanks, sir. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, so I attended the Financial Audit Committee meeting, and, the goal behind those suggestions of mine were really to get the community members involved. We have a real eager, motivated bunch, and, they really want to get into the nuts and bolts, and just, we really want to take advantage of that. So that was the motivation behind that. During the RCA meeting, we adopted some resolutions for acquiring land acquisition with grant funds. But we also had a brief discussion about the MSHCP fee prepayment issues that have been occurring around some of the different cities and the county. And we have a commitment to put that on the agenda for discussion at the September meeting. The executive committee is going to look at that and talk during August. We're dark in August, so we'll be talking about that more in September. So there's a lot of things behind that I brought up, and I'm glad that they had already had the idea of putting that on the agenda anyway, because it was my intention to suggest that to put that on, but they had already had that, so that was great to see. But that will be our major focus, talking about that fee collection and a couple other things that popped up as a result of prepayment that we'll discuss out, that you probably got the email on that as well. And that's it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, no species of the month?
No, they didn't have
Dang
one.
it.
Have to wait.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
RCTC, nothing really worth reporting. So I don't have a report there. I did attend, as Mr. Lara, Mr. Santos as well, the chamber breakfast last week, and we
yeah.
got a presentation from Officer, I want to say Loaiza?
Loza?
Is-
Loza?
Loza,
Yeah.
okay. On his role as the business liaison for the Beaumont PD, and that was really well received. We had a full house there, even more than when the DA was there or the sheriff even. So I thought that was really, really exciting. And that's all I had to report.
Okay. I'll ask for your patience this evening. I attended the WRCOG Administration and Finance meeting on July 14th. I had CO email out the updates that we covered in that meeting, so you all have a copy of that. Parks Month, I was able to visit two of the pop-up events. And I want to thank Beaumont Library District and Mrs. B for handling our story times. And special thanks to Matthew, Alma, and Bernice for running these events on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And also want to thank staff for the 4th of July event. It was nice to have the fireworks, well, all the fireworks, but the city fireworks especially. And I know that it took a lot of work to pull that event together. It's been over a year since we've done that. So special thanks to the Lions Club that helped provide some manpower to help us with road closures. Citizens Patrol, Christina Gomer and Don Fotz also helped with the road closures. And then kicking in and staff, as far as staff and helping maintain closures and help direct traffic and help us with this facility was Junior Rodriguez, Leonard Ceniceros, Gilbert Fierro, Doug Ronda, Ken Pup, Juan Perez, Veronica Tofi, Eric Collins Upon, Doug Story, Chris Cordova, and Miss Gibbs, who all pitched in instead of taking the day off and helped make this event successful. Excuse me. And just a very special thanks to our dispatchers and police officers who were extremely busy, obviously, they were busy running, taking responses and responding to 137 calls. They were able to issue 6 citations with multiple confiscations of illegal fireworks, so job well done. And this was on top of all the regular calls for that day as well. So again, I want to thank staff for their efforts in helping us celebrate the 4th of July and these pop-up park events. And with that, I will adjourn this meeting at 12:30 a.m. Have a great day.
Start of the beginning of the new day.